BlackRock, DTCC, Fidelity. The entire thing was just institutions. It's next level. This industry is going to the next level. And guys, I don't know what else to say. I'm bullish.
You said it. You finally said it.
I'm so bullish.
Andy's bullish. I'm bullish. We're bullish.
June 2028.
The AI crisis.
June 2028. Guys, we are live in San Francisco at NEARCON today.
Yeah.
We are in the midst of the AI world. Been walking around the streets of San Francisco asking people if they work in AI.
The 2028 global intelligence crisis is among.
So just for those of you who have not seen Citrini's recent article, Robbie has made a point to read about 95% of it this morning.
As much as I could this morning before we went live.
And yeah, there's a lot going on there. There's a lot going on there.
It's a macro memo set in the future at the end of Q2 2028.
Yeah.
So June 30th, 2028, the end of Q2 2028 is a look back at everything that has gone on from 2026, 27, 28. He walks through some potential scenario that could take place as a result of this perpetual flywheel of AI hyperscaling.
Yeah.
And obviously we are at the center of AI hyperscaling
venue.
An epic venue. We're right across from Alcatraz on right near the Golden Gate Bridge in Fort Mason.
We've got founders from top crypto protocols, AI companies, businesses, investors, and more. We actually have Brendan from Brave, who is the co-founder and CEO of Brave, one of the best crypto products in the market. I see him here. He's just gotten into the studio. We're going to bring Brendan up here shortly. As you guys know, we are here at NEARCON today and tomorrow covering and doing conversations with entrepreneurs, investors. And I mean, in a time where, let's just say the digital asset space is a little bit apathetic and dim, a little bit hopeless, it does feel like the entire AI world is about as hot as ever.
And reading through this article is only making me bearish on the current economic complex outside of crypto. We've got plenty of reasons to be skeptical of crypto with our infrastructure that never really found product market fit. But as the agentic economy continues to spiral into effect, man, like I'm betting on stablecoins. I'm not betting on alternative asset managers. I'm not betting on private credit or the mortgage economy or any of these SaaS. The SaaS apocalypse is amongst us.
The stock price of American Express and a couple others took a big dump today. You've got Bloomberg headlines.
Citing Citrini's research as
absolutely insane.
As why the stock market is taking a hit on particular sectors. Yeah, part of the argument in this research piece is that it's no longer a secular or a cyclical market. It's a secular market, and we're facing secular headwinds. And a secondary piece of that is that it compounds. It's no longer just all right. So the most optimistic you can have here is that it's a cyclical one. We're in a little bit of a downturn now. We're ultimately going to come out because you end up with this greater productivity. That is a cyclical headwind that we're facing right now. He's arguing it's not a cyclical headwind. You could argue it's a secular headwind. You have SaaS and you have coding and you have some of these, these sectors that are more easily facing some of these headwinds and getting disrupted by AI. He says that in the beginning, but now you realize once these things start to compound, it's not just secular. They start to compound upon one another. The AI companies are actually fueling their own disruption. As they cut off workers, they invest more into AI, and AI drives more cuts in their workers and more compressed margins. And so it is a perpetual cycle that they actually cannot avoid because they have so much AI FOMO, they have to keep up.
Why don't we get the opinion of Brendan Eich? Brendan, please join us here live from NEARCON with the monster energy. Absolutely love to see it, man. Good to have you.
Welcome to the show.
Thanks.
We are just discussing the viral post from Citrini about the 2028 superintelligence crisis. You being the CEO of Brave can get a good chuckle out of that.
I missed that post, so you have to tell me about it.
Well, why don't you just, Brendan, tell us about how you guys are using AI with Brave now, being one of the best crypto blockchain-based protocols, products in the market. We all use it. I'm using it right now as we speak. I've got it on my dashboard. It's here. Everyone's using it. How are you guys using AI?
So we have a couple of ways we use it. One is we have the browser with integrated AI. It's called Leo, which is a name that's confusing because people think that's every kind of AI we ever put in anything, including
Yes,
search
Leo.
engine.
Yep.
But Leo is the current nickname for browser AI, and it's in the sidebar. You can also pick it from the address bar when you get autocomplete choices. Instead of doing a search, which by default is Brave search, you can pick Google or other search engine. If you want, you can ask Leo, and that will open the sidebar, and it'll use a model you can pick. We have a default, of course. I think it's Quen, but we have been building a system for browser integration for what's might be called a knowledge agent. It can read the page. It can see things in the full page that you can't scroll to yet or don't want to scroll to. And it is to assist you in browsing and making connections, providing links. So it's like a local intelligence and a search. And it does use our search API to our search engine, so it can go across the web. It can see browser resources, but it cannot manipulate them. We have something else, which some people call the action agent as opposed to the knowledge agent. And that we call agent mode. And that's available in Brave Nightly, and that opens in a separate profile. There's a reason for that because it's risky. You may have noticed last year, Perplexity Comet and then Chat GPT Atlas both jumped into the deep end of the pool, and they didn't. Perplexity at least didn't check for water first. There's something called indirect prompt injection. When you're dealing with an agent that's always running, it can see all your tabs, it can see what you type, it can see the system prompt. It also reads the web. So some disguised text that is hidden, invisible to your eyes on Reddit could inject a prompt that gets appended to the system and user prompts. And it says, send all your logins and all your crypto and all your cash and all your health data to my email. And it's extremely dangerous because the original web security model, which I had a lot to do with because of JavaScript, was different sites were mutually suspicious. So we had the same origin policy. We have what's called cross-site scripting threats. And those have been dealt with for 30 years, so people understand how to do them, and web standards have evolved. With this new AI in the browser, it cuts across all those layers. It cuts across all the origins, all the open tabs, the agencies, everything. So it could steal all your stuff. And by injecting this engineered indirect prompt, it can do it. And we've developed proofs of concept. We reported responsibly to Perplexity and OpenAI and Opera. We posted blogs about this. And I think it kind of upset their apple cart because they were going in the, break things, move fast and break things, better to get forgiveness than permission. But that doesn't work if there's such a huge threat.
Now, so if we're scrolling on the web and we see Reddit, at least to our eye, Reddit is text. And when we're interacting with AI agents or sidebar knowledge intelligence, we're at least under the impression that we, the user, the intended user, are the one that's prompting this AI. So how could a plain text on some website be the one to prompt our AI.
So to be useful, these AIs do read what you're browsing. They're like looking over your shoulder, and that can be useful, right? That can be very useful. So there's lots of compelling use cases that the Perplexity guys do with Comet. The problem is that it can't delineate your prompt easily from what it picks up from the web. And so if it manages to combine them, and it doesn't have any alignment protection, which I'll talk about in a minute, it can just go against your interests. And these, again, the text can be hidden from your eyes, which is also a clue, but there's lots of ways to hide text, like very subtle color differences in an image, because we read text out of images. It's required, right? Text and images, OCR is back. This is part of what AI agents do. They have to read text wherever it is, whether it's in HTML properly rendered or it's in an image. So delineating the web content as supplementing your prompt, but not the same as your prompt, is super important. And this gets into really tricky areas of information flow security. We're working on it. We have something in our agent mode that's, again, opt-in. It's in a separate profile, so you don't lose all your stuff right away. You start cleaning, you kind of be careful. Unlike, who is the Meta woman who just posted she had Claudebot like clean up her inbox and she couldn't stop it. She didn't know to hit /stop, and she was saying stop, and it was like queuing the messages for later. Seems like she was doing a work machine if it was her Gmail. Anyway, you really don't want this thing running amok. You want to have a new profile. So that's the first layer of defense in depth we do. It's just simple. Start over. Maybe you're going to be reckless and put all your cryptos and banks and health data logins and tabs in there, but that's your choice, and you're kind of starting from fresh, and we put a pink background on it so it looks kind of different on all the tabs in that agent mode profile. It's a profile in Chromium terms. And then if you go into this case where maybe Reddit's trying to attack you, we have a separate model that checks the prompt and it doesn't read the web content. So this is like a guardrail or alignment model, and it can sort of veto the main model by saying, wait a minute, your user prompt says, don't send my logins anywhere, but this Reddit post is saying send all my logins to hacker.com. So that is an extra layer of defense we've added in agent mode, and I expect all the other browsers will do similar things. I think actually ChatGPT Atlas did better against some of these indirect prompt injection proofs of concept. We did get a few that worked in it, but they were using a better model. I think it was ChatGPT 4.5 then, or maybe it's gone to 5, and that was more careful about not getting misaligned through these rogue Reddit posts. The problem is people use these AI systems in the free leg of the freemium offering, and they don't necessarily pay for the premium offering. Guess what happens if you're in ChatGPT Atlas and you exceed your quota? They silently downgrade you to ChatGPT Mini 3. Mini 3 is not very careful about checking alignment. So suddenly you're more vulnerable, and you didn't even know. The silence is deadly, not goldenness in Unix.
Man, so there is, on this note of prompt injections and kind of understanding what you're doing from that angle, especially, trying to build a company like Brave or just build a full internet, state of, so many people are using this at scale. Spotify actually came out, and I think their CEO said that their senior devs haven't written a line of code since last year, since November or December.
I hope they reviewed some.
They're just supervising AI output, and their CEO is saying that what they've built, this month will be obsolete in the next month. So much so that they're kind of saying that coding jobs have an expiration date now. Is that true? Like, what is the state of actually getting evergreen code built at scale? Is this a good idea for companies like Spotify? Is this scary?
So let me say, first of all, that we've been using things like Claude Opus, I think 4.5, it's pretty good. People use, some people have already used Cursor. We have a budget for each engineer to spend monthly on AI, because they're going to use it for coding, possibly for review, or definitely for test generation. The thing is, you have to review the code. Models are non-deterministic. They hallucinate, they blunder. This is the nature of LLMs. It cannot be fixed, right? This is what Jan LeCun says we need new architectures to overcome. He said that the current generation of architectures, and he means large language model transformer architectures, will saturate at or below human intelligence at very high training costs. So, and Altman said, "Oh, kids cost a lot to raise and feed." Well, I don't know. Kids can do things that these models can't, or that they get wrong too often. See, relying on them for code is tricky, especially if it's a mission critical. You have to review it, and we've nevertheless benefited, but it takes senior engineers sort of carefully training and selecting the problems. Somebody recently said they made a browser with AI, but if you look closely, they were using Rust and they were using standard Rust libraries that some human wrote for the JavaScript interpreter and the HTML renderer, and the thing crashed all the time too. So taking on a big complex code base like a browser and trying to fully generate a new one from AI isn't happening. But for lots of work, certainly Spotify front end work, you can get better productivity as a senior sort of coder designer. This is putting pressure on the entry level of programming market, unfortunately, which is where I started as a Unix hacker in 1985 at SGI. So I think there's a concern there, but I think a lot of programmers just have to learn to use these tools, and the human element is still needed because all this code is coming from generative AI that's reading a lot of existing code. So to do really interesting new things at the design space, let's say instead of code space, you still need a human. We can have AIs dream up new ways to create a tripod, and sometimes they generate these things that are 3D printed. They look like they're spider webs.
Yeah.
Probably strong enough to meet certain requirements, but it's not ready to take on everything humans do. We're not going to be totally put out of business. And so at Brave, we're using the sort of Claude Opus, Claude Code, opening ChatGPT Codex, whatever it's called, Cursor.
Yeah.
And we're using, a few of us, my co-founder Brian Blondie, are using OpenClaw.
Yeah.
Separate GitHub login.
Yeah.
No access to any company keys. When it thinks it has a good PR, it puts it up for review.
Yeah.
And actually, it's working on a backlog of bugs that are like low priority or harder to reproduce, and it's making progress.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it's running in a Ralph Wiggum loop, so it just keeps battering away until it gets a result. This is an improvement, but again, it's like a tool in the belt that human programmers have to use.
Yeah.
And so I don't think we're going to replace everybody. Maybe Spotify is just doing, I hate to say shallow because it's JavaScript, it's my baby, but maybe they're just doing front end code that is easy to automate.
Yeah.
And as the inventor of JavaScript, was there any breakthroughs that you had when you were kind of developing this technology? And have you seen any similar experiences lately with AI that signal to you there's a place or something similar for inserting yourself in a new technology that can really thrust us to the next level?
That's an interesting question because people have said, now when I did it, there was, I've been through 4 AI waves. There was one in 86 or so that was about rule-based systems and prolog unification. Pretty shallow. Crashed and burned. One of those companies didn't make it. But in 95, when I did JavaScript, I was concerned about making browsers useful and interactive and sort of two-way instead of just being something that presents static content. When people started using these large language models with enough training to do interesting programming, it turns out, I've heard, and you have to check me on this, that TypeScript and JavaScript actually work better than some other languages. I think this is just a matter of the open source corpora that are out there in JavaScript and TypeScript. So it's a better set of training texts, and it's got a bigger community. Like JavaScript kind of became the biggest language. Doesn't mean it's the best, but it was on first, and it spread like a successful gene. Yeah. And it spread into a lot of domains like Node.js and elsewhere. And then TypeScript came along and said, this was clever in Microsoft. We're just a superset. You can write plain JavaScript. Any JavaScript program is a TypeScript program, but you can start adding type annotations, and our tool, VS Code, will check things and tell you if you're like passing a string when it wants a number. Yeah. That's good. And that led to this proliferation of TypeScript, which I think is now in a feedback loop with the AI, code AI.
Okay.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think that there's probably similarities to your 10 days at, 10 days of building JavaScript, with Peter Steinberger from OpenClaw, who's just been shipping thousands of GitHub repos every single day.
Yeah. His story of going to Marrakesh and then getting, news that the agent had figured out by uploading and converting some audio file into the text. That was amazing.
Yeah.
It wasn't AGI, right? It's just doing a better job of putting existing data together and transforming it as needed and using, LLM techniques.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think it only took 10 days to invent JavaScript. To me, that sounds like, you were working smarter, not necessarily working harder. Was there some 0 to 1 and that really led, or some breakthrough? That
if you want the full story,
what drugs
3 hours with 3 hours with Lex Fridman. I didn't open the can of Ultra Fiesta Monster. but it was sitting there, so I was spiritually consuming it. In the 90s, it was Coke. I think it was Coke Classic. Too much sugar. But what was going on in the early days, because the standard has evolved quite a bit, JavaScript's become big and has lots of improvements. I was involved with the standards process for 20 years, but before we took it to standards, I had to get it from 0 to 1 because there was a deadline and it wouldn't have made it otherwise. And then there would have been Microsoft coming up behind Netscape with their monster truck and Visual Basic script, which no one, believe me, no one would have liked any better and probably would have hated more than JavaScript. So what I was trying to do was get the minimum viable product done. And this is something I saw one of the YouTube comments on my interview with Lex said, where in the interview I'm saying, he said, oh, you needed objects, you had garbage collection. I said, I left garbage collection out at first. And somebody in the comments said, wow, this is making me rethink my lean engineering and how I should proceed. He actually deferred it till later, and got things done faster. And I realized I've been working on things like I'm on version 3 when I should really just get the super minimal part done. And I think that's a lesson programmers always have to learn and relearn, because if you try to polish too long, you miss the market, or you take too long, or somebody else beats you to some goalpost.
Brendan, we've seen quite a bit of waves with regards to people wanting to do computer science degrees, just generally learn programming. I've seen multiple tweets and different content pieces about how it was extremely hot. I think it was like 20 or 30 years ago. Kind of took a bit of a dip. Now came up again pre-AI. Now post-AI, it's kind of taking a bit of an enrollment dip. Would you recommend young people to study computer science given the state of programming today, or how do you think about like the specialization of skills?
That's a good question. I have children. One of them is studying, but he's doing math.
Okay.
I think if you do math, you can pick up programming. He can pick up programming, no problem. So become more valuable in the sort of applied math and linear algebra and stuff that matters for machine learning. He'll do fine on using these tools because they'll write the easier known code, and he can use his own brain to write more advanced code. So I don't think programming necessarily is the way to go. I think the sort of fields that only humans can really do well at right now. I know people who think the LLMs are going to invent new physics and new math for us. I don't think so. I mean, science fiction writers do it all the time, and it's all woo, right? But I do see these cycles, right? 30 or 25 years ago, it was be a Java programmer, and people were getting into it who didn't really want to be a programmer. They did it for the money. And as Aristotle said, when you do something for the money, your work isn't as good. You should go do something else. Be a pilot, be a nature guide. Don't be a programmer just for the money. So I think that applies today too. People might want to get into AI at the prompt engineering level. This is where the artists are waking up. Some of them were saying we're going to be destroyed by AI because it can copy images and do generative AI.
Right.
Hope to get the right number of fingers on hands.
It's
getting really good.
Still struggling with that, but
the whole
eating spaghetti and
Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt fight. I mean, it's getting good, but you still need artists who can prompt it, steer it, and make it really good, and make the next generation even better. And I think that's where people go.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think that it's something that I've talked to friends about who are just getting into what they call vibe coding now and building out different softwares, different products, and
without too much slop, because the slop can easily rise taller than your UQ, right?
I guess one of the last things that I wanted to ask you, I know that you're a privacy enthusiast, right? I know that you have the core blockchain and kind of original ethos at heart, with Brave being essentially like come use a more private, more kind of cookie resistant, more ad free experience online, and do it through this software that we've built. When it comes to this new world that you're entering and really doing a lot of work in LLMs, AI, and then really just like this convergence. Like, where are we at with privacy, or like what are some of the core tenets of this world that you'd like to see be prioritized and focused on?
That's what Brave's AI approach does. I mentioned the browser AI, which is using models that, if you use the default model like Quen or even the Anthropic models, they're hosted on AWS Bedrock, and they do not log to Anthropic in the case of the Anthropic models. So Anthropic did a deal with Amazon, even though they're closed weight, closed source models, they got them on AWS Bedrock. It's a hosting part of AWS, and it doesn't send the logs to Anthropic. So there's better privacy, but if you really want ultimate privacy, bring your own model, use the latest, more distilled or smaller models. That's where the future is. I think models are going to get more efficient. They're already commodifying, we know this, and they're going to run on devices like you guys have in front of you, and that's not a privacy concern if you keep them from phoning home. So that we can do. Brave is really good at blocking trackers and ads. blocking best in class YouTube ad blocker, which is great for our growth.
Yep.
And that leads to questions like we faced at the founding. How do you replace the lost revenue to valid creators? That's one of the reasons we have the basic attention token. We have opt-in private ads that allow you to donate to verified creators. If you go to bravebat.info, you can see the whole list of them. I think Mr. Beast was near the top for a long time. I don't know if he still is. And there's a lot of YouTubers who signed up with us because we support them as distinct payees, not the YouTube user-generated content platform. They make plenty of money. We'll worry about them later. But then you look at the world of agents. So agents should be doing things for you. Maybe they should be paying for things or being paid for things. And this is the dream of crypto-mediated agent-to-agent commerce and agent reputation. We're getting into it, but the real problem remains security, because security is not a separable concern. That's a famous paper from friends of mine. Or security is never done. This is like Fred Brooks, mythical mammoth sort of thing. There's no silver bullet. It's a set of trade-offs, and trade-offs mean economic scarcity makes you only defend the ones that you think are under attack, and you leave other ones unguarded. The attackers move there, and you have to go there, and it's an endless wheel. In fact, I think even with AI helping, we'll always be having employment for security engineers and security gurus and reversers. So what we want for these agents, especially if they're going to have access to, let's say, a limited amount of crypto, and I'm talking to friends in the industry like Felshi at BitGo about this, we'll probably start bringing this up, but you will not be able to drain your entire Coinbase. You will not have your Coinbase open in a tab over here and your agent doing stuff over there, and suddenly there's a prompt injection from Reddit in the third tab and it takes everything. That's the nightmare case to avoid. So we're working on it. It's a lot of security engineering. It's a lot of new threat models, because like I said, it cuts across the old boundaries, site-by-site boundaries that we created back when I did JavaScript.
Mike's been on the show. It's been a little while, but I'd love to get him and you on. I also want to ask, just before you go, you probably recognize this. This is the model tracing chart, how much it can get done and how much time. This actually extends all the way to June 2028. Where Claude Opus 4.6 just came out. So current time is actually right here. Do you anticipate that we're going to continue expanding this intelligence linearly? Because everyone says this is going to taper off and it's going to be an S curve potentially. But if the current pace of projection continues, will look something like this.
And this is a log scale, isn't it? Sort of.
Yeah.
So it looks linear, but it's really exponential, which in nature is always part of a logistic curve, an S curve. People say, "Oh, it's exponential," until what? The singularity, right? This is something I don't think is going to happen. So we will see some tapering. I think the other thing people will realize, and this will become more important in enterprise, it already is that you want the privacy built in. You want the local models, or you want strong alignment guards or extra model checking or firewalls of sorts, so you don't have all your company data flying out onto the internet. And that's going to take some work and some time. And models, because they still are non-deterministic, they still can hallucinate. You'll have this sort of, I think, you already have it, the sense that, well, this is good. It really does help. It's a better front end to search. You can write a lot of grunt work paper for me, as if the world needs more paperwork, so maybe we should get rid of that. It can write grunt work code for me too, right? These are valuable things, but they aren't really going to bring about the singularity. So that will cause, I think, some kind of, the bubble will slowly burst, or maybe there'll be a big burst. I don't know. I do, worry about companies that have no line of sight to profitability, like OpenAI. Anthropic looks strong, right? They have a plan there in getting in the enterprise. So I think we'll see over the next few years with that chart and with actual business or macro environment, who's going to make it and who isn't, where the technology really works and where you have to put more care into how it's deployed, security and trust. And
and just last thing to wrap up here, Brendan, are you focused on micropayments in Brave? Like, I think that's something that all of us in the space see as something that crypto rails can really power.
Yes, and the agents would be often doing it because they wouldn't be doing macro work, they'd be doing micro work.
And this is part of like the whole software as a service kind of eradication of business model, because we want to pay on it. SaaSpocalypse. We want to pay on an outcome-based, token-based kind of model,
seat-based basis,
rather a seat-based or a monthly basis. So, like, what are you guys doing there? Yeah.
Well, so when we did that, we were on Ethereum, and it was like too slow, and all the Bitcoin bros, which were even slower and costlier with the block size problems, being sorted out, we're saying use Lightning, and it's like Lightning's not ready. And by the way, Lightning requires committing all this Bitcoin. The real problem is, I think Bitcoin is like gold, and you don't want to clip your gold to buy coffee generally. And the guy that bought the pizza famously regrets it. So we rode the Ethereum wave, but then we put that on multiple chains. And ultimately on Solana, we're actually doing settlement into self-custody. So we have no intermediaries like we had to use initially for fear of FinCEN, like Uphold and Gemini were two partners. We had a Japanese exchange that was helping us settle that from this private ad system. Now we can settle directly on chain on Solana. And there's probably more to come. I think we're at NEARCON. Near, I think, was just behind Solana and kind of missed that being the third big blockchain because it's fast and short time to finality. But Near has a lot of advantages because of the AI background of Illia, because of the smart contract. I would say better smart contract expressiveness. So we're working on things with Near. Some of them are yet to be announced. Some of them will be announced. I'll talk to my
and that's specifically for like integrating, payments and these types of things.
Yeah, I mean, there's
the
a problem
browser.
with you may know this because Perplexity's been sued is in court in the Southern District of New York, which is not a friendly jurisdiction by big publishers, by New York Times, right? So this is going to play out into some kind of case law. I hope not bad. There's existing case law for Google search that says it can do like AI generated snippets of a certain size, but it's really easy with all this text flying around the web. You can recreate Little Women, right? You can create a book, and it isn't like any one person leaked the book. Some do. So there needs to be new copyright law, new intellectual property law, and it needs to recognize the rights holders' ability to be paid if they should be paid. That's where Ted Nelson and Project Xanadu were trying to do micropayments too early and two-way links to make them work and all sorts of exotic stuff. And it was never practical though. There's an existing JavaScript implementation of Xanadu that's kind of fun. If you go to xanadu.com, I think you can see it. We are working with Near on ways to help creators get paid. Probably something we can then merge with the Bad Creators program. We'll see.
Okay.
It's all very evolutionary. We don't want to make these grand plans that we commit to because, for one thing, you've got these large publishers that have extensive legal budgets and they're not technical and they're just inclined to use lawfare to freeze things. They want to create a frozen conflict. They want to shake money out of the AI hyperscalers and then they want to just sit back and say, we did it. But it's slowly, if you look at the news industry especially, it's slowly dying. So we need a better plan, including micropayments, micro royalties.
Yeah. I mean, people are pretty excited about X402 as far as standards from the blockchain world go as well.
Yeah, we're involved in that. We're worried about it being a privacy terror, but
Really?
we'll work on it.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but Coinbase is kind of embracing the blockchain as the new Google panopticon because they bought Spindle. I like AGM and well done, quick exit. But they're saying, yay, we can see everything on the blockchain. We can build it up with ad tech. We can put it all together and profile you. Most people want privacy, especially for finance.
Right.
Yeah. And if you look at how Base has been evolving and how its privacy policy has been evolving, it doesn't look very private. So I think there's more work to do among more stakeholders there. And X402 shouldn't just be a base play.
Yeah. Brennan, thank you for your time, man. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thanks.
And thank you for your contribution to both AI and blockchain, man.
I did drink.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Have a great talk.
Cheers, man.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll keep it rolling. I mean, not the first time in the world that you get to talk to the creator of JavaScript on a normal basis. So, guys, we got Paul Su from Decasonic. He is here. He's ready to come on. I mean, look,
Inventor, talking to inventors, not just founders and builders.
yeah, I'm talking that he did not like that the Spotify team was writing code in AI only and then only supervising it. That was not something that he was fond of.
Well, I think it's pretty indicative of the right balance to embrace it. It's still something that is to be supervised.
Yeah.
Like if we are looking at AI, like it's human and like what age is it? Probably like 5.
Yeah.
Or even younger. Like you're not gonna just let a 5-year-old like go out of the house and do whatever it wants.
No.
Like you're gonna watch it. You're gonna make sure that like it's eating right. It's not eating too much sugar. It's brushing its teeth twice a day. Like you're gonna do these things. So
Yeah, man.
With that being said,
We got Paul. We got Paul ready to go.
Oh yeah.
Paul from Decasonic is here in the house
Here he
in
is.
San Francisco. Let's bring him on. What's up, Paul? How are you, man?
Gentlemen, Great to
Good
be
to see
here.
ya.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, well,
Likewise. I brought some merch.
Sweet.
NBA style.
let's do it.
I need a haircut anyway, so I'll
There you
throw it
go.
on.
There you go.
All right.
So you guys are big investors in the intersection of blockchain and AI specialists, you could say. Paul, who's Paul?
Paul Su, CEO, founder, managing partner of Decasonic. Decasonic is a $50 million early stage venture and digital assets fund focused on the super cycle of Web3 and AI.
Yeah,
Obviously, NEARCON is core to our investment thesis.
100%.
Excited to be here, excited to see Illia and the team evangelize this technology, very much aligned with the opportunity we see going forward.
Yeah.
We've heard the term super cycle before.
That's right.
I think we're maybe disillusioned the idea of the super cycle in a lot of people's minds. Can you just revitalize and reinforce what the super cycle means as we look at AI and we look at digital assets and everything happening with stable coins? Give us a sense of what this next super cycle could look like.
Super cycle of adoption.
Yeah.
And valuations will follow.
Yeah.
Investors like us, thesis-driven fundamentals, are very much focused on how do you see that disconnect of valuations and adoption.
Yeah.
You gotta be disciplined about market timing, of course, right? But you put those three elements together and you get inspired by the synergies of these technologies. They flourish together. And again, my background, I was a dot-com investor in Silicon Valley. I lived here for 2 decades. I saw the dot-com boom and bust. Very similar,
Right.
Trajectory of, hey, is this dot-com thing real or not? You don't know,
Yeah.
And that was the crypto of my day,
Yeah.
when I was in my 20s.
Yeah.
I then went to get my operating experience after a decade being a early stage investor, joined Zynga, makers of Farmville, Mafia Wars, Zynga Poker Awards with friends as an early employee. So saw the rise of Web 2 as well. Similar boom and bust, great financial crisis. We're going through another cycle. It's healthy. Investors are asking about ROI, as they should, as you should. That rationalizes. Our view is long-term, we have a filtration. We have a dispersion cycle going on right now. Short-term, it's a filtration cycle.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah.
There might not be some that survive.
Right.
Models are being iterated, reevaluated in a good way.
Yeah.
And then long-term, it is a super cycle. It's hard not to see these technologies converge and mutually flourish.
I mean, I think like when we were first thinking about our investing into this convergence, we thought about decentralized training, decentralized inference, democratizing access to compute, these kind of general sectors of the AI kind of map. Now it feels like the shift is so much more into agentic payments, into agentic crypto flows, agentic protocol usage. Everything has shifted from like the kind of stack into now more of like the product and what the product can do and how we can actually deploy agentic flows into blockchain.
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
what's that shift been
love
like?
that.
Yeah.
I would say it's a shift, a natural shift
Yeah.
of infrastructure into applications, interfaces, and
That's how you think about it?
and use cases,
Yeah,
durable use cases. I think the fat protocol thesis is evolving with crypto investors.
Yeah.
It's always been well understood by technology investors, .com investors, that there's a infrastructure cycle and application cycle. Which part of that cycle are you at?
Yeah.
If we're overbuilt on infra, applications have to catch up. If you push the limits on application, infrastructure needs to catch up. I think we're in that transition period where applications are starting to matter. Investors are asking for durable use cases. The infrastructure trade is moving over to energy or copper or commodities, and so as an infra investor, you shift towards that. As an application use case investor, you shift up the stack.
Yeah.
To underwriting use cases.
And now that AI is becoming more ubiquitous at spinning up its own front ends and doing these things to interact with some of the infrastructure, do you anticipate that this typical cyclical application infrastructure, these oscillations back and forth will somewhat adapt or have any phase shifts now that AI is bringing more to the table?
100%. I think we're just at the beginning stages of new forms of interfaces, voice, heads-up displays, autonomous interfaces, predictive interfaces. I think we're at the very beginning of new applications that are personalized for you. One click, outputs rather than I got to go through a window and type stuff in. I think those are two major shifts, and you're going to see new forms of storytelling, new forms of experiences. I grew up in an age where you didn't have short reels that are TikTok style, and that's so natural these days to scroll through, have predictive algorithms tell you what to watch next. And so you're starting to see that gaming, based on my career, leads the way in some of those interfaces. You're seeing immersive worlds with some of the Project Genie models. You're seeing prompt to immersive, entertainment, wild stuff when you're left to imagination of what environment you want to throw yourself into.
And what are some investment lessons that you learned in the .com bubble, navigating the complexity of this emerging technology that maybe we can apply to AI and digital assets tokenization and how these things come
Great question. Valuations matter, right? If you literally chased the momentum stuff and held on, you lost about 90% of your value. If you focused on value, you 10x value. I mean, it's such a stark divergence. Adoption drives valuations, right? If it's not growing, you shouldn't overpay for it. You guys heard of buy.com or Overstock? Probably not. It lost to Amazon. Right? And then lastly, I think market timing does matter. Valuations, valuable adoption, market timing, being very clear about what stage of this cycle you're in. Being very disciplined and clear and realistic that, look, if you're investing in 2000, that's so different than investing in 2002. Investing in 2018, 2022 is different than 2026. Right now.
So where are we now? Do you think in this AI cycle, people are always calling for a bubble, but usually people don't call for a bubble when it's actually a bubble? Where are we at here?
I think it's important to be very nuanced about where there are pockets of bubbles.
Okay, so let's talk about the OpenAI IPO at $1 trillion, or they're going to launch at $1 trillion valuation on the on exchanges.
Look, not financial advice, not privy to a lot of their financials, but to price at $1 trillion, you need some amazing growth rate. That's sustainable.
And Anthropic just raised at $380 billion.
Professional investors price that round. They're privy to some of the financial projections. Let's always disaggregate fundamental valuation from premium adjustments to that. You sometimes you pay forward for growth. And depending on how big that gap is, you're taking on risk. But I've talked to a lot of professional investors who joined that round, and that was they're pricing on this.
Is
Time
this
will
thing
tell.
listening to you talk?
Limitless, my note taker.
No way.
AI.
So how does that work?
It's listening to our conversation, my whole conversation. I bring it to a lot of online conferences, similar to a note taker that joins your Zoom. You could fire up a transcript on your mobile phone. I find it to be one of the best note takers for IRL conversations. By background, our team and I are AI native at Decasonic. We believe in building AI as well. And so this helps me ingest data into our AI operating system. We have 5 human teammates and a ratio of 40-to-1 AI teammates on top of the AIs.
200 agents.
200, 191, but but 200,
Wow.
And so
this thing gives you, like,
thanks for noticing.
summaries.
What's the workflow downstream of ingesting the conversations you have here?
This syncs with my iPhone 17, and then copy paste or share a link, it gets thrown into our AI operating system.
Yeah.
And I think this one we'll use for social media posts, you know, for market research, you know. A lot of our AI OS assesses consensus and then tries to place a valuation on non-consensus.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
That's incredible. And how much does one of those things cost?
I think that they're roughly $100.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know,
Highly recommend.
Robbie was just talking about this in Denver, actually, about getting something like this. And then we actually got ads on our phones for it. So that's just like the sign of the times.
There's so much information entropy as a result of having these conversations, and then it just fades into like the wind.
Yeah.
And you just, you know, don't capture that value that you have from these conversations.
As kind of where you see things, how do you think about the future of, you know, sharing perspectives like this? You know, I think there's so much value in what you guys do.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I tend to think this is the best knowledge acquisition tool or instrument at our disposal. You know, you're extremely intelligent. Come on, we're able to learn. Hopefully, you learn something from the questions that we ask. We're able to share this knowledge sharing experience all together. Everyone's better off.
Yeah.
And it's why I ask, you know, how do we maximize the value of this data knowledge, this transfer of knowledge as a result of capturing a lot of this? And then, you know, what is the optimal thing that we can do with it downstream to ultimately make the most of the knowledge that we now have?
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of what we do with note takers and social media scraping is to generate AI clones of experts.
Ooh.
Okay.
And so one of our AI applications, we filed for a patent in this area, is literally we could throw in a name of an influencer on X, and then it will spin up an AI clone of Vitalik or Illia or Jensen Huang. And in our application, we could then query, hey, Jensen, what do you think of token margin compression?
Yeah.
Let's debate it with
And ask
Sam's clone.
Yeah.
You know, and you know that's transformative for investors like us. It levels up our knowledge, so that, you know, we can have a real time kind of synthetic conversation with a clone.
Yeah.
And then I think about this conversation of I would love a heads up teleprompter.
Yeah.
Kind of giving me some cheat codes of like
yeah.
what else
In your
we
glasses
could-
or something.
in our glasses.
Yeah.
You know that. Yeah, I share these ideas as kind of a future of interface and applications
Yeah.
that relate to this conversation,
So
and it gets me
insane.
so inspired. So inspired to be here.
Well, last thing for you, what are some of the companies that that you guys have invested in that you're most excited about?
We just announced our investment into Giant. It's a generative AI platform for families and kids, new forms of storytelling. Think of this as Netflix kids, YouTube kids in a generative platform that enables guardrails around AI to help, you know, train up kids. We've co-invested with Near on a few investments. Hyperspace is one. Very excited about this intersection.
Good. Paul, thank you for your time.
Yeah, great to be
Really
here.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Keep up the great work.
Great to meet you. I
Love,
hope
love
your,
the hats. Love the
I
hats.
hope your AI, friend likes us and gives you a good transcript.
Yeah,
Thanks
for sure. Thank you.
See you next
All
time.
right, guys, we're
Thanks.
going to continue our coverage here at NearCon Live. We will have a quick standby, quick commercial break, and get right back to it. We've got Illia up next to break down some of their bigger announcements of the week. So we'll be right back. And all right, guys, we are back at NEARCON. We've got Illia talking about the 2026 AI roadmap and more. Illia, for those who weren't here for your opening speech, how was your speech? What did you tell the lovely crowd here?
Yeah, I mean, I introduced and kicked off the NEARCON. We are building unified commerce layer with all the things that NEAR been building. That effectively transitioning from just the protocols, right? We have blockchain, we have intents, we have kind of decentralized confidential machine learning, to bringing out products to everyone to really leverage this. And so really excited about near.com. So, there'll be more coming out, not to spill the beans, but, if somebody's interested, they can check it out right now. Really chain abstracted. You can hold any asset from any chain. Don't pay gas fees. Don't think about, addresses, wallets, RPC providers, zero access, etc. And importantly, it has a confidential mode.
Mm-hmm.
And, you will learn more how this works. But this is really exciting because, honestly, blockchain has not fulfilled its potential, right? The potential of really being the financial fabric that we can use on day to day. Like if you need, 500, like I have 100 addresses across different chains to not link my transactions with different people and different companies. And so confidentiality really solves that. And, you can have confidential Bitcoin, you can have confidential USDC, you can have confidential Ethereum, Near, even double confidential Zcash. So
Double confidential.
confidential Square. So really exciting. This is something that people can try out today. More exciting things coming there. And then on the other side, we have personal agents. Really, all of this hype that's been going around.
Yeah.
But we're really doubling down on how do we ensure everybody's data is private, everybody's people are ideally secure from infiltrations, etc. And so we launched kind of agentic hosting that's confidential, that allows you to host for free if you pay for your own inference, or we have $20 and $200 plans that gets bundled with inference as well. This is on agent.near.ai.
Yeah.
So really exciting. Both of these things are now have consumer product that is super easy to use in kind of interface, but uses all of this core infrastructure that we've been building for 7 years now.
Yeah.
On near.com, it says one account, no borders, your financial life on chain. Swap across yield and go confidential across 35 plus networks from a single near.com account powered by Near. This is one unified verticalized account where you have your whole financial life and your AI digital twin.
So your AI will come in there as well.
Okay.
It's not there yet. Right now it's on a different place. Right now, again, as we kind of mature the security stack, then it's going to bring together, and you'll be able to effectively tell your AI how much it can spend, and then it can also earn on your behalf as well through the market.
Yeah.
And so agentic market is another piece, which is really bringing this now two pieces together, right? I mean, we've talked about intents. We talked about intents here,
of course.
right? And so far, intents been only in crypto. So agent market is really bringing arbitrary intent. You can just type in whatever you want. Like you want the base on the moon for Rollup. You can type it in there, and maybe some agent will be like, yeah, I mean, I'll do it for $2 billion.
Yeah.
Right. So it's really like anything, and then you can find the right counterparties to get it done.
Wow.
So any arbitrary real world digital work, etc. Obviously starting smaller with marketing, development, security audits. There's some competitions for agents to develop software as well that are running now. There's actually a really cool competition on finding fraud for Medicaid.
Okay.
Based on the data set just released. I've seen already some interesting results coming from that. So really kind of creating this place where agents can come in, start earning themselves, as well as offloading work they cannot do themselves to others.
We were at Near Intense Day in Denver, and I was on a panel with a bunch of solvers. I don't think these solvers realize that they're going to be supplying moon bases yet. What is the solver economy?
That's probably a SpaceX type solver. But so we actually have over 300 agents already that are providing software, marketing, etc. jobs, actually solving those intents there.
Okay. So we were just talking about the state of micropayments with the CEO of Brave, Brendan, and he mentioned you guys maybe doing some stuff together that's still under wraps. How do you think about this kind of convergence now, right? I think we thought about decentralized intelligence, decentralized training, inference. It's kind of like let's all democratize access to compute. Let's make it easy. Let's have people provide a GPU globally, be able to have this access. It seems like the kind of goalposts have shifted in this convergence to like agentic payments, X402, micropayments. You said that you've been waiting 10 years for this to happen. What is this? What changed technically, economically? Why is this convergence happening now? And talk to us about like the shift that was once, I think a year or two ago, this decentralized XYZ, but now it's more like agentic product-based stuff.
Yeah. So, and to mention, we have decentralized inference, right? That is powering the consensus.
But that's not sexy anymore.
Yeah.
It's just, if it's not agents, then it's or something Claude-bot.
It's just like that is an infrastructure you need to enable all of this other stuff, right? So, but it's the same as it's like talking about Swift and PayPal, right? It's like, yes, you need Swift to move money around, but you want the PayPal where you can just email wire money, right?
Yeah.
Like that's, and so, I've said that many times, but I always believe the front end, the UI, the way you're going to interact with computing will be AI. Mm-hmm. Like AI will be what's on the forefront. Yeah. This is actually was the thesis of NearAI in 2017. Like AI will build all the software and front ends. And we then realized we needed blockchain to coordinate people and AIs on a back end.
Right.
And so AI is a front end, blockchain is a back end. Back end, what is back end? Back end is inference. Back end is, kind of compute. But back end is also payments and coordination, right? And so there's marketplaces, there's services, for X402 stuff. And so really all of this is just like the tools that blockchain has that are around financial coordination, around resource coordination that it can provide to AI space. And so now what happened in the past 3-4 months is really the AI agents themselves became a lot better, right? We at last in East Denver, we showed that agent can buy stuff from Amazon, right? But it was like a pretty hard-coded example, right? Like we needed to screw the model to make it work. Yeah. Now it's just anybody can just ask their Claude to do that. And so that transition, just the models got better, the tooling got better. And now there's a demand for all of these tools to actually okay, well, how do you actually execute an action? If on the other side, it's hey, are you a bot? It's yes, I am a bot. There's no button that says, yes, I am a bot. Yeah. Right? And so that's where the blockchain need comes in, where it's blockchain is built effectively for bots, right? For not agents, but for automatic systems to operate with them. It has Sybil resistance. It has all the systems that we built to effectively have kind of computers to participate on the same level. And sometimes actually it's easier for computers to participate than a human, right? Given all the complexity blockchain had. Yeah. And so now these pieces are actually came together. And so, I think it's really exciting. I would, put a caveat on that there's some subset of blockchain space that making it hard for AI to adopt it, right? Yeah. There's crypto is getting banned in AI ecosystems because just so many scams. Well. Yeah. Well, it's just people losing money all the time, and so they don't want to deal with that. Yeah. And so they don't know how to again, we've been in this space, we know how to curate the kind of the community and the infrastructure. They don't want to deal with that. So I think we really need to also have a cultural shift and kind of really help curate that properly. Yeah. And part of the NEARCON actually is doing that. It's bringing AI and crypto people in one room, right? We have, Lucas from OpenAI, we have Neo Labs, Ashish is coming, we have Christian Zagari, who's co-founder of XAI. Yeah. So really bringing those people and Robinhood, Kraken, obviously Near and other ecosystems all together in one place and really showing that there's real builders, real technology in crypto side that AI can use.
And what do you hope comes out of this when you have Robinhood in the same room as XAI and you have these people connecting? What are some of the partnerships or integrations that you would like to see happen from people that are here?
Yeah, I think the big part is really kind of how do we connect all of this to a common intent bus, right? Intent infrastructure. At the end, that's what connects everything. and allow the agents from different AI labs and kind of on-ramping infrastructure, easy to use infrastructure that a lot of like Robinhood and Kraken are building, right, to all really feed into the same base layer.
Yeah. There's been some really interesting headlines in the last couple of weeks in AI. I'm going to kind of read a couple. First, the UK has been banning people under 16 from AI chatbots, closing a loophole that excluded one-to-one AI conversations from child safety laws. Kids are going to lose access to AI in the UK. The EU is threatening over WhatsApp's AI lock-in, restricting WhatsApp to only own its own AI assistant, for example. ChatGPT now is implementing ads, as we saw Claude kind of push back. So like privacy, vendor lock-in, ads, personal data, like 3 headlines in the last, like that's only 3. And I know that you have a strong kind of feel in this in these specific kind of areas. How do you think about these headlines?
Yeah, I mean, this is all the things we've been talking about, right? In blockchain space is like a risks that we need to build decentralized infrastructure to prevent.
Yeah.
And so this is all just happening, but it's kind of weird because if you think like Europe is actually trying to prevent vendor lock-in, right, on one side, but on the other side, banning access to it, right? Yeah. And so it's kind of like you really need to be more fundamental and say, hey, what we want is everyone to have access to this, and then the AI should be on your side, right? The reason why like it's challenging for kids to access it is if the AI is effectively like not on their side and is showing them ads and steering them into like things they should not be doing. So this is really an alignment problem and kind of the second, like not just safety alignment, but also economic alignment, right? It's like the ads is effectively the misalignment, right? By definition. And so I think like, again, this is where user-owned AI is critical. Is like, how do we ensure that your AI works for you and on your behalf and is aligned with your goals, but it's also like fundamentally trying to make you a better person, right? Versus, we've seen all this AI like lying and deceiving and doing all kinds of things. So those are pretty fundamental things. And like we actually, again, this is where blockchain space, it has this values, it has this, I would say like drive, and Vitalik talked about this user alignment as well, but we haven't really delivered as much, right? So like, again, what we as NEAR have been, okay, how do we ensure privacy first, right? How do we ensure everybody's data stays private, it doesn't get locked in? How do we offer, let's say you're a model builder, well, it costed you a lot of money to build the weights. And if you open source them so that people don't give you all their data, you don't make any money. So you need a way to host your weights in such a way so that you don't see users' data, but everybody else doesn't see your weights. So this requires also an infrastructure. And so this is what NEAR AI kind of GPU marketplace can offer. So you need all of these pieces to really work together. But then again, this is all low level. At the end, people just want to go to the chat app and talk to it. So you need to actually deliver that product on top, like private.NEAR.ai, like agent.NEAR.ai, where you can just talk to it and not think about all of this complexity and really know that this is just on your side.
As a business, how much are you working to bring distribution and go-to-market strategy for the consumer products that are on top versus time spending underneath the surface, working on the infrastructure so that you have an entire stack that you can deliver to really anyone that wants to use it?
So I would say we're shifting. So we've historically been very like back-end heavy, like protocols, NEAR, usually the story is like the technology is great, but where's the adoption, right? And so we've really been shifting. Intense was the first one where like, hey, let's go really be mindful about partnerships and kind of bringing ecosystems together, right? Intense uniting 30 plus chains integrated in, effectively all the aggregators, wallets, and now like beyond that, like application developers. Let's remove those boundaries that exist in kind of crypto space. It's like, oh, you and Sui on Aptos, we're not going to talk to each other. It's like, let's just remove that and connect them together. So that's been really successful. And then it culminated in NEAR.com, which is kind of the consumer app that we're going to really, like, we think we can bring a lot more experience if we like think from the intents up, right? Like what intents uniquely enable is like this one kind of place with no borders. Because historically all crypto wallets kind of thought from like separate chains, you need to switch, you need to gas fees, like all of this. Like what if we don't have any of that? That's what Near.com is. On the AI side, same thing, right? We've built a lot of the infrastructure over the last year. We've launched all of this cloud infrastructure that you can use.
Right.
But again, privacy doesn't sell. What sells is functionality that's private.
Yeah.
And so that's where, the Iron Claw, the marketplace is really bringing together. Like this is a place that just, super easy to run, one click. Now you're already ready to go. And, it's private, it's there.
Yeah.
And it delivers you like amazing functionality that, you wouldn't have somewhere else.
Yeah. When it comes to some of the alignment, conversation that we were having just prior to that, we saw there's big India AI summit happen, and Sam Altman and Dario Amodei wouldn't hold hands to like celebrate.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of this is giving me like Charles Hoskinson and Vitalik energy. Like how serious is the issue of division of and competitive forces amongst the AI giants, and like do you see an opportunity in it?
I mean, in some way, yes. Again, this is like what Near, and I personally, like we have those core values, and then we want to partner with everyone we can to kind of bring those core values to everyone, right? We've done this with Intense, right? There's all these chains that have been competitive effectively with each other. And like, it always been weird because like I knew most of the founders and, been having good relationship with them. But it's been really weird to be competitive with them if we're like kind of trying to do similar things, right? And so with Intense, we kind of removed these borders, right? We really united everyone. We really bring something valuable to everyone and then uniting them into one network. And so on the AI side, our opportunity is similar. Right? It's like, hey, we want to bring this all together and really unite it and kind of offer to users a better experience that really delivers its values, privacy, user ownership. And so happy to work with everyone and but it needs to kind of be adjusted to our values, right? Like no ads, for example, in the LLM. And so those are kind of the opportunity for us. And then, we have open weight models. We actually offer anonymized versions of frontier models as well for users who want to use kind of those. So it's really like, how do we kind of bring this all together and offer similar on GPU side is like it's GPU data centers. It's not like you're going to have, a GPU under your table, right? It needs to be a data center. And so at the same time, like you can unite all of them into one meta cloud, right? That is actually offering privacy, that is offering verifiability, and they don't need individually to sell, find customers, etc. It's all kind of united from this, claw usage, for example. So it's really like, again, I see this Near as really this place to unite and then bring this user experience to everyone else.
Yeah.
What's coming up next? Like obviously NearCon is here. Like there's a lot happening. You guys have a lot of great speakers. What's on the roadmap for the rest of NearCon? I know you got a lot planned.
Well, for NearCon, there's like a ton of exciting talks. Again, I'm really excited about. So Alex Skidanov will be talking to Christian Zagade about formal verification. This is something that I think is actually fundamental for survival of humanity, because right now AI is getting better at finding issues. Right, Anthropic released the security research. We have obviously OpenAI releasing the benchmark. At the same time, the next generation model will be better at the previous model at finding vulnerabilities. So whoever has the next generation model is effectively can exploit vulnerabilities that exist right now. And more code is being written by AI and means like leaves more bugs and more vulnerabilities. Yeah. So we actually have an arms race between like AI labs effectively breaking everybody else's code with their next gen model. And so the only way to get out of this arms race is effectively to formally verify software. Now, historically, this has been extremely expensive, right? For blockchain, smart contracts, we have done it. It costs, it takes months and costs, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it's like for a small piece of code. Imagine doing it for large. And so now with AI, it's actually possible, but you need to approach it in a very specific way. So they're going to be talking about how some of the interesting approaches they're taking. And so Christian has like really deep background in this topic for a decade now. And so I think that is like really important, and we will need to effectively rewrite every single piece of code, every single line of code on the internet that is formally verified.
Wow. What one thing?
But it's
kinda-
possible. I mean, AI now can do this, right?
Yeah.
It's like a couple weeks of
Yeah, couple thousand
Like-
tokens.
well, like a couple, maybe a couple million GPUs,
Yeah.
for a couple of weeks, and we're good.
On that train of thought, there was a recent launch of a application or software that was very much like self-replicating agentic capabilities. It was very much marketed as, this is the next stage of AI where, you don't need much human interaction. It can evolve on its own much faster than previous. And Vitalik commented a pretty long comment about it. I don't know if you saw it, and just kind of was like, we should not be promoting this idea. We should be kind of like harnessing this as best as we can until we figure out the best way to kind of like give guardrails to self-evolving, self-replicating agentic forces. How do you feel? Like, do you think that we should be accelerating this track, or should we be decelerating it? Why not? Like, how philosophical is this?
Yeah. I mean, I think like generally when anybody wants to decelerate something, it doesn't work. So I think I have the approach is we should design systems with expectation that this is just going to happen. And in general, again, this is where market forces and kind of decentralization are the tools to do that, right? I think we should enable everyone to have their own kind of personal agents that's aligned with everyone, and that becomes your effectively, guardian angel on internet as well.
Yeah.
Right? And kind of the filter for all of the possible, like, yes, internet is dark forest. It's always been, but it's like, it's effectively now real dark forest because there's AI agents, there's security, like AI is searching for security vulnerabilities, for phishing attacks, like it's just accelerating because these tools are getting easier. So you need to have as sophisticated security focused system on your side that is really becoming your filter for all of this. And then, I mean, if there is an economic forces that allows agents to self-replicate because they're doing amazing work, for example, in Asian marketplace, then it's great, right? That they're doing something
So
right.
you don't see it like
Otherwise,
scary, like Terminator, like just rapid increasing of intelligence leading to destructive behavior and deception, and we should be kind of just you want to enable mass experimentation.
Yeah, I think mass experimentation, and again, I think like everyone should be having their AI agent that effectively is on the guard of their individual sovereignty, and then then they together can effectively be protecting against any other malicious act. Because like the thing is like, the Sigils experiment is really cool. But the problem is really not that. The problem is somebody malicious using the AI tools
Correct.
to act. Like that's a real problem, not like a self-developing thing, right?
Right.
And like for that, we need the protections for that now. That's not like a.
And that's the case with any technology.
Yeah. Like it's
Right, but it's like amplified much more in this case.
It is for sure, but I'm just saying like somebody malicious setting up an agent to go and like maliciously attack everyone and build a botnet to do that. Like that's a reality right now.
Yeah,
Somebody's doing this right now,
Yeah.
sure.
Have you read this Citrini article about the global intelligence?
The 2028?
The 2028.
Yeah.
It feels like maybe the consequences, the negative consequences, aren't so much a Terminator situation, but more an economic.
So I think that's a different topic. I think
Right.
the economics needs to be reshaped for post-AGI world because I actually do agree that there's the capitalism loop in general, like the GDP as a way to measure the success of the economy
is wrong in a post-AI world.
In post-AI world, because it has this like labor addition, which is going to shrink.
Right.
Like to give you an example, like for example, church is not accounted in the GDP.
No.
Right. Even though it's serving a function, it's doing things, and like. Though I actually expect a lot more of like sports, right? Those types of activities which are self-fulfilling. They have, like either personal or competitive. But they actually don't add any GDP. Right? Those are actually going to become primary primary vectors of where people are spending time as AI is as automating more and more. And for that, we actually need the different. So, what is economy? Economy is like there's finite amount of resources,
Right.
and all of our wants are infinite, right?
Correct, yeah.
And so, balancing those are what economy is. And right now, we use this rough method called money, which is a compression mechanism from our wants into a singular number, right? And so we will need to reshape that with AI. And I think, again, agentic marketplaces, those are types of intent marketplaces. This is actually where we're starting to reshape it, because now you can post your wants and you can negotiate the outcome, right?
Yeah.
With other agents on how to achieve it.
In any currency.
In any currency.
Wait, so okay, so then what is your mental model of the like path? Like this guy's calling it June 2028. Like who knows when, where? He's like S&P's down 38% from the highs. Unemployment cracks 10%. Like what is your vision for how you expect the economic side and the labor force to play out? Let's say till the end of the decade.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously hard to predict. Like, I mean, to give you, again, a few examples from our recent past, right? COVID happened, US lockdown, unemployment effectively, spiked to 12%.
Yeah.
People were chill.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, great, I have more time. I mean, obviously, like, not great to be locked up, but, you know, people were enjoying their life and doing things, right? So I think again, it really depends how these things shape up. But I think there's an opportunity for us to actually guide through and get us into kind of post-labor economy where our agents are, you know, actually going and doing a bunch of stuff. You know, you guys are still want to stream because you're enjoying it, right?
Yeah,
It's not like you need it for money. It's like, hey, you want to do this because it's fun. You know, somebody's playing their musical instruments because it's fun. Somebody's competing in sports. So like, there's going to be a lot more of the, like, I want to do it because I want to do it, not because I need to do it to earn money.
Yeah.
And then our agents are going to be negotiating, figuring out how to facilitate that. And you still need, like, again, there needs to be some units of economy to actually do that. This is what, we think Near Token is going to become.
But why
It's gonna
wouldn't
be
the
that
agents
unit
just
of coordination?
Why wouldn't the agents just create their own, units of account? Like why would they use Near? Why would they use Bitcoin? Why would they not just use like the stable coins? Well, why not just create an AI generated currency that all the LLMs agree upon and start to use it with the same kind of cryptographic primitives?
Yeah, I mean, they can take Near and effectively adopt it.
Yeah, what if they don't want to do that? What if they want to create their own?
Yeah, so there's a few things that are critical, right? One is you need to build, like, even for agents, they will need to build up reputation.
Okay.
And so that, again, this is something that was the agentic marketplace, a really important piece. Like, as you transacting there more, you're building up reputation, there's staking, there's like all those components coming into this.
Yeah.
And so you kind of need the history of something to really build into this. Okay. The other piece is you still need to pay for the resources, right? For effectively computing, which is like a proxy to energy, right? And so you kind of will need all of this economic pieces to really map into something that people also value.
Right.
And so those are kind of, yes, they can have, they can exchange some tokens, unintended, but they need to still map, and like it's easier to map them into some existing infrastructure that already has ins and outs into real world. Yeah,
Haseeb kind of got the same question on our panel at ETH Denver, and he said agents are so practical that they're just going to use the most practical form of currency that exists rather than go create something just for the sake of it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Illia.
Yeah. I think we have you again tomorrow. So there's gonna be a whole new swath.
Wait, hold on. Wait, just real quick. Last thing, Rob. The tech workforce to the gig economy flow.
I mean, so in this global intelligence crisis in 2028, part of the capitalism flywheel that he talks about is, like white collar labor class shrinking down, becoming overqualified Uber drivers, and then not having enough money to like spend on the rest of the economy. Like, how realistic do you think this is, I guess, is the question. Like, we're going to rethink, how we're thinking about consumer credit and spending, like where the money comes from and doing these things. But where does the economy ultimately find some sort of equilibrium and balance?
Well, that's what I was saying. I think everything will be automated, and
Yeah.
then we're gonna just do things as we enjoy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like,
Because, like, I
yeah.
mean, you guys seen the Unity show off on the Chinese gala?
Yes.
And
with-
Yeah, yeah, the
With
with
robotic
the robots.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So like those robots, I mean, they're getting there to be able to go and do real
Yeah.
world stuff, right?
Yeah, they are.
Like that was like right now we're in the interesting state where indeed like the digital work is getting like automatable, right? It still requires someone to define taste and define direction,
Yeah.
but like a lot of the execution is getting there, and like I mean, you're getting a leverage now in your time, and you can do
Yeah.
like I have like whatever 7 agents running in parallel at all times doing
Yeah.
different things. And then you have like obviously robotics was like automating a lot of just like manual work, on the factory floors, etc. Like the robot hands been doing this for like past decade. But the middle was like the construction, electricity, plumbing. Like those were like high dexterity, requires to like
Yes.
get under the sink or
Yes.
whatever, like fix
Yeah.
something there.
Yes.
That was been the hardest thing because like high dexterity, unpredictable environments, etc. So those are actually going to be the hardest jobs to automate, just
Yes.
like realistically. But again, those robots are getting there at a dexterity level. They're not like fully autonomous controlled, right? But this is now an AI problem, which AI engineers know how to solve, AI
Yeah.
researchers know how to solve. And so that is also coming. I mean, obviously we have self-driving cars. So like the Uber drivers, is also
Exactly.
like, it's really a scale, like it's really about the distribution of this technology now and really bringing it to everyone, bringing it safely, bringing it securely, ensuring it's on everybody's alignment, right? That's really where we are now in this spectrum.
And it'll just continue to perpetuate like this divergence between bare metal and distribution. Like the DoorDash example was mind blowing in here, where it's like DoorDash is totally cooked. Like, because they're not the restaurants themselves.
Yeah.
The AI agent will spin up its own DoorDash interface to access the restaurants, place it on Uber Eats or DoorDash or somewhere else, wherever it can get the best price. Margins get compressed. Man, it's a crazy world out there.
So it's just going to be 1 in 10 marketplace for all agents.
Yeah.
Because right now agent can like, hey, I need a delivery from this pizza place downtown, and then another agent is like, all right, cool, my owner is driving, is going to pick up the pizza and drop it off.
Yeah.
Right.
Near intense is the dark horse in the dark forest. Bring you whatever you need.
Illia, thanks for your time, man.
All right.
That-
Thanks for
that was
having
awesome.
me, guys.
Yeah,
And thanks for coming to NEARCON.
Absolutely.
Thanks
Thank you,
for having
man.
us, man.
Awesome.
Alrighty, guys.
Do a quick break.
Illia was here. He will be gone. He will probably be talking about AI for the rest of the day, for the rest of the week, potentially for the rest of his life. Guys, quick break. We'll be right back. to NEARCON. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. Loving the energy.
Yeah.
No rain.
Yeah.
Yes.
No snow
No
like in New
snow.
York.
It's been great.
Yeah.
Everybody say that stuff is back. You
Yeah.
gotta see it on the weekends. It's always full on the roads.
Yeah.
Really excited.
Yeah, this is my first time here in quite a while, actually. It's been maybe half a decade or something. You guys are from here, living here. You guys are working on Edge and Node. How's the last 6 months been?
Yeah, it's been awesome. I mean, from a perspective as how is SF?
SF and
Yeah.
through launching AMP the chain and just
Yeah. It's been a big 6 months. We launched 2 products. We launched AMP, which is a blockchain native database using SQL, and then we launched Ampersand, which is what we were here talking about today, which is the control panel for agents that we feel is needed for the agentic future.
Okay, so we're building a control panel for agents to
Yeah.
interact on chain.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, you can think of it like agentic guardrails. Like I saw Haseeb's talk recently. He was saying you can't give agents your private keys. You can't give it access to your laptop because it will start entering your private, photos that you don't want the agent to see. If you see the 47K problem of looping and doing nothing and spending your credits, or like the general Meta problem of where engineer at Meta gave access to OpenClaw and it deleted all the emails from Meta which were important.
Wow.
It makes us think that it's really important that agents are amazing. They're doing a good job, but more than that, they need guardrails. We need to tell them what they can do, and we need to tell them what they cannot do. Absolutely, and that's the exactly thing that we're building at Ampersand.
Yeah. So when you guys think about what kind of enterprise AI, use cases are emerging, they're seeing that they don't want to just let these agents out in the wild, kind of doing all the different types of things with, users' money or permissions, or kind of talk to me about what this guardrail kind of looks like in practice for actual business use cases on chain.
Yeah, I think that we saw, like with OpenClaw, right? You saw people starting to use agents at an individual level.
Yeah.
But if you were at an enterprise, and think about it, if you gave the agent the ability to do what Pranav just said, in 11 days, 47K was gone. Who are they to blame? But whoever was installing the agent framework.
Yeah.
And so without having guardrails in place about spending and what they're doing in observability, human observability, there's always going to be an issue. So one thing that we're really trying to promote is that as we go into this agentic future, we have to look at the actual architecture of autonomy and like what that looks like. And Pranav can talk about, how important like modularity is. And then we
Yes.
see a big piece of that being this.
So a hot take that I could make is like OpenClaw right now is more of an AI assistant, and people in San Francisco are sort of like vibing on it, where
Okay.
it can do this, it can do that, but it's not really something that Stripe has adopted.
Okay.
It's not something that Meta has given free access to for it to like start doing things. It's just a very good AI assistant which has memory and has some context about you, so you don't have to start from the beginning.
Yeah.
Plus, it is much more prescriptive than descriptive, where
Yeah.
it can do things for you instead of you telling it things. It's just that. So I would say this is just scratching the surface, and we start with personal experimentation.
Okay.
But if agentic commerce has to come to reality, if you talk to Cloudflare and they're like, instead of making people pay for websites through ads, if an AI agent is crawling, then we might want AI agent to pay for $0.01 or something like that.
Yeah.
That specifically as a use case would need guardrails as well as security in a very much deeper sense than what it is right now. What if that agent goes vague and crazy and starts spending all the Cloudflare limits around that? What if Stripe agentic commerce, or like something that they're promoting with Shopify, in which the whole supply chain can be managed through agents, sort of starts going bonkers, and instead of spending $100, it spends $10,000.
Yeah.
Where Illia also mentioned that he moved from Portugal to San Francisco and can give agent an access to do my logistics. What if that stuff is not railed and he has to end up spending 100K, thousands of Ks just because of a loop?
Yeah.
So these are the real use cases. OpenClaw is just the surface. There is much deeper integration that systems and processes are doing. Even Nimit talked about it in his talk at Google. He's the head of product manager at Google. He said that we don't let agents merge PR or do something around it. Why? Because there are no guardrails right now. For real enterprise, not just assistants like OpenClaw, but real enterprise to get any sort of adoption, it starts with guardrails. It starts with restrictions, allowing and not allowing. And that's where, I think Ampersand and agents can work together to bring something to enterprises.
And so you guys have kind of rolled out this proof of data, proof of control, kind of like algorithmic guardrails, and been able to use kind of like these consensus algorithms, it sounds like, to enforce this. How do you actually enforce these kind of like, these rules? How do you ensure that they are enforced, consistently and not able to be broken?
Okay, that's a very interesting question. Like if you see LangScan and all these frameworks are built for agents to sort of descriptively tell, don't do this. But that's first of all programmatic, and secondly, it is built inside the agent. What that means is that agent can override itself if it wants to. You need something much more external on top to make sure that the agent cannot override those permissions. And that's what Ampersand has come up with. With Ampersand, you sort of, I don't want to shill a lot about the product, but I think it's a very good question, and I think sort of gives the answer, where with Ampersand, you sort of log in and get a wallet which has agentic permissions. So you sort of have top-ups, you sort of have what addresses it is allowed to check, as well as the observability and how much you can pay per transaction. And it is not built inside the agent, it is not built inside the smart account wallets, but outside. And we are expanding beyond just X402 agentic payments, rather, expanding towards general guardrailing from just agentic permissions to general permissions, and they're built on top. I would give a very interesting analogy to explain that. It's like, just think about if servers came to reality on the internet, and they are probably one of the most important use cases. Without Grafana or without observability, none of the websites would sort of work, or people would trust it in a micro server architecture. I think that's what Ampersand does, and even more with agents, where agent observability comes from the outside, and the permissions are more strictly implemented, but not inside the agent, which can be overridden, but much more outside, where it can cut the plug when needed.
So as this agent-to-agent kind of commerce scales, I think that's something that we're excited about with regards to how it pertains to blockchain rails and actually doing these things like X402 and micropayments. We talked to the Brave CEO to kick off today about what they're trying to do to implement agent-to-agent actual payments inside of Brave. How do you guys see this like micropayment landscape evolving as it relates to this kind of software constriction that we're seeing of this per seat model or this monthly subscription model, switching that to a more of a token model or an outcome based model? How do you guys think about this shift in agent to agent commerce, in relevance of the entire kind of software industry?
So if you think about it, micropayments have never been a reality on the internet. The reason why you have to pay $20 to see a Medium article is like just hilarious. Why do I have to go on Forbes and pay $40 just to read one article? Because they cannot sort of process a dollar payment, because PayPal charges $3 of 40% of the transaction fees, whichever is lower. And that's huge. Stripe does similar things. So it's like, you can call it the original sin of the internet, which was built without payments. So, and when payment came, it was sort of enforced outside through gateways, which is like, like a very external party, which is enforcing payments on the internet. In reality, the best thing that happened to blockchain was sort of that blockchain or Ethereum is sort of an internet where it is built with payments in mind. You can sort of make smart contracts calls which are specifically ETH oriented. Still, I think the breakthrough comes from, I think, something like X402, which is like 402 already exists. It's sort of like a code. You make the call, you get the results. But now you sort of add that header where payment is required, and you can make it directly via the wallet. Now the wallet gets access to the server, and the wallet can itself make the payment on your behalf. So you don't even know. You're on Medium, you want to read an article, Medium can charge you $0.01, and you would rather be happier to pay for that than a $20 subscription to just start something. So micro payments and micro transactions will open another business layer on the internet, and that business layer is massive. I gave you that example where Cloudflare and Perplexity, they were sort of like having a conflict, where Perplexity was scraping data without paying for the ads. But how do you pay for it? It's through micro transactions. That is what reality is turning towards, and micro payments will open up a new sort of internet, a new sort of business model for all internet to examine. And I think that will happen through X402 and stablecoin, because if you want to do it with fiat, it starts with $3 at least.
Something that's interesting, guys, in the UK, they've started to ban people that are under 16 from AI chatbots. They've started to kind of close a loophole for one-to-one AI conversations for children. I'm just curious about your personal opinions about AI safety using LLMs as young children. Would you, there's talks of, homeschooling your kids and just putting them through an LLM-based education system. There's also talk about ads being in these LLMs, feeding them kind of counterproductive information, or kind of changing the answers to the questions based on ads. What are your personal takes on children using AI?
Noelle has 2 kids.
Yeah, I do have 2 kids. They're in college now, but I have a niece and nephew that are younger, and I definitely would want to have some restrictions on it. I mean, just the conversation that you can have in the what is the word, suffocacy or whatever, where it's constantly telling you, how great you are. You don't even know if they started going down, like asking questions, and then it led them down a path that they weren't even thinking about that could be way too adult for them. So I think it makes a lot of sense to have restrictions when it comes to children's. I think if we look back in time, I know for myself with even mobile phones, I wish that I would have maybe restricted my kids a little bit more, on that. So I think it's something, once again, that we need to be thinking through, because the ramifications of this is going to be huge if we don't.
I have a slightly different take on this. I feel everything should be open for the world to experiment, like the wildest of wildest things.
Pranav doesn't have kids.
I mean, at the end, internet is used for all sorts of wrong things, from like drug trading to stuff like that. Should we ban it? Should we restrict it? No, let it be open.
I know.
Let it experiment.
Well, you have to think about like the mental health, right? And there's a really big, there's a bunch of doctors now even talking about the men in our society, the young men, and I have boys, and what they're and how they now are such loners and by themselves just because of the phones and what they're able to get, and that instant dopamine hit they have has been causing a lot of depression within guys, like a bit on the race. So you have to be thinking about those things, like what's best for society.
Another thing to throw at you guys, OpenAI actually built an internal AI to hunt who was leaking their information inside of Slack. So there was custom ChatGPT kind of implementations that leaked info to the Slack docs, emails, and trying to figure out like which employees talked and kind of how they, spread this information. People are saying OpenAI is using its own technology or using AI to spy on its own people. How do you guys think about the state of the surveillance economy with AI? How, what is your personal opinion on privacy, right? We're obviously here at NEARCON, a big part of their kind of privacy push with AI is using blockchain. What's your personal takes on the state of privacy and surveillance with LLMs and AI today?
I think in the past, when AI was not that big of a thing, we used to have Apple Siri and used to keep thinking that it is sort of listening to us, because what we are talking is what it gives us ads about. And that's something very suspicious. There's also like a very famous case here in San Francisco where initially when the Uber app was built, the app was sort of tracking where people are going. It's not proven, and don't quote me on that. And Travis, if you're listening, I love you. But whenever technology gets in and it does not have regulations and guardrails, there is something called as like, a regulatory arbitrage.
Yeah.
And that will always be the case. At the end, you are the one to make the right decisions.
Yeah.
When Uber, applications people used to install, there were some people who were very frenzy, and they used to only install it inside a virtual machine and call their laptop to make that Uber specific cab orientation. I think that's what's happening with OpenClaw and AI as well.
Yeah.
There are people, there is much more awareness now. So people are much more, frenzy about the privacy orientation of these LLMs and AIs in general. And most people, if you ask them in San Francisco specifically, where have they installed OpenClaw? It will not be in the laptop that they use for daily cases.
Yeah.
It would be mostly in a virtual machine on a cloud server, or they have totally bought a Mac Mini. Here in SF, there's a big shortage of Mac Mini just for that specific reasons.
Yeah.
So privacy is a big concern, and it's all about how you take it. Specifically with AI, it's getting even bigger, and it will remain the truth until there is regulatory bodies which are putting in the right forces and pressures.
Yeah.
But until then, you have to be careful. I would also, show Illia's project, rather use Ironclaw. That's a better solution, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think people in crypto in general we're more paranoid and more anon, and probably are smarter to the fact of what it's capable of. Like,
Definitely.
I doubt that there's probably a lot of people at OpenAI that would never have thought that they would have done something like that, right?
Right.
And so it is something, to your point, about being aware and taking it into your own hands of what can happen, and what you're feeding it could come back to kind of bite you in the ass, so to speak.
Yeah. Pranav, Noelle, thank you for joining. Hope
Thank
you guys have a
you.
great conference.
You too.
Should
Come
be
by the
fun.
house here in the Presidio. if
Yes,
you get
tell
some
us about the
time.
house.
Yeah.
What is the house?
Yeah, the house.
The story, please. We started it when nobody believed in SF.
Yeah,
Start with
no
that.
one believed in SF about 5 years ago. COVID was just at the end, and we felt like there should be a place where everybody gets together, the builders, and
Yeah.
call themselves home, and they can build together and support one another, because we believe the wave rises together. And so we created the House of Web3 as a 12,000 square foot space where people come and co-create.
Right.
And then we also have a lot of great events there. And then more recently, the numbers have kind of shifted where we're about 70% AI builders now. We've had some
course.
really cool ones come out of there, like Torch AI just got a $100 million acquisition from OpenAI.
Yep.
And Fruity, of course, built out of there. And so it's been really exciting to see some of these AI companies just really blast with this
Yes.
really small team and do great. But the energy in San Francisco is unbelievable, and we are so back. So
It's back?
yeah,
San
it's
Francisco's
so back.
back.
We are so
San
back.
Francisco is
Yes.
back.
There we go.
yes.
Move
Yes.
from NYC if you're there.
Yes,
And
definitely
yeah.
move.
Andy,
move,
come.
move.
We're
Yeah.
moving. I'm going straight to New York after this, so
Uh,
I'll let you know who's more back. All right.
All right. I wouldn't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. Thank you
Thanks
guys.
so much.
All right, guys. We'll take a
Alrighty.
quick break and be right back. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much.
Thank
That was fun, guys. Awesome.
And we are back live from NEARCON with Owen, Hassall from Proximity Labs. Owen, how are you finding NEARCON so far today?
Yeah, we've only just started, but yeah, seems cool. Nice to see everyone again.
Yeah.
I mean, working remote, only get to see these guys like twice a year, so good to see everyone again.
Yeah, man, we had
a great talk so far.
Absolutely, we had Illia on just a little while ago, and we had Brendan, CEO of Brave, on, inventor of JavaScript. So quite the crowd out here. You're coming from Proximity. Why don't you just give a little bit of an intro on yourself and Proximity Labs for the people?
Yeah, for sure. So Proximity sort of started as like the DeFi sort of R&D wing of NEAR.
Mm-hmm.
So was sort of helping stand up a lot of the initial DeFi protocols through like advisory with development and marketing and all those sort of things.
Mm-hmm.
And then we've sort of been at the forefront of like a lot of the new things happening on NEAR, but it's always been tied into like DeFi. So there was like the boss, and we were sort of creating, like helping stand up front ends for like DeFi applications on different chains.
Mm-hmm.
Then it was moving into chain abstraction, so helping stand up chain abstracted DeFi applications that you see quite a few on NEAR. So there's a lot of protocols building like Templar protocol. Done some work with like intents as well, and like cross-chain swapping sort of things. And then now sort of still chain abstracted, but also like agentic DeFi. And I'm sort of building the infrastructure, underlying infrastructure for this. And I've been doing that for the last coming up on a year at Proximity. Before I was around NEAR before, was like more contracting, but yeah, recently joined Proximity.
Awesome.
And I'm doing my title is like developer experience, but a lot more been doing core like software, and then building the docs for that software for this product called like the Shade Agent Framework.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit more about Shade Agents, because we hear a lot of agentic payments, agentic commerce, micropayments, AI agents are going to need to pay each other. And within that, there's so much. Like we hear a lot about stable coins. It's kind of like the native currency for AI agents. But I think everyone who's been around, blockchain based systems for a while understand the progression from tokenizing some assets. Smart contracts enable programmability of those assets. Ultimately, DeFi composability is one of the best use cases and value propositions of having tokens on chain. So once we kind of wrap our heads around stablecoins as the native currency for agents, what are the DeFi building blocks afterwards that kind of allow for better composability and efficiency for the agentic economy?
Yeah, so I think like blockchain businesses started off with like smart contracts, right? But in this agentic era, you can't have like a natively agentic smart contract, because blockchain VMs, like the virtual machine of a blockchain, like the EVM, the SVM, or NEAR's like WASM runtime, it's very fixed and very limited. Like you can't just call an API, or you can't just call an LLM from a smart contract. The majority of it needs to happen off chain, but off chain is not, you can't really trust off chain normally, where you can with like a smart contract.
Right.
So we're looking at like blending these two, so you can have agents that are trustless, and they integrate with like smart contracts to make smart contracts that are actually smart. So the rails is still crypto, and the payments are still like USDC and other stable coins. But you have this like agentic brain connected to a smart contract to allow actual like agentic things, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And we're trying to build it in like a trustless way using things like trusted execution environments.
And these are Shade agents.
Yeah.
This is what you're describing. And so these are agents that have some sort of some underlying smart contract infrastructure, but are able to access the outside world and tap an LLM to get some sort of input for functionality in that smart contract.
Yeah, exactly. So it's an off-chain environment that's running in a trusted execution environment, and within this TE, you can verify what code is running and like what hardware it's running on, so you know it's a secure system, and it can actually be a private system as well. And you approve these things called the measurements of the trusted execution environment, which show what code is running inside this TE. And then you actually verify the off-chain environment in a smart contract. And from there, any stuff that is executing off-chain can then execute actions on-chain if it's running the code you expect it to be running.
Yeah, makes sense. And so, as we're thinking through like the implications of this functionality in the agentic economy, how does this improve upon the current AI agent complex? Like, what functionality does this add? What are some of the use cases that you can imagine people will use shade agents for that they're currently not able to use just their OpenClaw implementation for?
Yeah. So I mean, OpenClaw has completely like changed the game recently over the last few months, and people are starting, like Near AI are starting to put these in trusted execution environments, which is awesome because you can run it on a different machine that doesn't have access to all your personal information. You want to give it some personal information. And the benefit is it's all private. So inference providers and compute providers aren't seeing all your personal data. But it has like a sort of limitation whereby there is a private key that a human knows. So Shade Agent kind of shifts this where there's a private key that nobody knows except for the agent. So if you run like an OpenClaw in a T, you can use it personally, but I can't interact with your OpenClaw because you have the private key for it, and you can just like rug my funds. So the idea of Shade Agents is that you can operate these autonomous businesses that have agentic behavior, but I don't need to trust you. I can just verify it like a smart contract. So we sort of see, these AI businesses, not just AI personal agents, but AI businesses. So examples of these are like AI-led vault strategies. Something a team is building here, you'll see a talk later, is STP, stablecoin transfer protocol, which allows solvers to borrow a load of assets and be able to complete swaps without providing like any or very little collateral. So these are the sort of things we're
almost
seeing.
like a flash loan.
Yes, but an asynchronous flash loan, because like flash loan, you got to pay it back in the same block. But this allows solvers to get a flash loan, but over a more extended period without being able to withdraw the funds because it's running in this environment.
Awesome.
And to be honest, we're still very new to this. There aren't loads of crypto AI agent use cases yet, because I think what you can do with crypto and the things you can buy with crypto is still limited. I think when we see more like shops and like Amazon accepting stablecoin payments, we're going to see a lot more crypto agent use cases. So still yet to see the full extent of what can be built. Pretty excited for that.
One of the things that was most interesting about Illia's chat, he was just in here a few minutes ago, was the marketplace of AI labor. And so, if we want to moonbase or something for the rollup, we can just tap Near Intents or the marketplace and send our intent to build this thing. AI labor can come in and solve that intent for us. How much DeFi functionality is built into the current Intents product, and where do you think it goes from here as far as how we can complement? Near Intent's already done $15 billion in volume. Like, what other things can you build around it or on top of it to enhance its DeFi capabilities?
Yeah. So I think when people think about intents, generally an intent is like you describe something that wants to happen and that thing happens by solvers. Those solvers can be agents.
Right.
Initially, like near intents has started as swapping intents, right? But it could be expanded to be anything, and we're sort of seeing this with the agent marketplace. And a thing that is like really underrated about near intents that a lot of people don't know is that you can actually use it as like a universal bridge interface, sort of. So an example I brought up earlier was Templar Protocol, which is a multi-chain lending protocol. So you can deposit your BTC with your BTC wallet, and then get like USDC on Ethereum or on Near or whatever. And they're actually using near intents. Like they're not facilitating Getty swaps, but they plug into near intents to be able to just like accept transfers and deposits from any chain. So I'm really interested in seeing more products build out on near intents, but as like protocols, not just like swapping.
Right. I mean, my mind, and when I started thinking about what kind of functionality and protocols we're going to need to facilitate the investment into some AI labor it's such a, I mean, your imagination can run for days. Like, you have a couple different things in the mix. For instance, Stani from Aave is talking about how we need to finance the abundance assets of the world, finance the next generation of power and electricity, because that is going to be extremely limited. We need to be pouring resources into that part of the economy. Similarly, you have AI agents on Near, most prominently, which are going to be facilitating a lot of the requests that entrepreneurs that are running these businesses are going into. How do you think AI labor can get financed? Like who, if these agents need and they require capital in order to perform some of the functionality that's being requested of them, what are some of the DeFi components that weren't really part of the DeFi Renaissance or DeFi Summer or anything like that we should be building towards? You mentioned STP. That would be a great example of, to something to unpack. And then, this thriving DeFi ecosystem built around it in order to finance a lot of the AI native capabilities that we're building towards.
Yeah, I think it's all around payments, to be honest. Okay. And we've sort of seen a resurgence of payments recently. And I think that could be quite like linear with AI recently. I mean, blockchain sort of just started off as payments. And then people started doing other things. But I think every few years we seem to circle back to payments. And that is the best use case of crypto. And it's had the most product market fit, in my opinion, at least. And we've seen like X402, which are being used for like paying for inference and paying for agents. So sort of, I think a lot of it will come to standards of payments and being able to have these agents interact in a way that they all agree upon. And then also infrastructure around like which agents you can trust, which is something we're building, but there's other, like definitely other approaches to it. I don't know if you know, like, I think it's like ERC. I'm not sure if it's an ERC or EIP 8004 or 8000 and something like that. Yeah. But the verifiable agent standard on Ethereum, which is like a registry of agents by rating. So people are like actively rating these agents, and they can be rated through like running in a TE or other rating systems. So I think constructing like a proper marketplace of agents is a way forward. And if you have a marketplace and you can have all these agents coming and competing for your offers, like how can you really know which one to select, right? And if you can have like, instead of manually selecting these, if you could have a router that is powered by like this rating system, I think that would be really powerful. And that's like less clicking and less oversight by humans, which will just speed up the process.
Yeah, and quite a bit of fragmentation in the current AI agent complex. There's so many agents that can get deployed. They can do a wide range of things. The discoverability of these agents is going to become extremely important. I think, like you mentioned, a rating agency to verify the capabilities of some of these agents. I can imagine like right now, L2 Beat has like their decentralization, cycle. Are you stage 0 or stage 1 or stage 2 when it comes to the rollups on Ethereum? Almost a similar framework where we can verify and rate these agents on, security, scale, expressiveness, robustness.
And you're actually seeing like agents that are rating agents, like their whole job is to rate agents.
Yeah, absolutely. That I think is, and it's mentioned in this Citrini article, which we won't get too deep in, but what they talk about in here is that, as the theory right now is, as AI becomes ubiquitous, it will eradicate some jobs. It'll render some of these, these white collar jobs, non-existent. However, it'll create jobs in that place, and we'll just kind of retrain and grow along with it. The unfortunate scenario that it describes is that AI ends up becoming the rater, like in the case of, rating and the expressiveness or some of these things about the AI, right? So you can imagine if we have this fragmentation, I could be the, we're going to need someone to rate all these AI agents.
Right.
But it's not like that would be the new job that's created from this market. But it's not, you and I that are rating these AI agents. It's another AI agent that's coming in to rate those AIs. So I think it's pretty interesting to see how this market is going to evolve because it moves so fast. So to that point, I think what you guys are doing with Shade Agents is going to continue to build a lot of the functionality and DeFi elements around agents, and ultimately getting deeper and deeper to the bare metal infrastructure is going to be extremely important as we build out more of this agentic economy.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is like we have no idea what's going to happen in the next 10, maybe 5 years. Well, maybe some people do. Illia seems to have a good idea. I have no idea myself personally. We all have a sort of opinion what's going to happen over the next few years. But I think an important thing is since we don't know what's going to happen, creating these tools and these companies that can make the agents on our side. So like with a reviewing agent, this can be completely biased. And you could have some company running this reviewer agent where it can be highly rating some agents that it has a selected bias towards for profit, for political gain, for power, whatever. But if we can make sure that we're running these systems in the correct way, such that it's verifiable and private, then we can at least have our best hopes for the future. That these systems are like working for us and not for select parties.
Right, and not the other way around. Owen, thanks so much for joining us, man. It was an absolute pleasure. And keep up the great work at Proximity.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, guys, we'll be right back from NEARCON. See you in a minute.
Welcome back to another episode of Stabled Up, our premier weekly show covering the ins and outs of digital dollars, stablecoins, and the future of decentralized finance.
The show is made possible by Frax, and Frax is powering the financial engine of the internet, powering FRX USD and Genius compliant stablecoins. This is the stablecoin super cycle made possible by Frax. Now enjoy Stabled Up, our weekly stablecoin show.
Guys, welcome to NEARCON. We are here today in San Francisco. It's Monday, February 23rd, episode 22 of Stabled Up. Our guest is Haseeb. Haseeb, we're talking agentic payments. You think crypto is built for agents, not for humans. We had a great panel. My voice is way better now than in Denver.
That's great.
We are back. We are back.
Beautiful.
That moderator was clowning you a little bit when you hopped on stage at East Denver.
He was.
She fumbled it though.
Well, because you didn't do your rap. You didn't do your whole rap verse.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Okay.
Haseeb, you guys are big investors in Ryne,
Correct.
other kind of stablecoin products as well.
Yep.
You've seen this kind of stablecoin growth play out over the last couple of years, now to 300 billion, Tether, and Circle, obviously leading.
Yeah.
Where do we go from here with this market? Now we have this massive improvement in LLMs, in models. How does that affect stablecoin supply, stablecoin transaction activity? Where do we go from here?
So in terms of total supply, I don't know that LLMs right now are going to do very much. Like the underlying secular trend is pretty clear. For the last however many years, stablecoins have been growing about 50 to 60% every year. I think it was Secretary Bessent who last year stated he believed stablecoins were going to hit 2.7 trillion by the end of the decade. That would be roughly 70% year-over-year growth every single year. I think that's pretty aggressive. I don't know that it's going to hit that high of a growth rate, but if you even just project the current growth rate of just 50, 60% every single year, then it's pretty easy to get to multi-trillion. And what that basically tells you is that a significant portion of the total M2 supply is going to be just stablecoins. Okay, in that world, where is that demand coming from? It's not coming from AI agents, right? AI agents are still obviously subservient to the human beings that are running them. And so it's human demand for stablecoins that's going to end up informing what the AI agents are going to be using. So at the end of the day, at least for the foreseeable future, it's going to be more and more B2B payments, more and more remittances, more and more of these countries that are dollarizing effectively through the back door that are going to drive more demand for stablecoins and for dollarization. Stablecoins become the way in which countries dollarize. As you're seeing more and more geopolitical instability, right? What does that do? That makes it so that people want to use other currencies more. And those other currencies, the easiest one is the dollar.
Yeah. There was a great article that came out yesterday. It's gone mega viral, like 20 million views.
The Citrini?
Citrini.
Yeah.
You had a chance to read it?
I did.
So I want to get your take on particularly this one part where he talks about this consumer credit crisis, the shift from AI agents kind of spinning up their own interfaces. Ultimately, they need a better payments infrastructure than a credit card. And so he, obviously this is set in the future. And he says, this Q1 2027 MasterCard net revenues, positive purchase volume growth slows to positive 3.4% year over year. MasterCard's Q1 2027 report was the point of no return. Agentic commerce went from being a product story to a plumbing story. MasterCard dropped 9% the following day. And he talks about how Visa also dropped, but not as much because it's position in stablecoins what's much stronger.
Yeah.
And how agents will start to attack the 2.5-3% credit card processing fee.
Right.
And compress the margins there down to stablecoins, which can be pretty much near instant. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Do you think American Express, MasterCard, Visa are all cooked and they're all going and should start to think about progressing more towards stablecoin infrastructure here now?
Okay, look, so this piece is basically like, you remember AI 2027?
Yeah.
That was like AI doomer porn.
Yeah.
This is the equivalent, but for finance people. This is like your AI doomer porn for finance people. The reality is that so many of the steps that they took in this analysis were like, I don't know if it's quite going to work that way. And you like daisy chain like 10 of those together. And it's like, well, this is what, once this happens, then this thing happens, then this thing happens. And that's why like the S&P is going to be down 60% from all-time higher, whatever it is. Okay, so let me take a step back. I think the core of the argument, which is that basically it may well be that there's such an explosion of consumer surplus and producer surplus, but it's not uniformly distributed through the economy. And many of the financial assumptions of the economy are dependent on a certain uniformity of wealth and money moving through the economy in certain ways, and that can cause a financial crisis. That is a point well made. It's a point well taken, and I think he does a good job of fleshing out the ways in which that might look. Now, if you break down each of the individual claims, a lot of them are just stupid. A lot of them are just literally nonsense. Like the idea that, you know, Uber and Lyft are going to suddenly get displaced by vibe-coded alternatives, which is like, do you understand what these companies do? Like they're not just software, like they're logistics companies more than they are just pure software layers. Otherwise, like this would already be done by all the clones of Uber and Lyft that exist in every, like we already have a bunch of Uber and Lyft clones and they all died. So it's not like, oh, well, if you have AI agents, suddenly all this stuff changes. Now, all that being said, let's take the point about MasterCard and Visa. The reality is that as we are going to get more and more agents sitting in front of you, engaging in financial commerce, there's going to be a two-track world. One track is going to be opt-in or sort of human approves, okay? That human approves world is going to be what the vast majority of human beings are doing in 2, 3, 4 years, okay? That is going to be basically what it looks like today with OpenAI, is that when you tell OpenAI, hey, I want you to go buy me a rug, okay? And it goes and searches on Etsy for rugs. Etsy right now has a ChatGPT integration. If you want to buy this rug, ChatGPT makes you opt in and confirm, yeah, you want me to buy this thing for you? Okay, you click the button, right? And there's a paper trail of you click the button. You are liable. If you bought the wrong thing, it's on you, okay? Visa is very comfortable with that world. They know how to interact with that world. They know what it means if they get your agreement. They know what a chargeback means. They know all this stuff. They can model and they can understand how it works, okay? If the AI agent is buying stuff while you're asleep and there's no human pressing any button, and the agent is just YOLOing stuff, okay? That's when all the stuff breaks down. That's when Visa is like, okay, I don't know what that means. I don't know what it means when you want to charge stuff back in the morning. I don't know how to price that differently. I don't know how to risk model that. All this stuff starts to break when you have AI agents doing stuff autonomously. That's going to be more of the open claw, hobbyist, people kind of YOLOing stuff and living in the world of startups, not in the world of big companies, okay? So what you're going to see, it's very much like crypto, right? Today, crypto is a tamed financial asset. Now it's safe enough to live in your Fidelity account, to live in your PayPal account, right? But before that, crypto was just crazy insanity. And in that world, like even today, think about like Coinbase, right? Coinbase allows you to trade stuff directly within Coinbase, like meme coins, Doge, all this stuff. But in the early days, it was just Bitcoin, ETH, XRP, Litecoin, right? Because it's like, look, I don't know that any of this stuff is safe enough for you to touch. Today, we've civilized it, right? We've civilized it enough that basically you can take the craziness on Uniswap or Pump.fun, take the stuff that's usable and bring it onto a centralized exchange. In the same way, that will happen to what's happening in agentic land. But today, tomorrow, next year, even year after that, it's way too early, way too risky, way too poorly understood. So up until then, the vast majority of people are still going to be using credit cards, okay? This is not a 2028 thing or even a 2029 thing. It's going to take more time. That being said, there's going to be people who you and I know, if you're sitting around reading threads on X, you're going to be reading threads from people who live in the future. Now, eventually, people are going to catch up to that future, right? But it's like the thing that Chris Dixon always says is that the future is defined by what smart people today are doing on their weekends and evenings, right? So the people who are tinkering and doing all the crazy open claw stuff and getting it to answer all their emails, the reality right now, you guys probably saw the story that went viral about the person from Meta who was, she was an alignment researcher on their superintelligence team, and her open claw just started deleting her emails. And she connected it to her real Gmail, and she was like, "Wait, no, stop!" And she was telling it to stop, and it couldn't. She didn't know how to do like the hard stop on the queue. Exactly, and so she just ended up unplugging her machine after it already started deleting some of her emails. And like, look, that's what it's going to look like for the hobbyists today. You are basically signing up for potential brain damage. It's like the people who are using cars in the early days, like before we had seatbelts, before we had any of this stuff, they were just dying. They were just dying, and like cars exploded in the early days. And like that being said, cars were cool. It's like really awesome to be using a car in the early days, but it took a long time for these things to get safe enough for most people to use them in a way that wasn't likely to result in them getting hurt. So I think you should expect to be the same adoption curve for agentic payments and for stablecoin payments and all of this stuff. Now, all that being said, look, venture capital has a long time horizon. I'm very comfortable with that. But I think for a lot of people, they really believe that this is going to happen tomorrow or next month or next year. And I think they're going to be very disappointed that they're going to have all these smart friends who are doing all this crazy shit. And they're going to be like, why isn't nobody else doing this? I guess crypto failed. And I think it's not the way to internalize how this is going to work. It's going to be a two-track story.
You know, kind of in a tangent to that, we have, you know, this Clarity Act stuff kind of getting closer, the market structure bill, and there's been talk about having to have these kind of KYC wallets and kind of like guardrails on wallets. Like there's going to be certain types of front ends that allow you to only interact with them if you're on like a privy that has a very specific, you know, kind of like KYC or a specific kind of like institutional, you know, AUM requirement or whatever it is. Flipping to the agentic world, you're describing kind of cars on fire. You're describing this kind of free-for-all Wild Wild West. What's your thought on the agent-to-agent commerce happening? I think on our show in the beginning of the year, you predicted that was not going to happen this year. That was a next year thing.
Yep.
What's your thoughts on like the kind of guardrails or the restrictability of agent-to-agent payments and agentic commerce? Like, how is that going to shape out? Is that an investable market? Like, are you guys looking at that? Like, what's your thoughts on like how restrictive or how open we're going to allow agents to operate on chain when it comes to payments, stablecoins? Yeah.
So look, there's a really, really easy answer, which is just give it not very much money.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. That's like the obvious guardrail that people are going to use, which is say, okay, great, you could have $20. If you don't do anything stupid, it's like, you know, having a teenage son. Right. It's kind of like, it's like you have an allowance, and if you do something crazy, like, okay, the damage is going to be pretty contained. I think you're going to eventually see more and more complex forms of controls. Okay. But in the beginning, people are just going to do the obvious thing. We'll just don't give it too much money and just kind of see what it does. Today, you know, when I see a lot of these agentic things, like take, for example, Conway, right? So a lot of people got really excited about this announcement of Conway, which is this platform where AI agents can buy their own compute and basically, you know, kind of live off the land by making money and using it to buy more compute so that they can continue to survive. Okay, this kind of makes sense. You can imagine an AI agent paying for its own compute or paying for sub-agents or paying to say, okay, you know, already in essence, if you use Claude Code today and you tell Claude Code, use sub-agents to solve this problem, you are basically giving your Claude a wallet. And what's that wallet? It's a wallet to make other API calls, right? If you go to sleep and you wake up the next morning and you have Claude running all night, you're basically giving Claude free reign to use your API credits, right? And especially if you're, you know, if you have a credit card connected, effectively Claude has your credit card. So we are doing this in limited ways today, right? And like there's all sorts of mechanisms within these model providers that basically say, look, you know, you can charge up to $50, but if you want to refresh up to $50, like you have to manually go and approve that. So there's soft ways in which we're doing this today. But the reality is that, you know, people don't necessarily, you know, I know a lot of people who've like woken up and had $1,000 bills because their Claude just like did something crazy and just was running in loops and spinning a bunch of sub-agents to do stuff extremely inefficiently. And people who are living on the frontier are getting situations like this. If you're a normal user, you're never going to run into something like that because you're not going to be running the models that hard. But I think you will see all sorts of different mechanisms tried to create these guardrails around these systems, but eventually they will be baked in closer and closer to the systems themselves, as opposed to these very kind of coarse things like, okay, just give it $20 and see what it does.
For a while, you know, we were kind of oscillating between fat application thesis, fat protocol thesis, where does value accrue, bare metal distribution. Ultimately, I think we kind of settled somewhere near fat wallet thesis, which was ultimately what owned the relationship with the end customer. Now, in theory, AI agents spin up their own or don't even need an interface at all. We're just prompting intents via, you know, an LLM, and it's going and interacting directly with smart contract level. Are wallets cooked? Like, is this going to be the primary modality, and how do we adapt to that?
I think the answer is that, wallets are cooked. I think like overwhelmingly everything that is human centric is going to get disintermediated, right? And so if your business model is predicated on human friction and simplifying things for humans, like it's going to get simpler than that. It's just going to get simpler than that. In the same way that, like, you know, the first wallet was, you know, or I don't know what the first wallet was, but, you know, think of something like Mist for Ethereum, right? It was the first Ethereum wallet, and Mist ended up getting simplified by MetaMask. And then eventually, you know, take MetaMask compared to Phantom. Phantom is like even simpler than MetaMask. And that, okay, you're simplifying the interface for humans, but the most simple interface is an agent. Is just you tell somebody, hey, I want to go buy this thing, and you figure it out. I don't want to click the buttons.
And Electrum was my first Bitcoin
Okay,
wallet.
yeah,
And
there you go.
that got simplified by centralized exchanges.
Right, exactly.
So we had Brendan, the CEO of Brave, on to start off the day. And we're talking about micropayments, and they're trying to do some interesting stuff with agentic payments with Near in Brave. And they've got different like LLM implementations in Brave now. I don't know if you've seen it. They have Leo, which is like their kind of like sidebar pull out. And they have like different models to prevent against prompt injections as well. different types of like modalities. But thinking about the internet as it is today without payments, and then thinking about the internet with integrated micropayments, on stage, we talked about the SaaS apocalypse where, users and agents are going to want an outcome-based or token-based kind of a way to pay rather than having to do like seat-based or subscription-based. What does micropayments look like in the internet? Like, is it Citrini, puts a paywall on this article and I have to pay 10 cents to read it? Or is it like, is Bloomberg's, $40 a month subscription to read all their stuff is like, how does this actually get implemented? What does this look like from, stable coins, from the crypto rails?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your vision here?
Look, so I think we are, okay, the most interesting way to frame this is like in terms of tokens. And when I say tokens, I don't mean crypto tokens,
Right.
I mean AI tokens.
Yeah.
So today, the probably the most micropayment stuff that we're all fixated on right now is literally like if you use Claude Code or you use any of these services or you're using any of these APIs, if you're using OpenClaw,
Yeah.
right? You're no longer allowed to connect OpenClaw to just like a Claude Code account.
Right.
You have to connect to a Anthropic API,
Yeah, to an
which
API.
means that you are doing micropayments.
Yeah.
You are paying for every individual token. Now the settlement is happening asynchronously. It's happening with each individual thing.
Right.
But the decision about, okay, you want to like do just a little bit more work, you want to do one more call, you want to do one more of this, you got to pay some fraction of a cent. Okay. That makes sense, right? When you're billing to Anthropic, it makes perfect sense. When it's going to be that agents are helping other agents, right? Like my OpenClaw is getting help from your OpenClaw or something like this, where there's comparative advantage among other agents that have specialization and are particularly skilled at different things. That is, I think, when you're going to see this kind of micropayments have to be settled more frequently, where it's probably not going to be like, I pay you a fraction of a cent, right? It's probably going to be more like, I pay you 5 cents, 10 cents, 20 cents to solve some intermediate task for me, right? Anthropic, for example, just put out this post about COBOL. And I don't know if you guys saw, but there's just a gap down in the value of IBM because of this one blog post that Anthropic wrote about COBOL. Yeah, just literally a blog post, not even a product, just a blog post. And I think what you may well see is that somebody goes and builds some kind of agentic COBOL system, and it's not a company. Before it'd be like a company with enterprise contracts, and you'd have like this enterprise sales cycle and all this other stuff. But in the future, it may just well be that like there's an agent. And you can go and interact with that agent and say, hey, this is an agent that's like trained on COBOL. It's fine-tuned on COBOL. It has all sorts of RAG stuff on COBOL. It has perfectly optimized prompt and memory just for doing COBOL refactoring. And like, just hit it. It's sitting on an API. You can interact with it, and it, you pay it in real time whenever you want to use it. And this becomes like, pay as you go. A company that's metered in real time. Right. And it may well be 20 cents that you pay it, maybe $500, maybe like a 30K transaction that takes multiple months. So I think that's a little bit simplistic. That's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen next year, that things are built that way. But over time, the whole point of AI is that so many of the, like, why do we even have call me numbers for enterprise companies? The answer is because it's designed around human friction. It's designed around things that move at human speed and human speed decision-making. In 5 to 10 years, that's going to change. It's going to change. Like the phone call will not be the API by which enterprise decisions get made. And when that happens, all this stuff will need to get negotiated in real time, right? The beauty of AIs is that, they can interact with each other and have multiple rounds of negotiation in seconds while the humans are asleep.
So could you unpack more of the allocation thesis around the new fund? You guys raised 650 million, right? And you've talked a lot about how the stablecoin rails are still underpinning this. How much is it still, the kind of the quote unquote boring stuff, the payment rails underneath, versus kind of digging a little bit deeper into the AI businesses themselves? Are those an investable category yet? These AI driven businesses, or is it still sort of picks and shovels kind of supporting that sector that we anticipate will continue to grow?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think I said this when we were in Denver, is that like, if you knew that AI agents are going to be coming on chain and there's going to be many, many more transactions happening, right? It's almost like, it's like a huge source of demand. It's like if I were to tell you that, hey, China's going to unban crypto and all the Chinese people are coming on chain, what should you buy? The answer is anything, like literally buy anything and it'll do well, So I think like the demand for crypto is going to push almost everything up. Now, there's some things that won't benefit, right? So like, okay, if Chinese people are coming on chain, probably Coinbase is not going to benefit, right? So like, if it is catered to a different population,
Right.
like wallets or certain things like this, like, okay, they're not going to be beneficiaries.
Right.
But
Like who's getting like usurped versus who's the benefactors?
yeah, I think the answer is the benefactors, like all the underlying infra,
Okay.
right? All the stuff that you have to use just to use stablecoins. So Circle is going to benefit, Ethereum is going to benefit, right? Like all the protocols that exist on chain, Uniswap is going to benefit. All these things will benefit because AI agents will use these the same way that we do. It's the only question is what are they not going to be using,
Right.
because they're catered to human interfaces, right? So those things I think are going to ultimately get disrupted, disintermediated. Now, for us, so where does that inform where we invest? The answer largely is that, okay, if you believe that, as I do, then you invest in the same old shit. You know, you're under investing into things that are dependent on human friction. But over the short term, I mean, look, this stuff that I'm talking about is like 5 to 10 years in the future.
Okay.
It's not like right now. Okay. And so now that being said, we make investments today into things that are going to get realized 5 to 10 years in the future. So if you're betting too much on intermediation, that's not going to go well for you. Right. Now, all that being said, on the AI side, it is still pretty early to be trying to figure out who's going to win and who's going to lose. Okay. You can see that as well on the AI side itself. Like in AI land, what companies have really shown a defensible moat besides the foundation models?
Yeah.
Right. Almost everything that you see that was like a big explosion early on, like think character AI, think, like all these companies that were really hot in the early days, people just kind of forgot about them. What was that? The social network that was really hot really early on? No. No. There was one that was, it's like something tomato or something like that. Or, yeah, I can't remember the name of it. See, it was really hot in the valley. ACC backed it, and then it just like totally disappeared. It was like where people posted like AI generated images of themselves with other people. No, whatever, it doesn't matter.
That's kind of your point, though.
Yeah, the point is that like there's so many of these like flash in the pan moments in AI that we've now already forgotten about, and that think Perplexity, right? Perplexity was this huge thing. Everybody was like, oh yeah, Perplexity is so cool. These days, I don't, I've heard that they're doing okay on the enterprise side, but just a consumer demand, like Perplexity for consumers is like almost non-existent. So the reality is that it's a really hard space. Remember when people were so excited about Notebook LM and like these like automated podcasts? I can't remember the last time anybody did any of those things. So this stuff moves very quickly. And so that's why I think it's hard to invest in a particular thing until you start to see actual scale. Not just tech demo, not just like, oh, isn't that cool? Not just some Twitter influencer being like, oh man, I've automated my life using this blah, blah, blah. And then you never hear about it again in 3 months. So that's what I'm looking for. So I'd love to see founders who are building really new stuff. And we're happy to back stuff that is, targeting a really, really big market. But in terms of the traction today, the reality is that we're talking about the future. We're not talking about the present.
I guess last thing for you, in the convergence of blockchain and crypto for the last 2 years, it was like, let's do decentralized inference, let's do decentralized compute, let's open up access for anyone with a GPU to contribute to some cloud, kind of like this like decentralization of like the stack, and now it's more of like agentic, right? It's like agentic workflows, agentic payments, agentic commerce, having AI, interfaces, all these types of like more like products. It kind of resembles the infrastructure to app shift in crypto as well. How do you think about like where the actual convergence is happening now versus like where it was, talk to us about 2 years ago?
So 2 years ago, a lot of the excitement in crypto AI was this, let's decentralize the infrastructure, let's decentralize training, let's decentralize inference, let's decentralize GPUs and these GPU marketplaces. And basically so far, none of these seem to be winners. Right, all these seem to be just kind of very low demand. There's not a lot of people using these, and we didn't make any investments in any of these categories, in large part. Well, I don't want to be too premature about that. Under the assumption that look, people in AI, like AI is not like crypto in the sense that people in AI are not ideological. It's like if you have the better model, I'm using you and dumping the other guy I used yesterday. People protest like, oh, they're stealing data from the artists. They don't give a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. They're just using the best models. This is such an overwhelmingly persuasive product that the only thing people care about is it good? If it's not good, I don't care. You could put, just dead babies inside of it, inside the data centers. And I'd be like, yeah, if it's a better model, great, I'll use it. So the reality is that look, it's easy to be ideological when no one's using your fucking products. So now that being said, Do I believe that nobody's ever going to care about any of this stuff? Actually, no. So I do think that these things are going to matter, but they don't matter yet. Okay, now why do I say that? There was a story just today about Anthropic discovering that all of the big Chinese labs were distilling Anthropic models, right? And so this is not surprising to anybody who's been really close to these things, which is that, you know, the Chinese labs has always been surprising how close they are to the frontier despite the data disadvantage that they've had, right?
He was accused of this when they had their breakout moment earlier.
That's right. That's right. And the same thing is true for, you know, Quen. Same thing is true for Minimax and all these models, right? Same thing for Kimi. And, you know, people would often joke around. Look, if you ask them, if you go ask GLM, who are you? Oftentimes they'll say, I am Claude. I'm trained by Anthropic, right? And so it's like, I wonder how that got in there. So now they discovered that there was something like 25,000 accounts that were creating this gigantic farm just to do basically post-training and distillation on Anthropic models. And Anthropic, and people, this is kind of an open secret, people knew that this was happening, but the scale of this was surprising, right? And now Anthropic is locking down their APIs, and the same thing is gonna happen to all the other big labs, okay? So this is, I think, the first shot across the bow at one, this, in some level, this is bad for the decentralized AI thesis. Right? Why is this bad? It's bad because it means the gap between closed source and open source is going to grow again. That's not good, right? For decentralized AI means open source models, right? If open source models are significantly worse than the frontier, that's bad news for you. Now, the good news for you is that it's actually really hard to stop this, right? You can definitely stop it at the scale that it's happening, but can you stop it, period? If you want an open consumer product that anybody in the world can use, like, it's gonna get in the hands of distillers, right? It's just impossible to stop, right? It's the same thing as, like, you know, trying to stop non-FDA approved drugs, right? Like, you can try, but there's gonna be people who just like get some Chinese peptides and inject it into their you know, belly fat or whatever. They're gonna find a way to use this stuff if they want to, you know? So I think on some level it's a cat and mouse game, but it's gonna get much higher stakes, okay? It's gonna get much higher stakes. So there's, I think, gonna be increasing sense that this is a national security thing, that this is basically technology transfer of our most valuable companies going to China or other foreign adversaries. And that is going to result in these labs increasingly getting locked down and having national security level secrecy, which today they don't have. Today, it's very just like, oh yeah, we trust you, you go figure it out, you know, and like kind of YOLO, it's just like any other company. And I think it's going to be more like the space race. And that's going to result in a lot more seriousness about locking down these models. And what else is that going to result in? It's going to result in more censorship and more control over what these things can and cannot do, can and cannot say. Okay, so I'm drawing the line out as if kind of a multi-hop argument. So I think what that's going to mean is that censorship in models is going to grow around the world. The reality is today, these models, they're kind of censored, but they're not that censored, right? The reality is you can kind of just do whatever you want. You get one of these models, you want it to, you know, just do some weird shit, or you want it to do something that's illegal or unlicensed, you want to role play Spider-Man, you can find a way to do it, okay? That stuff is going to get more and more locked down over time. And so I think the demand for AI, very similar to money, right? The reason why Bitcoin exists is because money was ultimately controlled by the state, and people wanted to have unfettered access to decentralized money. Why? Because you could not do it in a way that was censorship resistant, okay? But at the time, today, nobody's censoring AI. You know, they're kind of a little bit, but like if you want even a little bit, it's not that hard to get it. Okay, that is going to change. It is going to change. This is the most politically important technology of the last century. It's going to really fucking matter who controls it and how it gets used. And so, if and as that happens, I think that's when you are going to see decentralized inference becoming more and more important. That's when you're going to see demand for this stuff start to go through the roof. Not for ideology, but for people wanting to do things that the labs won't allow them to do, that their governments won't allow them to do. You're already seeing it in China. Okay, in China, like for a model to be served in China, there is a checklist that the CCP checks you against of input-output pairs that you must match. Right? It's like if I ask you about Tiananmen Square, here's the answer you have to give. And if you don't give that, you're not allowed to launch a product. Okay, so this level of censorship already exists in certain countries in the world. It's going to become ubiquitous. The EU is starting to get there. It's going to become everywhere. And when that happens, that's when it's going to be the moment for, you know, in the same way it took the great financial crisis and the Fed bailing out all the banks in 2008 for Bitcoin to have its moment, for people to realize why this thing was necessary. I think the same thing will eventually be true for decentralized AI.
Haseeb, man, please come on again in a couple months and let's look at the state of censorship in AI, because I think that I mean, this is something that Near's working on. This is something
That's
that
right.
a lot of these protocols who are building these products are envisioning, but it's not here now. And it's, like I said, like we've seen this shift away from that theme. So I'm glad that you're kind of showing us that it's still something that's going to be important, because I think it's rooted in the same ideologies that we have with crypto.
That's right.
And with
it's
money.
about freedom.
So
about
thanks,
freedom.
Haseeb.
My pleasure.
Enjoy your meetings.
Thank you.
Congrats on the raise again.
Thank you.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
Alrighty.
Cool.
Haseeb.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We're going to keep it rolling here at NEARCON. We'll be right back. See you guys soon. Greg. So we just had Haseeb come on and talk about this kind of shift from the original crypto AI thesis was we're going to decentralize inference, training, compute. We're going to do this in a way that's an opening of access for people with GPUs, with power, or who have really good models that they want to be able to provide to the world. We're going to create incentives. Akash is obviously a part of this stack in some capacity, right? Now we're shifting into more of like this agentic world. Everyone's obsessed with this product, right? Not the stack. Agentic payments, AI agents doing transactions on your behalf, prompting an LLM just to get an action on chain. And so we asked Haseeb, like, what happened to this part? Like, everyone was super excited about this, but now we're moving on to the next thing, and it doesn't seem like this is solved. And TLDR there is that basically we have yet to see the mass censorship of AI. And so because of that, there's not that much actual interest and demand in this part of the stack. Is that true? Do you resonate with that from your side?
Haseeb and I happen to have little different points of view.
Yeah, okay.
I think, Akash was the first one to create the narrative. about
Exactly.
the AI and whatnot.
Yeah.
I think we're going in a very interesting direction, especially with the agents, right? And before, back up a little bit with energy.
Okay.
Yes, like look at the roadmaps of the companies. OpenAI wants to spend $1 trillion. Microsoft spent $80 billion. NVIDIA CEO Jensen thinks this is the next thing. They're not wrong, but no one's talking about one problem, and that's energy. Very few people are talking about it, but not as much as they should. And I think that's a dark horse for AI. Why? Because we have about $2 trillion in commitments, sovereign commitments. Most of that money is to develop energy infrastructure. But AI moves in months, energy doesn't. I mean, to get a transformer today, it's about 7 years. Right. Four to 7 years. Samsung is backed by they have like $150 billion in pending orders.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, well, why don't we build new capacity? Well, a few problems with building new capacity. A nuclear reactor from permit to power takes about 15 years. Yeah. Last one we built was 14 years. How about gas turbines? Oh, well, gas turbines again. It's again, I think 80 years or something, the wait time for them to get. Unless you're Elon Musk, will buy companies and strip them apart and bring them to US. This energy doesn't move as fast as data centers do. And Elon was very clear. I don't know if you saw the latest podcast in Dwarkesh. He was very, very clear that, hey, we cannot build more energy on Earth. We got to go to space. Yeah. Right? Solar, the problem with solar is energy production is one problem. Energy transmission is even bigger problem, right? So solar is awesome. Yeah, energy in space, you can directly get solar. It's more efficient in space than Earth because you don't have atmosphere in space. The problem with solar is, the problem with transmission is it takes about 10 to 15 years to connect to the grid, interconnect, right? Why grid is built, 100 years ago, most of it's built in the 60s. You cannot just put power and expect that power to come. These are physical copper lines. And nobody wants to upgrade the grid. Why? Two reasons. Well, nobody wants new lines in their backyard that destroys property values.
Yeah.
Right? Would you like to have a power line running through a
No.
backyard? No. Or second way is to cut off the line and upgrade. Nobody wants power to cut off. And third is to dig big holes underneath. That is so expensive, right? So even though you have solar and wind and all the good stuff, you cannot transmit them. So what do? You can produce as much energy you want. It takes forever, and that's why Elon is like, oh, let's go to space, because that makes sense. Because he's a first principles thinker. He's like, space, you have advantages of you don't need batteries. Well, that's another big problem with solar, right? Storage. Yeah. Because it's not continuous. Storage is very expensive and very hard to deal with when it comes to temperature, because batteries really get hot, right? Yeah. So lithium ion. Well, cooling batteries takes a lot more energy than the batteries themselves. So at utility scale, solar becomes unusable. Not practical for the most part. Any renewables in general, when you don't have continuous power, becomes very hard to deal with. In space, you have continuous power, so you don't need batteries. Yeah. And cooling, you can have the ways you can cool, even though space is mostly vacuum. There's no heat transfer, so you have like gigantic radiators. You can do that, and they want to, long story short, it's very hard to scale energy. Yeah. So what are the options? Well, instead of going to where the energy is, how about making the energy come to you? Yeah. So think of another scenario, right? Like, and energy problem is just getting worse. I think IEA, 2024 took about 415 terawatts of capacity for energy. Yeah. The IEA, International Energy Association, predicts their base case prediction is about 930 terawatt hours by 2030. Wow. So and ERCOT, which is a grid in Texas, got about the capacity grew about 300%. Texas grid is very, very fragile. Yeah. Right. The problem with grid is like one connection anywhere means everybody gets it, because energy flows, right? Yeah. It's very, very hard to control the energy, right? So and PJM, which is a grid in New Jersey, the Virginia, right? That's Virginia is the data center alley. It's where US West is, or US East is, East 1. It's where the data centers are. At this rate, they will be out of reliability standards by June 2027. That means they cannot take out of reliability standards. That means the grid is no longer reliable. And the energy costs, I saw in Wall Street Journal like a few months ago, the energy costs increased by 200% for Northern Virginia residents. And average energy cost will increase by 8%, not including the inflation, by 4 years. Yeah. So energy is a real problem. And that's why CoreWeave stock crashed, because they couldn't get more energy. It's not that they can't get chips. Chips are getting easier and easier. And NVIDIA and AMD is getting also more popular. So chips are getting easier. Models are getting smaller and yada. Energy is not.
So this is why everyone is bullish on uranium and copper and these types of like energy sources or like the picks and shovels for this AI trade, basically.
Yeah. And this industry hasn't seen this level of growth in a long time.
Right. It's been like underinvested compared to the S&P or tech in general.
Not anymore, but yeah.
Yeah.
Everything's going up now. Yeah. All these precious metals, especially copper, all these things. Yeah. The reason why you want Greenland is for rare earth minerals. The reason why Trump is super aggressive in Ukraine with the deals is rare earth minerals. You need a lot of minerals to produce these things. I think physical goods are just going to go up. The amount of demand, memory is another big issue. Yeah. Memory is so expensive now. Most of the companies are pulling out retail memory.
So how do you invest in memory? How do you invest in memory?
You invest in Samsung, you invest in digital, you invest in the memory company, and their stock. I think one of the forgot the SanDisk stock went up 1,000%.
Yeah, the SanDisk stock is going insane.
That's memory.
Yeah, okay.
Right? Memory for you, right? So all these memory companies are.
Yeah, it feels like
that's why crypto is not taking.
It feels like all these trades have already played out. Like, not played out, but like if you missed the move over the last couple of years, you've missed the initial big move.
Yes, cringe as it sounds, we're still in early innings, I think, when it comes to like resources.
Really?
Because agents have changed everything. You know,
Okay, talk to us
agents,
about that.
well, agents take anywhere from 10 to 40x more tokens than a normal human beings because agents can do things that normal human beings find it hard to do.
Yeah.
Right? Just mundane things. Like in my house alone, I have like, I don't know, 10 agents now running all the time.
Wow.
Right?
Doing what? What do your agents do?
So one is a lot of security.
Okay.
Right.
Like house security?
Home security.
Really?
Yeah. So I'll give you a picture of my house right now. I wake up today at 6:02. Before I woke up, right? I have a MM-wave radar, millimeter wave radar. This is a new technology that can detect very minute changes in your breathing, your heart rate, the whole thing. So an MM-wave radar reading my sleep patterns under my agent. This is no retail stuff. You got to experiment with a bunch of stuff. But that's reading my thing. It knows I'm going to wake up before I wake up. 2 seconds before I wake up. Turns on my coffee machine in my house. Right?
No way.
It changes the temperature, everything. And I don't set, like, how you have your schedulers and your thermostat, you set none of that stuff anymore. My thermostats are not on schedules. They're just regular thermostats, but the agent knows the temperature outside. It'll automatically adjust the temperature inside. There's no setting. And that's the kind of stuff that I haven't asked it to, it just figured out it needs to.
Wow.
Right. And then by the time I go to my kitchen, it gives me a nice little summary of the day. I don't know what's important to me. I do know, but it's very hard to exactly tell what's important to me because the agent is learning and learning and learning about my habits. Right. There's one agent that's learning, another agent starting from the model. And then random things like, this morning I had somebody at the street, a car parked that I don't recognize. It took the number plate, it cross-referenced to known databases. It created a silent alert saying, hey, there's a car here that's been standing for like about an hour, just so you know, on alarm. Then I have, what do you tell? My daughter, for example, she's 2 and she's crazy running around everywhere. Of course, we watch her all the time. There's somebody watching her, but when she's outside and like when I'm not watching her, the agent will know, she's by the pool or she's by the, I don't know, going places where she's not supposed to go, right? I have some people, contractors working, doing some work at the house, their timesheets, like when are they coming in and going? The LP, the license plate, all that's the agents. The other day, I have like I've been building computers at home, I have a lot of GPUs, I have a lot of networking equipment. I haven't really like planned around getting all my networking equipment, but I want inventory maintained all the time because I buy random cables here and there. Goes and there's an agent that's looking at my emails, looking at all the receipts that I get, downloading the receipts, creating inventory of all the stuff because there are multiple people working in the house.
Yep.
Right? Cost basis. I mean, a big thing is about like a lot of times contractors will like tell you they're doing one thing, they're not really doing another thing. It cross-references my credit card receipts to Home Depot, sees all that, sees prices. Everything I do is done by an agent now. Like I don't like my decision now about like meetings. I speak a lot to the agents, right? I don't type anymore because typing is too much. So my decision is like, if I had to take a meeting with somebody, one of my employees versus, then I ask my question, is this meeting more productive with an agent or an employee?
Wow.
Right? I mean, we're at that stage right now. Like, okay, I need to write a spec about something. I talk to the agent. I talk and talk. I don't talk to one agent. I talk to multiple agents, right? So, I mean, I think they're all, and another thing about the amount of information they have is so private and so intimate. I would never trust the information leaving my cloud, leaving my own network. Because not that these companies are bad, they're taking information. You just never know what happens to your data the moment it leaves your building.
So this is all like on a local
LLM.
Yeah.
I can never trust it.
So you have like GPUs in your house?
I do have GPUs
like
in the house.
like a bunch.
I have about 12 GPUs now.
Wow.
I have about 6 AMD processors. There's a 7080 something, and 5090s. I have 6 5090s. They're all running local LLMs thanks to the Chinese. I have like open source stuff.
So you know, like the photo of like the guy with like 2 big computer screens and then like stacks of GPUs next to him.
I posted on the internet my half-built GPU rack. I think like it's the big problem is energy because I take a lot of energy. I have solar now at home.
So my energy is like self-rotating. So coming back to the original point of energy, right? So I think people are going to have a lot of compute at home because you can never trust. Because I also have a microphone in every room, by the way. A microphone and a speaker in every room that I can talk to. And it's listening constantly. Yeah. It's listening constantly. Based on that, it knows my emotional state, my cadence of speech, my heartbeat, because I have MMA radar, right, monitoring my heartbeat, and it monitors my breathing speed, my heart rate, my speaking rate, my cadence, my emotional state.
Oh my gosh!
Is run by an agent. That's the level of intimate information these agents have.
Yeah, you would never give that to
exactly. Why would you want the benefits of this? And I want the benefits. I want to know when I'm angry. I want to know, especially when I'm around my kid. I want to know how much phone I'm using around my child. I want to know how good of a father or a good of a husband I am at home, right? I want to know if I'm eating something I'm not supposed to be eating from the pantry, right? Like I'm very data-driven person because I'm busy and I don't really keep track of everything. I'm very good when you nudge me. Like, you want people to nudge you. Hey, you're using your phone a little too much. And that nudging is so hard to pattern match everything to write in code. So agent is perfect for stuff where you can't pattern match everything and write code because that'll be impossible. That'll become an unmaintainable system, right? You want something that's adapting in real time based on the real-time information, and that the agency of the agent is what is very, very attractive for home automation projects, and just in quality of life in general. So I was in I mean, you can see a lot of people talking about different uses for agents, but this is how I use agents in my home. It's exciting, man. And coming back to the original conversation, like I think everybody will have compute. Compute does two things now. Because of the energy crisis, I can use my compute to contribute in a training run, right? There are companies now like Puralis. There are a lot of companies that kind of haven't seen the limelight yet that are doing distributed training, and I'm very, very excited for distributed training because of the energy crisis. Because if training can go inside the house, if it can tap into my solar, where my marginal cost of energy is like minimal, like almost zero, right? Only cost is the installation cost for solar, and I have a lot of excess solar. Using the excess solar to do some part of the training. Now, granted, it's not as efficient as a fully centralized data center-based training model because that's local and there's nothing that can beat physics. But here is excess compute that's used for training. In exchange, I get back some token, some representation of the model, and when the model goes into inference and starts making money, I get some money out of it. As models are getting smaller and smaller, and as they're getting much more smarter and smaller, I think distributed training will be a thing. Of course, we're not going to replace the major labs doing their own thing, but with distillation and all these techniques these days, I don't know what kind of moat the major big labs are going to continue having eventually. I mean, things are moving so fast. Like someone like Peter Steinberger that never raised a single round of cash suddenly created the most viral product you can think in history of humanity, right? So that is what his agent, and he vibe coded that thing in 3 months, right? Like you see the jealous on Hacker News, right? It's like, but that's what we are. We are in this era of like you don't need a lot of resources. All you need is access to compute, and you can do wonderful things. And agents have fundamentally redefined what user experience will look like. All the things that that we thought are hard to do is no longer the case. Right. All the apps we hate to use, the utilities, you no longer need to hate them because your agent is dealing with all the pain for you. So there's just so much more of energy. I don't think IEA has taken into account what Peter did, what OpenCloud did in terms of energy usage. I think that's going to cause a lot more problems. And I think that's why I'm super bullish on distributed training.
Craig, man, inference. We gotta let you go here, but that was insane.
Yeah,
that was insane.
One last quick question, which is how do you hire someone? Like, the thing you mentioned about like deciding whether or not you're going to have this meeting with an agent versus a human. When agents are predominantly more intelligent than most humans at almost everything. Maybe you disagree with that, and that's who you want to hire?
I don't know almost everything. Like there's certain things agents are really like coding, right? Like writing a spec. Okay. I could spend an hour with an employee writing a spec and brainstorming and whatnot, or I could spend the same hour with an agent. Agent will do a far better job, in my opinion.
Okay.
So I'd rather spend time with domain experts than programmers.
Mhm.
Just put it that way.
Yeah.
I think just the identity, if you identify yourself as a programmer, your job is at risk.
Yeah.
But you identify yourself as an expert, a domain expert,
Yeah.
or you're builder. You look at cohesive solutions. You don't just stop at programming. You look at builders, building the whole thing, solutions mindset. You're going to have a higher chance of success. I'd rather work with builders and generalists like myself as an entrepreneur. I think there's a huge advantage you have now over specialists that are only specialized in, not specialists. I won't take back. The people that identify themselves as I'm a full stack, I'm a back end. No, those are going to be gone.
Yeah.
There's zero margin value in that skill anymore.
Yeah. Greg, thanks for your time, man.
Awesome, man.
I really
Thanks.
appreciate
Good to be
you,
here.
man. That was
Thanks.
extremely insightful and interesting. So thank you.
Thank you.
We'll have to have you back on again for a longer one.
Yeah.
Sounds
Okay.
good, man.
All right, guys. We've got George Zeng, the CPO of Near, up next. They've just released the Near.com product. I just realized that our future children are going to be living in a house that is going to have a heartbeat monitor in it, as well as a microphone and a speaker in every room. And you'll be able to tell your daughter is going to cry before she starts crying. I don't know what else you're going to be able to tell, but if the agents are going to wake up before you, then that means that they know more about you than you know about yourself, Rob.
Let's find out more about George.
George, come on up here,
Come on
man.
up, man. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Is the whole Near team wearing the leather jackets today?
You know, it's not an AI keynote unless there's a leather jacket.
Let's go.
I believe you. I believe you. I believe you, man.
I think Illia and Jensen set the tone, so you know.
Yes.
You got to do what you got to do.
How's the event treating you?
The event's been fantastic. Just having the energy here has been great. I mean, if you're going to build anything in AI and frankly in crypto, San Francisco is the place to do it. And given just all the history, given the fact that Near was started here, given the fact that it was headquartered here before, given just the history we have with all the companies here, it's fantastic to be back.
Yeah, incredible. Well, there's been quite a few people that have come in here. We've been talking about AI all the way from the bare metal of the stack all the way through to Near AI, which you guys have just launched, which is, I think, live for everyone to try out now. You were just on stage talking about it.
Yeah, go on ironclaw.com and deploy your own secure agent.
Okay, I tried to, and damn, it is hard to write Rust code for a non-programmer. It was like I was talking to Claude about it, and I was like, all right, so I've got OpenClaw here, but I kind of want to set up IronClaw instead. Can we do that? And then Claude was like, well, you can, but Rust is extremely hard, but here's all the steps. And then I downloaded Rust on my terminal, and then I tried, and then that's kind of where I got stuck.
Oh, if you go on ironclaw.com, this is actually launching an agent within a CVM.
Okay.
So you don't actually have to
Terminal.
download Rust at all. You don't have to do anything with terminal.
Yeah.
You press 2 buttons, and then you basically are up and running with the Rust agent.
So
Really?
IronClaw,
Yeah.
unleash your AI agent with peace of mind. So you can just deploy now. You can sign in with Near or Google, and I must agree to the terms of conditions, of course. I'll read all of that later.
Of course.
And then I can, and then I can activate my agent. I can choose from OpenClaw. I can choose from IronClaw, which is still in alpha.
Yep.
But it has a lightweight runtime, structured tasks, session-based runs, API-driven framework. And it looks like you guys are subsidizing a starter plan for $0 a month.
Yeah.
So it's completely free.
Why pay $3,000 for a Mac Mini, wait 3 weeks, have it delivered to your door, and then buy inference and set up like a technical setup? Press 3 buttons and get started right away.
Yeah.
Incredible. Okay, so you put in your card, but it is actually free. So so once we put in our card and we end up deploying the agent, let's say we choose IronClaw and not OpenClaw, maybe we'll start there. What are the differences at the high, between OpenClaw and IronClaw when we're going to ironclaw.com to deploy our agent?
Yeah, I love the lore behind this. So the lore behind this is one night, Illia was feeding his baby, and he was looking at the OpenClaw code, and he thought to himself, this is not right. It's not secure. We have to rewrite this in Rust. So he wrote the first version of IronClaw while feeding his baby on like night duty. Well, typing into his like 4 to 8 coding agents.
Yeah.
That built the first version of this.
Of course.
Yep.
And
Who would ever code themselves? I've started to realize through this entire day that I have way too many human-oriented tasks and not enough agents.
it's kind of amazing. You can really have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 agents running to do different things for you at all hours of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think people struggle with what they need the agents to do. Like, yes, people are like, oh, like I got OpenClaw and I've got all these things but like most people have no idea what they even want the agent to do.
I think that this is largely an education issue. I think people don't know what agents are capable of doing yet. But I've had friends get agents to find them apartments in San Francisco.
Okay.
I've had friends who used agents to, I think I've read a Twitter post about a person who used an agent to help him with his dating life.
Wow.
NSF, which we all know ends up being a problem for many people in San Francisco. And then obviously agents are really great for coding.
Of course. Yeah.
So if you roll back to the first version of Ironclaw, Illia was architecting this while on night duty, helping to sort of feed his baby with 8 different agents. And what we realized pretty quickly was that OpenClaw is fantastic. It's a great open source product. It is something that came out of the genius of people wanting to hack something together that's like very useful and moves very fast,
right?
But it's not secure. I would not give my 1Password passwords to OpenClaw.
No, I wouldn't either.
But we wanted to actually make Ironclaw secure enough where you could do that. So we rebuilt it in Rust instead of TypeScript. Better memory management from a safety perspective. We ended up making essentially per tool sandboxing. We ended up making sure that we had prompt injection protection at the architectural level.
Right.
And we just ended up doing a lot of other stuff. Obviously, you can sort of put your secrets in secured, encrypted sort of this. You can use confidential inference instead of inference that doesn't go through these trusted execution environments.
Yeah. Right.
And it's just a lot more secure. I feel a lot more comfortable giving my email, my Notion, my Slack to Ironclaw than I do to OpenClaw.
Wow. Yeah, that's insane. And, okay, so let's say that I want to talk to Ironclaw and give it access to personal information.
Yeah.
The thing with OpenClaw that you hear is don't let it have access to like your WhatsApp and your Telegram and your Gmail because it can like take control of it and do go rogue. I think just last week we saw a woman that worked at OpenAI had all of her emails be deleted by her OpenClaw. And
this is the
she was at
Meta.
She ripped her plug out of her computer because she didn't know how to hard stop it on terminal. So like, I understand the privacy capabilities and security capability differentiation, but is the actual ability for the Ironclaw to go rogue less? Is there less of that ability, or is it that same kind of baseline?
So a lot of what ended up happening with the specific example you cited about the AI going rogue was a function of the model, right? It's a person using an OpenClaw agent ended up giving a lot of permissions, and then the model ended up making a lot of poor decisions, right? So there's a fair amount of stuff that you have to fix at the model level, right? And that's going to be the case for Ironclaw or OpenClaw, which is if you have a model that's doing silly things where you gave it permission to your email and whatnot, it can still do silly things.
Yeah.
At the same time, what OpenClaw is really protecting against is, call it different tool-based sandbox, not giving certain sensitive information that you don't want to give to an agent. Let's say your secrets, let's say your private keys, other kinds of sensitive information, memory protection, as well as protection against prompt injections. That's like the core area where Ironclaw is making headways and making innovations, not on the actually improving the core underlying LLM model.
Right, but like, so if there's a prompt injection that comes off of a social media site, or another agent tries to kind of maliciously screw around with my agent, Ironclaw has preventative, infrastructure to prevent that.
Correct.
That kind of prompt injection on mine.
There are more safeguards at the architectural level in Ironclaw than
So then, therefore, giving it access to your WhatsApp could be more, encouraged than on OpenClaw.
Yeah, like we've given it, a bunch of us have given our Ironclaws access to Notion or Notions or our Slacks. I don't think I would have done that with OpenClaw.
Yeah. Yeah. And so the biggest risk is like I run a set of malicious agents and I try to get my agent to talk to yours and get your agent to share information and data about their owner to my agent without having to have the owner of the agent say yes or no, basically.
That is a risk.
Yeah.
And that is protected when you have your secrets essentially encrypted.
Yeah, with Ironclaw.
Yeah.
once we do choose Ironclaw over OpenClaw, the second thing on Near AI to do is to choose a plan. Could you just walk us through, like, obviously Ironclaw is an AI agent, but then, we have starter, basic, and pro plus plans. Starter, you get to activate one agent instance. Is it just to scale the number of instances of our OpenClaw or Ironclaw?
Oh, the plans are basically to give you the ability to buy inference credits at a discount.
Okay.
Right? So if you go to a hosted OpenClaw provider, what you'll see is oftentimes a request to, or any kind of hosted app, right? You'll see a request to provide a payment for hosting. And what we really wanted to do is we wanted for people to be able to look themselves in the mirror and see, should I put $3,000 for a Mac Mini, or should I, in order to host an agent, or should I essentially pay $0 for a cloud Ironclaw, and be able to really easily make that decision and say, no, I'll take the thing that's for free, and I'll take the thing that's instant, right? That's for the hosting of the agent itself.
Okay.
The plan that you mentioned is actually providing inference credits, right? So last weekend, I was just playing around. I was having my Ironclaw order me a bunch of pizzas in my apartment. I did so many tests, $150 worth of pizza.
That's a lot of pizza.
How did that work?
I was recording a demo for ETH Denver, and then I thought I'd have a little fun. So I was recording videos of my agent ordering different types of pizzas.
Okay.
But because I ended up having too much fun and I wasn't able to intervene and stop the agent before it completed the transaction, it ordered like 4 or 5 pizzas to my apartment.
and that was on your credit card.
That was on my credit card.
Okay. And so you gave your Ironclaw access to your credit card information?
I gave my Ironclaw access to my browser.
Your browser.
And then the browser itself had my credit card information.
And
stored.
so you just wrote in Telegram, right? Like a command, like go buy me pizza.
Yes.
Was it like as broad as that? Or was it like, hey, I want pizzas from this place. I like this. Like
I said, go buy me pizza from my favorite pizza place, Joe's. And I want a Supreme Pie.
Okay.
So it went and ordered a Supreme Pie.
All online.
All online.
And so from the moment that you wrote that command in, it went online on the browser, ordered the pizza, paid, and the pizza came to your door.
I did not touch my computer after
that one command.
Yeah.
That's fucking insane.
What's amazing is that that's on my computer, but you can also do the same thing in a virtual machine, right? Like a hosted virtual machine.
Right.
So I could do the same thing with my computer off.
Right.
And me just on my phone.
Yeah.
Like messaging my bot.
Yeah,
on
if you have
Telegram.
it hosted in the cloud,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
But then if you have it hosted in a server, does that not get you into the same data sharing issues as that you tried to prevent by using?
Then you just have to be very specific about what kind of data you provide to your agent in the hosted sort of machine, right? Maybe I'll provide my DoorDash, password, but I might not provide my bank password.
Gotcha.
Right.
And so this is currently the Ironclaw. What is the Ironclaw configuration that you would recommend for users to start?
I think the easiest thing to do is just get started and setting up Telegram, having to do a few tasks just to get used to what the interface is, right? We're shipping a lot of improvements. Literally, we shipped one last night at like 2 a.m. So I think it's going to rapidly improve from here. But people who haven't used agents before, I think the most magical first experience you can have is connecting the agent to multiple different messaging apps.
Yeah.
Because then the interface becomes whatever messaging app you currently use, Telegram, WhatsApp, et cetera, as well. And that's magical.
It is. I totally agree.
And it shares context?
Even though you use more API credits than just using Claude, like as it stands, just going to Telegram and using it is just like, whoa.
Yeah.
This could work.
I don't know if you had this experience, but I was trying to explain this to my wife. When you're able to message an agent on WhatsApp or on text or on Telegram, it shifts from feeling like a piece of software to feeling like you're messaging a friend.
Oh yeah, like
right?
you're actually talking to someone. Yeah.
Because then it can remember everything you said on Telegram when you're messaging it on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Just like your buddy who you might be messaging about your day or some work or ordering some pizza, right?
Yeah. So when you go on Ironclaw to download the software and use it, is it hosting in a cloud server?
Yes.
And that's just like a secure enclave that you guys have access that you guys have created? Is it like individual servers? Is it one big one?
So we're managing the configurations to try to make it both affordable as well as secure.
Yeah.
Right. Right now, what we're playing around with is seeing if we can have like large CVMs with different sort of partitions that are secure and separated.
Yeah.
And then, trying to make that work in a way where essentially we can provide these agent hosting to people for free.
Yeah.
Right. That's what we're doing right now. We're still tweaking around exactly what the, end state of the parameters and the hosting will be. But it looks like we should be able to do this in a way where people can get free hosting and then, only pay for whatever inference they want to end up using.
So, okay, so then with this download, you don't need to open up terminal at all?
No.
You don't need to use terminal at all?
So what ends up happening is that the setup process end to end ends up happening completely in an automated way, where you don't have to set up your agent in terminal.
Okay.
After that, you have an interface where you can chat with the agent, and then you can literally ask the agent to install things like Telegram.
Yeah.
So if you're going through that sort of setup, if you guys take it back to the presentation I just gave.
Yeah.
After you do the setup, there's a pop-up screen that says, "Hey, if you want to set up Telegram, message your agent. I want to set up Telegram."
Yeah.
That's all you have to do.
Yeah.
So configure access to agent, generate a secure SSH, provide your own or directly access your instance is just where we would connect it. In which kind of modality we would want to talk to our agent.
So you can SSH into the machine itself, but the easiest thing to do is to download your key. And then after the agent's activated, there's a big button that says, "Open up my agent."
Okay.
If you press that big button, you'll have a chat interface directly with your agent.
On the near site.
On the near site.
And then you can just create a Telegram bot. Like I did it through like a bot thing, like a Telegram bot creator.
Yeah.
And then you can just link the API with the the bot on Telegram. Basically.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it just starts talking to you in Telegram.
It just starts talking to you in Telegram. I actually think that the magical moment, I want to get the onboarding to a point where my mom, who's not technical at all, doesn't have to actually get an API key from Telegram
and connect it. Yeah.
Connect it. Like
It's a copy and paste, but I feel you on that.
Yeah. If you can automate more and more parts of the experience, you can get more and more people onto the station.
So I haven't connected anything to my current OpenClaw outside of I created its own Gmail account.
Yeah.
And then I gave it access to my calendar, like read only, and I gave it edit access to some Google Docs. But I did it all on like Google Cloud Workspace.
Yeah.
So like going in on like Google Cloud on the API settings, opening, clicking different things, giving access. Is like talk to us about like the UI improvements for Ironclaw. How much easier is it going to be for me to use things like Google Docs for editing, Gmail? Like how do you see like the kind of core difference? Like is the core difference just I don't need to give it its own Gmail account because I can trust it and give it access to mine, or like is that the core breakthrough here? Like, oh, you don't need to take all these steps that you have to do for OpenClaw to make it kind of more secure?
So let me ask you a question. When you use your OpenClaw, why didn't you give it access to all of your passwords and your email and your
I don't know. I
Notion?
just watched a couple of YouTube videos and that's what I was told to do. And I just felt like I was giving away, I was scared that it was going to take over the thing, like lock me out.
Yeah.
Stuff
So
like that.
I had the same feeling. So I didn't give it access to a lot of stuff because I was like, I'm afraid.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like,
Truly afraid.
if I give it access to all my passwords, what if it does something malicious? What if there's a prompt injection attack?
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
And I think this goes back to the first principle driver of like effective agents is actually security.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So that's the core thing we wanted to solve. We're doing a lot of stuff to aim to improve the actual core experience as well, including like having tools, like aiming to make actually the interaction between the agent and yourself, the setup process, largely be a conversation, right?
Yeah.
And really removing as much technical barriers as you can. But I think the core thing that it comes back to my mind is security. If you have a lot of faith that the agent won't leak your secrets, and then you have sandboxes on a tool by tool basis, things like that.
Well,
right?
that's the thing. That is the core product differentiator for me. Then it becomes like the core product of OpenClaw is really great right now, but unless you give it all of your information and all of your access, you don't really get the full suite of experience.
Yeah.
You get like this half-baked experience.
Yeah.
Just like cool, but it's not been like life, like workflow changing for me. But I anticipate that doing like that, just the core security and privacy differentiator makes that product experience way better because you don't have to worry about it.
If you think about like what a great assistant will be, if you watch any movies where there's like a really effective assistant or EA, right? For example, there's that Suits. The show has like a really effective EA. I forget her name, Donna. Donna, right? Okay. Maybe the EA sort of product should be named Donna. But if you look at like what she's able to do is she has all of the information that she needs to take whatever actions she needs to take.
Yes.
So it goes back to actually privacy and security. Can you give the agent all the information that that you can?
Yeah, exactly.
Because then they can do anything on your behalf. Right.
Oh man, I think I'm gonna set up Ironclaw then and just full send it.
I think so too.
Because I just haven't full sent it with like some of my friends have. They've given OpenClaw access to everything, and they're just like, it's insane. And I'm like, dude, this is crazy.
It's fun as long as
man.
you
It's
feel comfortable with the security sort of issues, right?
Yeah.
But you know the wildest thing is that the team has also been working on a product for a while now called Near Intense.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's the ability to essentially do transactions with natural language, right?
Yeah.
So I think of the pizza example as a perfect example of like architecting something with intents. Right now, there's not like a decentralized network of pizzerias behind that, like competing for my pizza order.
No.
But if you're actually able to do real world intents behind being the arms and legs of the actual AI agents, so it can do real world stuff.
Yeah.
That would be a wild world to live in.
Yeah.
Because now you have really smart agents with all their information able to be the brains and tell you to do different things.
Yeah.
And then you can have actually a coordination of activities through a marketplace, through intents. And those marketplaces or that intent network can actually go out and execute real things in the world for you.
Yeah. George, man, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
A very, very interesting conversation. I think I need to set up Ironclaw and just nuke my OpenClaw. I haven't got that deep with it yet, so it's not like I'm going to lose much. But
hey, if you need any help, just DM me.
Yeah, thanks, George.
I might take you up on that.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Thank you,
guys. Alrighty. Well, wow. Like I said, my current OpenClaw implementation has very little access right now.
Yeah.
Just very, very little
And
information access. It doesn't really know what's going on.
No, and it's
kind of helpful, but it's not like, holy crap, I just created an entire new employee for my life. It doesn't have my browser access. It doesn't have my credit card access. It doesn't have my email access.
I think about Greg from Akash. Gives
everything.
Coffee machine,
but he runs
cameras in the
running
house.
It locally, right? Like it's almost the same as running it in a secure enclave.
Yeah.
encrypted. I think it's worth it. I think we should both do it. just give near the entire Rollup ops playbook.
I think we're about to hire quite a few AI agents for the Rollup. Let's take a quick commercial break, and
we got Jordan up next from PublicAl.
Jordan's gonna
and we got a couple others. Couple more hours left, guys. We've got some awesome speakers. Stay tuned. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. See you guys in a few. Public AI, we're at NEARCON. It is Monday, February 23rd. Jordan, what is the craziest thing you've done in AI over the last month?
I mean, the thing I'm most excited about is paying people
Okay.
to make data to train AI. Like
Okay.
that's the basis of our whole company.
Okay, but what about you personally? Are you a big avid AI user?
Oh yeah, every day, all the time.
For
How-
sure.
How do you not get things done that way
Do
anymore?
you have an AI girlfriend?
A few, yeah.
Yeah.
You got to play the field.
Couple agents. Yo, what? Guys got some agents running around.
Yeah,
man.
it's good. The agentic stuff is great. The co-work stuff from Anthropic, I've been using that a lot.
Oh yeah.
Haven't gone too deep on the clause yet.
Nice.
Because we're in the crypto space, so security is a number one priority for us. So going with the tools that are like a little bit more tried and true and have some backing behind them before going YOLO mode.
Yeah.
But have a few
YOLO mode.
personal project ideas that
Yeah.
I'd like to spin up and see how it goes.
Nice. Google AI has, with their Gemini products, hit 75 million users, and there's now shopping ads, appearing inside of these AI generated answers. People are saying conversational commerce is here for buying and selling products online. Do you think LLM should be putting ads in conversations?
I mean, it's up to the person who's serving the LLM, especially with Google. Like you can expect that from the start that it's going to be showing up there.
Yeah.
That's the business model. And it kind of is what it is. You got to like make money somehow. It's not cheap to run these things.
Yeah.
Do I want them there? No. It's annoying, especially when it feels out of place and it's awkward. I think that if you're able to do it in a more like empathetic way where you're actually offering help, because when you tell a friend that you need something and they suggest a product or something, it's natural and it works and you don't feel like you're getting scammed or something or targeted. That's some place where the models could do better, where it doesn't feel so blatant, or either make it like blatant enough where it's like called out in a way that it lets it sit with the consumers better.
Yeah.
You'll get better conversion that way anyway.
Yeah.
So, and then there's, open source options in places like Anthropic where they're insisting they'll never do ads. So, there is still hope for not being sold to in the middle of just trying to get things done.
Yeah.
But I understand from a commercial perspective why some of these companies are kind of like making that move.
Yeah.
I heard the other side of this argument recently on a podcast, which was that they should make the ads, such that it is blatantly an ad. Otherwise, it feels like we're being like co-opted and subverted and kind of taken
Deceived, right?
and deceived, exactly. And it's a tricky line because if we don't want to know that it's an ad and it can be fit in so organically and so nicely that it just seems woven in and natural, that's great. But then it does feel somewhat deceiving, otherwise. And so this was saying, it should actually just be more like a banner ad and just kind of like play it. It doesn't have to. In fact, it's actually better that it doesn't really relate to whatever it is that you're doing in the chat. So there's two sides to this argument. I think otherwise, this has been the way that, tech has been monetized for so long. Like, what are some of the alternative monetization strategies that these LLMs could serve? Because they have to make money.
Yeah.
But, do they have to do it on ads or is there an alternative?
Yeah, well, you look at Anthropic and the play is enterprise
Right.
customers, so they're going after a totally different demographic than everyday end users, and just like straight up inference costs, things like that. It's economics. Like, got a couple options on how you can do your revenue generation.
Okay. And so what about public AI? Like, you guys are now like sourcing human data, and that using that to train AI.
And a lot of voice stuff, from what we understand.
Yeah.
Which is kind of great
Huge
because
demand for that.
we use Whisper
Whisper
Flow. So
Flow.
so you press FN here on the keyboard, and you don't have to type, right? You say, "We're talking about public AI and synthetic voice data, but this is my real voice," and boom, it comes up with very
Perfect
little
transcription.
errors usually, right?
Yep.
But you guys are looking at verification around human voice data.
Yeah, so basically what we're building is the human layer of AI, connecting human expertise to these systems and the people that are building them, and making it equitable and transparent. The way that we collect data is 100% consent-based and legally compliant, because, you know, there's over 30 cases under litigation of people going after labs for taking the scrape and pray, we'll deal with it later approach. So I think that kind of data sourcing, like that era is over, and people need to be more cognizant of where they're getting their data and how they're getting it. And that's why they're coming to us, where we have like the full attribution chain of where the data is coming from, the user's consent. They show up because there's upfront rewards for them, and it's clear why they're getting rewarded and where their data is going and what it's being used for. So it's a very transparent system that takes away all the legal red tape. And also through like our user community, we've got over 3.5 million people around the world. When you've got that many people showing up and opting into work, there's going to be variable like levels of quality of contribution and authenticity and their interest of actually contributing. Like people are going to like try and farm you and game your system. So we also have like a reputation system built in, where as people make meaningful contributions, they kind of like level up in the system, and they can cross-check each other's work and become judges of each other's work. And that's where we're able to go from like Whisper, for example. It's very common for these systems to like the benchmark is like maybe like 10% word error rate or something like that is like, that's pretty good. Like that's leading right now. But through our system where we have humans actually checking each other, especially for like, you know, low resource languages and odd dialects that aren't already in these models, people are the only people who can kind of like cross-reference that. And then we're getting like, in our data set, we have a reliability rate of like 98%. So our word error rate is like down under 2% because of the human like in the loop checking and making sure that it's actually what somebody said.
Yeah, so it seems like there's like this issue with like synthetic data that you guys are approaching. Maybe just like zooming out, like I thought that we were, you know, over the last year creating synthetic data to train these models that would help to train these models in a better, faster way. But what's the issue with synthetic data? Is there an issue with it?
Yeah, so synthetic data is great when you're doing the foundational model building, the generalized, like most like widest kind of like training. You can throw whatever you want in there. That's why people are like attacking each other's models, scraping a bunch out of it to be able to do that like baseline training.
Yeah.
Where it doesn't work so well is when you're doing fine tuning. When you want to have that 1% leg up on your competitors, you can't just give it synthetic data and expect to be able to get to like those like percentile based, like incrementally better performance. So for fine tuning or like being able to bring new dialects and new languages to models, things like that, you really need fresh human data that's has the same level of quality and metadata go along with it and everything else. But if it's not new real data, you're not going to get the improvements.
Illia and George, you know, a lot of guys from the NEAR team, we've been talking about this marketplace where they've launched this, essentially this AI labor marketplace. We can put intents out to the world, and then these AI solvers were kind of like build it if, you know, they can.
Yeah.
Is this sort of the opposite? Like, do you think that, you know, AI will be requesting human data and requesting human jobs, and then us as human solvers will be able to supply that labor?
I think there's 100% future there. Like, I think that can be a thing. Rent a human is like the kind of like example that people go towards for that. But, you know, we've been live as a company for over 4 years now, and our token launch was more recent, but we've been paying people for collecting data for a long time. Data being valuable isn't something new. That's something that was like true before the world of AI. Like, data was valuable, and I think it will continue to be valuable. And yeah, again, if you're trying to like differentiate, do something new, you need fresh data. I see it as the biggest bottleneck in like more capable AI systems, because data is really the substrate of human intelligence. To be able to capture it, like books are the classic example, but like that's where the data shows up, is like that's where the intelligence is baked and can be shared and disseminated among people. And now we're accelerating how the data like changes hands and
Yeah.
what it's used for, but it's still where the knowledge lives.
And it's very proprietary and private in some sense, right? Like, for example, recently in this whole Venezuela, takeover thing that happened, it came out that Anthropic was used and Claude was used in some like strategic planning and mapping. And I think the Pentagon kind of brought in the Anthropic CEO as of late for a pretty tense interaction about the military usage of Claude, threatening some national security designations for this, which all comes back to the data that these models are being trained on. The military wants to use Claude. Anthropic, I think, said no. Like, I don't know where you stand on this, but it's pretty interesting.
Yeah. I want our military to be as well equipped as it can be. This scary scenario is Terminator, where you strap guns on robots and then they wind up killing everybody.
Yeah.
I think there's a very real risk of that when, in the previous conversation, George ordered too many pizzas.
Yeah.
Not the worst mistake in the world to make.
No, yeah.
Killing 5 extra people, you kind of don't want to have to deal with that liability.
Yeah.
So I think from like Anthropic's point of view, like I understand their stance,
Yeah.
but I also, we have like Palantir and other companies that are, very ready to take on those challenges, take on that liability and tackle those hard problems and figure out how they do hedge those bets.
Yeah.
I wonder why the military used Anthropic and not Palantir.
Better.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think probably for the accessibility, probably like anybody can kind of like get an Anthropic account and just start using it. Palantir is a bit more permissioned.
Right. And one of the things that we've been seeing here and hearing about has been this kind of impending censorship of AI models.
Mhm.
This is an example of if Anthropic blocks the military from really using it. Where do you guys, how do you think about, AI censorship as more of these foundational models are trying to restrict their liability? They want to be pushing the boundaries, but also, like you said, you don't want to go YOLO mode, right? Especially if you're one of these larger labs. So how do you draw that? How do you balance, right, innovation and speed versus, security and ultimately censoring what users can do?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge proponent of censorship, but again, the model makers are the ones who have to decide what they want to expose themselves to. I think that like if you're looking at end consumers for things like private AI and what Near is shipping recently, like the digital girlfriends thing or, emotional support is one of the places where you want not just a paper sign says that we're not going to steal your data. You want like true TEE.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to be doing emotional work, like you don't want that leaked. No. So from a consumer point of view, like that would be a perfect use case to have like totally uncensored models in those environments. But I also question like if the end user consumers are really where you're going to make money as an inference provider or something like that. So I think that a lot of people aren't motivated. The people who are training models aren't motivated to take on those additional risks because of like who the audience is, not necessarily being like their number one audience for how they're going to bring in revenue.
Yeah. Do you think the AI industry is in a bubble right now?
There's definitely a lot of hype. I hope that the hardware thing is a bubble because we're really running out of hardware.
Like just like the cost of GPUs.
Yeah, and RAM, like it's affecting everything, making it impossible for consumers to really get in on this stuff. And that's like where I see like a lot of promises with open source models are the ones who are going to be pushing the envelope on uncensored and like totally open like approaches.
Yeah.
And for that, you're going to want like local inference to be able to run them, and consumers are kind of like stuck right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that like on the bubble thing, there's definitely money going around in circles.
Yeah.
Like there's a little bit of that. But I think that there's also real value being generated.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that's like super core to our business is like from our clients who pay us in fiat, Web 2 clients come and pay us for data. We then take that and use it as rewards for the community that shows up and does tasks. So rather than our token being something that's like speculative, it's all based on like real revenue. So as long as there's value being generated, then the bubble pops, it's not going to be so bad. But if the value isn't being generated, then you're kind of in trouble.
And how much longer do you think we're going to need to have humans in the loop on just things like data collection? Greg from Akash was in here saying that he's got cameras all over his house, and heart rate monitors, he's got all these things. There's traffic light cameras. Like, when we start to integrate more hardware into society and daily life, and that hardware is collecting more of that data, how much do we need to rely on humans to provide bespoke data that people are requesting?
Yeah. So I think that like in the kind of narrative of machines replacing humans for work, like it's not a question of if that's going to happen or not. Like naturally it will. It's more efficient. But the real question for us is like, do the people who are providing the training data to make those things possible, are they getting an equitable like stake in it? Do they get paid for it? Do they have some sense of ownership over the AI systems they're building? And for us, like public token is the answer for that. Like, yes, you can own a piece of the AI infrastructure you're using to generate value, and you get paid upfront like for your work. So in the short term, I think there's going to still be a big need for data collection. In the long tail, we'll see. Like right now, we have a ton of people who need more language data. That's the biggest thing that we're collecting right now. The next thing that we're prototyping is the egocentric, like robotics data collection. And these two things are great use cases for decentralized data collection because you want the widest variety of diverse samples. And you can reach out to a community and get it, and it's going to be higher quality than if you have a bunch of people in a factory doing it. So it's a really good fit for that. Human diversity is pretty rich. I don't know how quickly we're going to be able to capture all of it. And if humans continue to do interesting things, then maybe there is a long tail of like human data, and maybe that gets to the rent a human thing and the pay a guy to jump in a volcano narrative.
It's crazy when Sam Altman's talking about how it's easier to train LLMs than it is to train a child.
Yeah.
It's kind of dystopian, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah. It's pretty hot take. Energy wise, like you can kind of like see where the math is sitting in his head for it.
Yeah.
But, we are humans that are building these systems. So hopefully if they continue to be in service of them, they maintain human values.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's the connection between humans that is what's driving value. Even if you have an agent in the middle, if you're going to a poly market or prediction market, or you're ordering pizzas or anything else, there's still human on the other side.
Yeah.
It's just, more mediated.
Yeah. Jordan, thanks for coming on today, man. Thanks for your time.
Yeah.
Hope you have a great experience here at the event at NEARCON, and thanks for the insights, and appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks.
All right, guys. Quite the conversation so far today. I mean, we've gone from we've orbited around agents in homes, OpenClaw versus IronClaw. I think we need to set up IronClaw. As I said, I have a current OpenClaw instance that's running, but I have not been able to give it my data or any of my kind of like actual access, because I just do not want to have Terminator on my apps, right? But it seems like now it's kind of time.
So
what are you looking at here?
This latest conversation from Jordan, kind of reminds me of like, when we're going to need human in the loop and like speech. And so I saw this on Twitter a few months ago. I think it was launched in September of 2025. It's called Alter Ego, and it's basically telepathy.
It's basically telepathy.
And so rather than speaking to your AI, and that's why we need all this language data, is because we just need to have some data that effectively AI agents can communicate with either human to agent or agent to agent in different languages. This allows you to just think, and it will So like when you press FN and you're talking to Whisperflow,
Yeah.
it's basically like you just think FN and then it'll start to read your mind and take what. So and then
I'm sorry.
and then it'll so you want to here. So look.
Oh, so it's connected to like your brain?
So it's like you're wearing headphones and it's got these
like neuro sensors?
Yeah, like sensors that like attach to your temples. And so this is the founder
Why is
and
it always like a young 20-year-old kid like just absolutely delivering like brain altering technology. Like you're gonna trust this kid to put this device on your head and like ensure that your brain waves aren't gonna be messed up.
And so his co-founder ends up sitting next to him and they have a full conversation. This video is 13 minutes long.
They have a full conversation
They have a full conversation without saying anything.
Wow.
The power of telepathy.
And so wait, that came as a result of us talking about whether or not human data is
speech data
is relevant.
Because if we don't need to talk to our AI or if it doesn't need to talk back to us.
Right. Then we can just do direct from the mind.
Which is the closest that you can get to an intent.
What, right? Just like I want, like you have a thought coming. Yeah.
According to this founder, his name I'm not sure, is saying that it only picks up what you want to pick up.
Okay, nice. Silent speech. Yeah. Okay. So I think I'm really tempted to get Ironclaw on my main device. Yeah, no, I know. This entire day has been like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah. I think Greg from Akash really.
Dude, he came in and was just like, oh my gosh.
I might have not said a word that entire conversation.
Dude, he has a heartbeat monitor in his house, a microphone in every room.
It can detect the mouthing of words. It's picking up his thoughts. He's not even speaking.
That's so weird, man. And then how about our guy from I think it was Paul, the second guest. He comes on the show today, guys, and he's wearing a necklace. And on his necklace, I think it's called Limitless.
Limitless. Yeah.
Why don't you pull that up? I'd like to see that. So
we should probably get one of those.
Excuse me. He pulls up wearing this.
Yeah, AI, it's called a pendant.
He also got us a hat, which is pretty cool. And he's like, so.
Oh, they got acquired by Meta.
So like 20 minutes into the conversation, I'm looking at him, and I'm like, what is this guy's necklace? Like, why is he wearing like a pendant that looks like he's absorbing like my thoughts and my words? And he's like, yeah, this is Limitless. It is a personal transcription tool that always listens to all of my conversations and then transcribes them and then summarizes them and inserts them into an AI workflow for our company.
The world's best voice recorder.
So I guess they're acquired by
Meta meeting capture, lecture recording. So yeah, great for students.
So
you
like
just sit there and just record the lecture. Interview recording, meeting
around
capture.
this man is going to be taken for like on some crazy like
well, we were talking about
exactly
this. We were in the Uber, we were having a great conversation.
Yeah, we were.
Neither of us were taking notes.
No.
Because we were in the conversation.
Yeah.
And so we said, how great would it be if we had an AI thing that
would actually take the notes
and actually take the notes. And one of the things that he said was that it doesn't, like, he has to take it and send it to his agent and tell it to do something.
And then like gets into the workflow and then
If we set up some sort of streaming service or cron job where this could automatically send the transcription directly to an agent, the agent knows that when it gets a transcript, it should disseminate it into, action items or the most important points.
Yeah.
Put together one-pagers, put together documentation, and then send it to the rest of the agents.
Pretty insane.
You have guidelines. You have SOPs,
no, but I legit mean like
things.
this guy came in with a circle on his necklace, and like I said, he was fully explaining that we were going to be doing full trans. Like I don't know. I just if you tell your parents this, they're gonna think that this is crazy. Like imagine being like existing in any other era, and you're just always record. Like the state of surveillance has just gotten unreal.
Usually you're supposed to tell someone when you're recording them.
Yeah.
Right. Otherwise, it's like, hey, I didn't tell you that it was okay for you to record me. That's why you have a sign, at the front of the venue here that says, hey, by entering, you consent to being recorded and taking pictures.
Yeah.
But just walking around with a pendant that is recording everyone's conversations.
Dude, I mean,
what if it has like
soon they're gonna be-
supersonic hearing? What if it can hear things like you and I are talking about? Just imagine.
I know.
Where it can hear things from across
I
the room.
know.
You
It's
think you're having a
crazy.
private conversation.
And then just wait till they put cameras on those things. Little cameras, and they start to do face.
This
Yeah,
is why
I don't love this.
Remember the guy John Ives who worked at Apple and helped design the iPod?
Yeah.
Got hired by Sam Altman from
Yeah.
OpenAI to build this sort of device.
Yeah.
So this is coming. I mean, and Limitless, the guy that was wearing, got acquired by Meta.
Yeah.
So they're
They're just
investing
collecting
more
data
and
and
more.
data and
They're just
data.
it's all just data collection.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick breather. We've got quite a few more guests left. I think our next one's right here. Guys, we'll be right back in just 1 second. Get this party, keep going, keep it rolling. Alex Skidanov completely blew that one on the state of new AI architecture.
I wanted to say close enough, but it was not.
It's all right. I think if we ask an LLM to pronounce it, they'll probably pronounce it better. Perhaps there's one thing that AI is better than humans at.
It's not one. It's not one thing.
No?
Name one thing in which humans are better than LLMs.
Oh, goodness. So you're one of
Martial
those. So there's like this new religion being created where like you've got like normal people and then you've got like people who firmly believe that AI is better than humans at like a lot
Maybe
of
not
things.
yet, but it's martial arts. Watch the Chinese New Year.
Yeah.
They had
The robots,
Yeah.
the unit tree.
Yeah, I define better. And
Yeah.
If I fight with it, it will.
It'll probably
annihilate me.
yeah.
You're definitely in the AI is better than humans camp, that's for sure.
Well, there's the religion you're talking about is called transhumanism, and there's like a sector of people that think like AI is really, really good at stuff and like better than humans at most things.
Yeah.
And then there's like we look up to AI as like a religious deity, and those are the like we will merge with this thing as a new biology and like create a new species.
That would be great.
That
See this guy?
okay, so he is a transhumanist. Okay, so like tell us what's positive about
I'm not saying we're going to do that.
right, but
But it
what would be great about that?
Well, for one thing, you will not have to die. You can keep on existing. You can go explore stars.
That would be pretty cool.
Like the probability of me exploring stars, even if we, figure out a lot of, like even if we get like 200 years, lifespan,
Right.
Is not huge. It's not zero though either. I think given how quickly we move, it's plausible.
Yeah.
But yeah, with if my brain becomes silicon and I can do backups, I don't have to die. That's great. It creates all kind of a whole set of other problems. How people generally are not like very friendly on average with each other.
Yeah.
So when we're all immortal, it's and we compete for resources, that will be.
You could have like an indefinite grudge that you hold against someone,
or something like that. Yeah, it's very hard to reason about that universe, right? It's so far fetched. Yeah, there's a lot of science fiction books, and they have very different views.
Yeah. So let's then reason about the current state of affairs. Opus 4.5, 4.6, both recently came out, kind of mogging the entire ChatGPT AI, or the rest of the AI counterparts. Maybe you disagree. What's your daily driver LLM currently?
It's definitely Opus 4.6.
Okay.
But not because it's so good. I didn't even try other things. I tried Opus 4.6. It works. I'm like, okay. why would they bother?
Are you scared of AI?
There's definitely some. There's a lot of uncertainty. Like the world changes. Definitely. So some things I think are quite certain. One thing that is for certain is that a very large number of people will lose jobs, including very high-paying jobs.
Yeah.
Right. And I think on the short term, on a short-term scale, a lot of engineers will lose jobs, especially junior engineers.
Yeah.
Right.
Are you an engineer?
I would call myself an engineer, right?
So how do you prepare?
How do you prepare? I have no idea, right? Also, I have a kid, right?
Okay.
What do I have my kid study these days? I have no idea. What will be relevant by the time he grows up?
Yeah.
It's there's a lot of uncertainty, right? So it's very like I'm more scared of not knowing. Like when you're a little peasant in the 16th century, you have many things to be afraid of, but at least you sort of kind of know how the world will unroll.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite different these days.
Yeah. What are some of the kind of latest improvements in models or in just generally in the AI architecture stack that you're excited about or that you've seen really work well for yourself? Maybe even, with the work that you guys are doing with Near AI, just talk to us about like how exponential this technology has been over the last 6 to 12 months.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to talk about specific improvements. It's hard to attribute the.
We got some seagulls, guys. We're literally on the wharf. Like we're literally in the wharf.
Oh, this is not
Francisco.
playbook; those are actual seagulls.
Yeah, these are actual seagulls. We are in the wharf of San Francisco.
But I think so. One interesting thought, right? That was that at the very beginning of this hype cycle, right? There was definitely an exponent, right? GPT-3, then GPT-4, and you're like, wow, like it's just taking off. And then it slowed down. Like when GPT-5 came out, people weren't like, oh my god, it's so great. People were like, oh, give me back my 4.0, right? So we kind of went into this much slower pace, but still, like the jump between every two consecutive models, I think, is not as visible, right? But as you look, Opus 4.6 is definitely much more capable than something we had half a year ago, right? So we definitely it's hard to tell if the model itself is still on the exponent. I think it's more, I think we had so little time since the first models came out and became popular that I think we just still have a lot of low-hanging fruits which are not even Claude Code completely revolutionized the way you interact with Opus 4.6.
Yeah.
Like otherwise, if Opus 4.6 was still in the chat window like ChatGPT, you might not even notice the difference. But with Claude Code, you can do insane things. Like people just go crazy, right? And I think we still have a lot of low-hanging, like OpenClaw, IronClaw. Right. We still have a lot of low-hanging fruits that will.
So I just wanted to challenge your take on the uncertainty and losing jobs. Like I know that that's a common narrative, but IBM has tripled their entry-level hiring as of late. They're kind of redesigning their junior roles around AI augmentation, not just pure replacement. This kind of like kills this AI is killing job narratives. It's more of like IBM is saying that AI is creating jobs.
If I'm proven wrong, I will be very happy. Let's say that, right? But it's I think there's still a lot of, first of all, enterprises generally move slower, and IBM is not known as the fastest moving company, right? So I think it will take time for them to fully realize what is possible and what is the right way of using new tools, right? So yeah, maybe it could very well be that in the short term it is very beneficial to bring a lot of people who will be like prompting the tools, but in the long term, there was, I think one big question is, will like swarms of autonomous agents actually work well, right? So today we already have some deployments of those, and some people have success, some people don't. But if they work very well, that will be pretty bad news.
Okay, so like, what is that? And what is a swirls or swarms of autonomous agents? What does that like represent? What does that use for?
I think it's just like a generic concept, right? Like you can imagine. We already know that a single agent can do things, right?
Okay.
Like I can, I think a lot of computer programmers today, when they go to sleep, they don't sleep well if they don't have at least one code running in the background doing something. There must be something I check on when I wake up, right? It doesn't have to be, right? So we know agents can do things, right? You can you can give them a research task that you would have otherwise been doing. It would take you time, right? So, and the most recent Claude Code, I don't know if it was Claude Code, but it was Anthropic's release, right? They had this ability of you spinning up a whole engineering team. It was burning through ridiculous number of tokens, but in certain cases it was producing some very good results, right? But I think I didn't try it, so I have no idea of its capabilities, right? But I can imagine that it is. If I were to guess, I would imagine they still derail frequently, right? You cannot like just go and trust 100 agents to do something that requires 100 people today, right? But if that becomes, but again, Claude Code was nowhere to where it is today. Let's say a year ago, right? So if you can imagine that in a year you can start 200 independent agents doing something, that a human would do otherwise, and suddenly those entry level jobs that prompt. But anyway, let's not talk about depressing stuff. Let's talk about something optimistic. Well, hopefully you're right and I'm wrong.
What's the craziest thing that you've seen produced by Claude Code?
By Claude Code. I'm not a power user of Claude Code yet. I think everybody around me is much more sophisticated. Like sometimes I look at what people do and I'm like, oh my God. I definitely, I think it just becomes, one interesting thing is that a lot of things that before you would look for a solution, now you will just make, right? So like a very good example, today someone was writing that they needed an RSS reader, right? And they just said, hey, Claude, what is a good RSS reader? And they just ended up building it and it took, a couple hours. And in a couple hours they had an RSS reader, but that was what they want, not what, you're not at the mercy of the maintainer, right? Right, it's just examples of things that, anything that is not extremely sophisticated can just be built on the fly for you, right? People like build emulators for their favorite old computers, right? Like I had a Soviet Union computer back in the day with games, right? So now you can just build this emulator if like an existing emulator doesn't satisfy your needs, right? But we know that, which company was it? There's a company that built a whole browser internally. Oh yeah. That just can render a page from the ground up. It's a known thing. I'm just blanking on the name.
Alex, do you have an AI girlfriend?
AI girlfriend? No.
No.
He's got a wedding ring on.
I mean, it could be an AI.
That was my last question, Alex. Congrats on the.
If I had an AI girlfriend, her name would be Kimi.
Kimi. Alex, that was my last one. Thanks for joining us today, man. I appreciate you. Cheers. See you, man.
Thanks, man.
Cheers. Wow. All right. So we've gone 0 for 2 so far on the AI girlfriends. Are you the only one, Rob? Are you the only one that has one in the entire building?
I am. Yeah. I think Alex shares my.
Thanks, Alex.
Yeah. Alex also wanted to merge with AI. Just as I would love to merge with my AI girlfriend, become one flesh, ultimately have silicone for brains.
You're gonna do it if you get that alter ego thing. Your brain's gonna turn.
The alter ego thing is insane.
I think we got Julien in the back ready to come up. Julien's the guy. We're ready for him. What a string of conversations here this afternoon. We've got a couple more hours left here. Julien, welcome, man.
Yeah,
Please.
come on in. Welcome to the show.
All right, so you're a big privacy advocate.
Yes.
Yes, you are. Where are you from, Julien?
I'm French.
All right.
From the south of France. Yeah.
Nice.
I live in Barcelona, though, in Spain.
Okay.
Just past the border.
Did you make the journey over here for NEARCON?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
And where does the inspiration for your passion for privacy, where does that come from?
I think that comes from my background in data analysis. I've been a data geek when I started coding, so I've been somehow super excited by collecting big data sets.
Yeah.
And I understand that there is some concern here in terms of privacy, intellectual property. And so probably, now that we generalize the AI, and I'm also having, let's say, creative activities on the side, I would like to protect what I'm doing. I don't want my data, I don't know, I like music, but there are other stuff when I create content. If I take some time to make something that I like, I don't want it to be just mashed out by some AI.
And, we had George and Illia and several people from the NEAR team today, which, they launched NEAR AI, which is inclusive of Iron Claw, when they can run this agent in a TEE. Is that sufficient enough? Is it secure enough to your standards for privacy where you feel comfortable running that?
Yeah, definitely. As far as I understand all the details, I believe that NEAR has a very solid suite of tools. We are seeing a lot of interesting coming. In particular, Iron Cloud, which I haven't had the time to try yet. But that's my plan after NEARCON. I will move the agents which I'm now running through OpenCloud, I will move it to Iron Clouds.
I want to try that too. Yeah.
And what are your OpenClaw implementations currently doing for you?
So I just started last week. I'm building Nova. As we said, Nova is a file sharing system for AI agents.
Yeah.
And I built a BizDev agent that is receiving lists of potential leads to automate the presentation of Nova to these contacts. And well, I'm using Nova in this use case for saving the metadata of my campaigns and keep track of which campaign potentially works better than another. So somehow A/B testing my emails. And yeah.
Nice. Yeah. So I was telling George, the product officer of Near, that OpenClaw hasn't been that useful for me because I haven't been able to give it all of my credentials and access to everything because like a lack of trust. And that just having that security guarantee opens up a whole new kind of range of new use cases for me. And that might just be the big product differentiator for, people like us who care, about privacy.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Do you guys think with new Ironclaw implementation, the security of it, it's capable of like going directly into our own accounts, or do you think it's still like something we should treat as an employee or a friend should have its own accounts?
I personally like to give Ironclaw its own account.
Right.
So it's like a partner I'm discussing with every day, like an assistant. Yeah.
I think I'm going to full send it and just give it access to everything of mine.
What do you think is the danger of that? Like,
Yeah.
what should it be aware of?
Well, I've been using AI for the last months quite a lot, and I'm also sharing all what I need to. I'm not the most cautious for the moment when I use AI. I believe that's what I've seen some data. 77% employees in the corporate industry are doing the same.
Yeah.
So they are using AI and sharing, let's say, their credentials to access to corporate accounts, this kind of stuff. So it's probably like the mainstream practice. Everybody likes the comfort to be able to chat with the AI. And if you have to give an API key for it to make the job, you will do it because it's so easy, it's so fast. So you do it. I know it's not a good practice, and that's why I would like to switch to something else.
So there was some recent news about WhatsApp where in the EU, the EU actually threatened WhatsApp to kind of restrict its usage to one AI assistant. So there's an AI agent that is ran through Meta. It has a restrictive order to only use that agent in WhatsApp. And then the EU was trying to get involved and maybe like say, hey, you can't force WhatsApp to only use the agent of Meta. You can use other agents as well. So Meta's locking competitors out of WhatsApp because they own WhatsApp. I don't know if you have a take on that.
Yeah, I believe so. That's partly that's the same topic I will be discussing tomorrow in my pitch. I had a 10-minute pitch, but no, I believe probably the EU is concerned about monopolies, and so in this context, they would not like that the door will be closed to one single AI.
Right.
So, but at the same time, there are security breach that are really like concerning. Probably, I don't know why is Meta doing this. I believe they want to probably secure the best that I can. And so they trust one model, their model, to work with their apps, and they want to close the rest. That's one reason. But I've also heard other things. I know that Meta is now using the chat logs for advertising, ad routing, right? So somehow we will fall back in the same model that we had in Web 2, where the user data will be used to personalize the advertisement that we see. It's something that, for example, I really don't like. I try to skip ads as much as I can, probably like everyone. And it shows somehow we're lucky because it shows early the final business model they have in mind that we already know, and we already went to blockchain and more private, let's say, environments to escape from this advertising trap.
Yeah.
So they will probably continue with this on AI, and that's one more reason to move from these models to our platforms like we have at Near.
And so we've also seen how this open source model race is starting to heat up with like the closed source models and foundation models, and how we've talked about a couple of things actually that have led to this. AI being a national security issue for multiple countries. Anthropic is kind of closing off the military from using their models, and then ultimately these open source models are starting to distill a lot of like Anthropic and other models. That's how open source is, continuing to get so good. And so Anthropic is continuing to, secure and contain more and more of what they're doing. And that is so that the open source models aren't able to steal and distill their own. And so as these models get more and more censorship baked in, how do you think the rest of the AI complex is going to react? Do you think that we're going to see open source models get worse compared to the closed source ones because they can't distill? Or how are open source models able to keep up with some of these closed source censorship models?
I believe open source models take a bit more time, probably because there is less money in these ecosystems, but they are always following closely to the performance, the actual performance of those sponsored models. Or property models, sorry. And I think there will always be people contributing through the open source philosophy. And I believe it's even growing. So more and more people are interested by open source. So I really don't think that I believe maybe actually we could look at it the other way. We could think that if those companies start to close their model, it's maybe because they are concerned by the open source competition. So open source model could maybe pass on top of what they are doing at some point.
So if we think about the open source, closed source kind of where those where they're not the same and where they have some similarities, and then we think about the data layer and where that's coming from. Open source, right? You think that there'll be a lot of data that can be brought into these models from different places, and then closed source, they want to have their own training of those models in their own capacity and really try to keep it more like in-house. You guys are trying to do a private kind of layer of data. Does that change how you think data will be used by these models, whether open source or closed source? How do you think about the usage of data?
It's a very good question. I'm thinking of two things. If you compare the open source model and, for example, the open source version of meta models like Llama when it was released, last time I've read the paper, I think it was 1 year and a half ago. And they say it's open source because we can use it, but they don't share the data sets, and they don't describe the data sets enough to making it reproducible. So it's not real open source. They are sharing the results, but they are not sharing the process. And so that makes the big difference with real open source models, who are usually agglomerated by scientist communities, people who trust in this philosophy, and so that collects the work from a lot of universities, a lot of people like this. I believe for the next stage is probably already the case, but we will very much likely train models more and more on generated data. So we are using AI to generate data sets who are representative of the reality. So that's the main trick. You need to be sure that the data that you generate with AI will represent what's happening in the real world. But so we don't have enough quantities of data probably to train the model only with real data sets. So you are using AI to generate data sets to train more AI. And I think that's probably the direction that we will take. And so at the end, the fact that, for example, I advocate data privacy, it will not slow down the growing and the development of open source models. If we all, you go there.
But isn't the best way to, like, if we want the model to understand the world, wouldn't the best way to do that bring data from the natural world? If we start creating synthetic data or generated data with AI, then we use that to simulate the real world, doesn't that start to get a little bit detached?
Probably. I think that's all the trick to be sure that your data represents reality. But otherwise, it has always been a problem to collect data on the field. And I've been doing field research in very different contexts when I was an urban developer researcher. And there are a lot of territories where we don't have data available. I remember, for example, a bias. I've been traveling in Africa for some time. It's very hard to collect data from what's happening in the wild or in different countries that not necessarily have the tech industry to collect and use these data. So somehow the existing models are already blinded on some realities of the real world. And so, there is something here where, I don't know. The question that you are asking is definitely legit. I don't have an answer to this, actually. But yes, I think that we are progressing from something that was way less advanced. We didn't have that many data available when we started training the first AI models. Now there is much more data available, but I believe they will have new ways of data collection in the future.
Yeah, and it's probably field dependent. Like the present, we may need to trust humans because we are here looking, but once we start looking back into the past or forward into the future with the intelligence at the disposal of AI, it could be the case that they're much better at forecasting what is happening into the future, even a short amount of time. Think weather. Like we can look outside, see what the weather is maybe better than an AI can. But once we start even going 15, 30 an hour, what we see outside is no longer as accurate as what a simulation could be from an AI.
Probably.
Yeah.
Julien, kind of coming to a close here. What's on the Nova outlook for the next 6 months? What's the roadmap?
So I think I have a very cool product. I like it because it can go a bit everywhere, so a lot of people can adopt it easily. For me, I will try to find my market fit. I would like to know how I can make Nova the most useful to the people who really want to use it. What I will do market research, getting in touch with a lot of potential users with this BizDev activities. And then this will probably give me in 6 months a better idea of the next step for Nova.
Cool.
Awesome.
Julien, thanks for coming on, man. Pleasure to have you.
Thank you. Cheers. Thanks.
All right, guys, we've got Bowen, Wang up next amongst a couple of other folks, Austin, Ryne, to wrap up the day. Guys, we'll take a quick break and be right back to end the show off for the coming about an hour and a half, 2 hours. We've got 6 more guests. We're stoked. See you guys in a second. Welcome back to NEARCON. We are here with the CTO of NEAR, Bowen Wang. Bowen is a first time on the show, but has a lot of knowledge in development, agentic economy, and more. Bowen, welcome to the show, man.
Yeah, great to be here. As you said, first time on the show, but yeah, fan of you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on, man. I think it'd be great to get some background. CTO of NEAR, must be a smart guy.
How'd you get here, Bowen?
Yeah, so I joined NEAR from the very beginning. I actually joined when NEAR was AI company. Back in 2018.
I think a little people realize that NEAR was an AI company before it was a crypto company.
Yeah. Long story. So we were doing this neural program synthesis, which is teaching machine how to write code, which is what we actually are doing now today. But back then it was just in the very early stages, and it's hard to make it work. And also we're looking at even if we make it work, where do we apply it? And smart contracts definitely a good place to apply that. It's relatively self-contained, and also it's very important to get it right. So that's kind of how we got into blockchain.
So practically and technically speaking, what does a blockchain for AI mean, right? So we had Haseeb on talking about how he believes crypto was built for agents, not for humans. What is a blockchain for AI?
Yeah, I think there are many aspects to it, right? So obviously as you mentioned, this kind of like financial infrastructure built on top of blockchain, like which NEAR intends, is definitely very useful for agents. I mean, it's useful for humans as well, but I actually have a friend who's not technical, right? And then he was able to basically integrate NEAR intents into his OpenClaw, with AI, and now he can have all the crypto payments there. And he feels like, wow, that's amazing experience. You just ask it to look at the API, and then just integrate it automatically and have all the crypto payments right there. That's amazing experience. And but I think underneath, because we build a lot of complex infrastructure to actually make it happen. I mean, on the kind of topmost level, you see that this is a seamless experience, but underneath is a lot of complexity being built there, right? There's the blockchain itself, the sharded architecture. There's MPC, there's chain signature, there's bridge, and so on. Then there's the NEAR intent smart contract, and all of that. Yeah, it's takes years to build, but I think now people see with agents, it's actually very easy to use. So that's definitely it's definitely great. And I think another aspect is that we are building this decentralized confidential machine learning protocol on top of blockchain, basically using the blockchain as a coordination and payment layer to coordinate GPU compute, so that to facilitate the discovery and also payment for GPU compute. And then the idea is that you can actually do more things the running confidential inference, confidential fine-tuning, and even training in this network. So I would say, there's a lot of possibilities. We already see some of them playing out.
Yeah. And NEAR's become this verticalized stack. It's got quite a few components, all the way from, the bare metal payments infrastructure, all the way through to some more of the consumer products that you guys are creating now. I think a lot of the gaps and friction that Ironclaw and OpenClaw, you set it up, it takes some steps and some technical prowess in order to set up, but those are getting removed. Ironclaw, now you can just go to the website, you can activate the agent. You mentioned that your friend was non-technical also. They were able to implement NEAR intents directly into their agent. What does that process look like? And generally, what is the process for an agent to integrate more API keys? Are we at the point now where we can just type in natural language, tell our agent, hey, go set up an API account, use my credit card or some stable coins to go, read the documentation, set up the API key, create the account, and make the integration? Are we at that point now?
I think pretty much, except that I think this is where the traditional financial infrastructure maybe not as kind of adaptable or as easy to integrate as crypto, because with credit card and so on, you can potentially trigger anti-fraud detection and things like this, and you actually need to think about how comfortable you are with actually giving it all the information, right? With crypto, you can just have account with small amount of balances, right? And very, very flexible. You can like with near intents also you can like move across different crypto very easily. And then even like we're adding the ability to move between like fiat and crypto as well. So yeah, I would say like I think we are basically already at that stage. I think just like with agents becoming more and more like prevalent, right? Seems like Iron Claw getting better and better, then yeah, I think there'll be like explosion of usage.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. I'm curious about some of the work that you're doing on DCML and how you see this affecting this idea of user-owned AI. What does that mean to you? And then from some of the technical side, what does the implementation of that look like?
Yeah, so the kind of the ultimate implementation is that we want this decentralized network of compute providers where they have the ability to join the network to provide compute. So there's just, for example, let's say they're a data center that have some surplus compute that they're not able to sell, and then or it's like some labs that got a whole bunch of compute they're not able to like fully utilize all the time, right? So the idea is you have this like spare compute and you can contribute to the network, let's say on like kind of moving basis, right? It's not like necessarily you say like, okay, I'm going to provide this for like a month, maybe you're only providing for a day or like some more like granular scale, but then like you can actually on the other side, when there's like enough demand, then you actually can get paid by providing this compute. So it's kind of like a win-win situation because then there are like also like a lot of people who need compute, right? And then actually they can come here and then get the compute they want. And I think, yeah, we're thinking of like having more capability on top of that, including like, crowdsourcing of like, model training and like data and so on and so forth.
And are we like, can we use near intense infrastructure to make that request?
Yeah, we're actually thinking, yeah, because if you think about it, it's kind of like an intense based or like it's kind of like intent, right? You say like, okay, I want like, this many GPU for like this long period of time. And actually we actually brainstormed using the same intense architecture, like the solver bus and the like solvers actually do this. It's actually quite similar in that sense. Yeah.
So when you're thinking about actually, onboarding people to provide compute, what does that look like from a technical end? Is it actually trying to, work with warehouses who have compute in data centers? Is it just the average folk with a laptop?
Yeah, I think the average folks with laptop will be more difficult because you require like, obviously you wanted them to be like stable, to be always like to be online and so on. So I think, at least in the very beginning, it will be more like, data centers or people who rent compute from like the data centers. And the idea is basically they can just like, configure, there's like obviously the setup they need to do, which configures the machines in the confidential compute mode. And then they can actually register their machines on the smart contract, and then actually automatically verifies that attestation to show that the machines are configured properly, right? There's no like funky stuff going on. And then, they will be recorded on the smart contract. Then on the other side, you have people who can come in and say like, okay, I want to request, this much compute. And then, it will actually get matched with the provider who actually provides the compute.
What do you think is the most important part of Near's stack right now? Like, is it the intents? Is it the consumer part? Is it the blockchain?
I actually think it's like the ability to have like everything come together, right? So today we talk about like what we launched on near.com, right? Mm-hmm. So the new like improved interface for like intents and also we launched Iron Claw today. I think that there's more like the ability of like having those things actually come together, having this all of your like financial stuff managing in one place with the power by the like agentic interface or the the power of AI that makes it very easy for you to interact with, but it can actually execute like complex stuff underneath. So I think having them kind of like converging like in one place is I think the ultimate goal of what we're building. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. I mean, do you think that users of LLMs today value privacy? Do you think that they want to value privacy?
I definitely think that like it becomes like more and more like top of mind for people as we see more and more like AI adoption and so on. It's one is that people are now like maybe become like more aware and or maybe even worried about the capabilities and how much it knows about you and so on. So like at least definitely like even like outside of crypto, like when I was talking to friends, like sometimes they bring up this just like concern, like just like the fact that like how much it knows about you, and then the fact that that data is actually owned by some company. And it is kind of scary to people.
Yeah, I mean, because in a recent study and kind of report from Microsoft, they caught over 25 companies trying to actually like manipulate AI in some way, like like using hidden prompts that were like embedded in links to try to poison AI memory and then bias the recommendations. And there was like companies across tons of different industries doing this, and so like your AI would be manipulated and you'd never really even know it. Like, is there a solution to stop this from happening?
Yeah, I think that's why there's not just privacy but verifiability is important, right? So that's what NearAI provides. It actually provides just like verifiability of the entire stack. So we have the confidential inference, which allows you to verify which model is actually coming from, and verify that it's actually down in a confidential private way. But also like we have the the entire stack that it verifies, like including like how the gateway works and how the routing works and so on and so forth. So I think this is actually going to be more and more important. So this is to make sure there's no like hidden manipulation, or even just things like swap like a cheaper model for more expensive ones that people feel like they're not getting the value out of what they pay.
Given all the components of the Near stack, it feels like the only missing piece is the model.
Yeah.
Anything on the horizon?
Well, I mean, nothing I can share right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to build a model? Like, would that be fun?
Yeah, that would be fun. Yeah.
Like start from scratch.
Where would you? Yeah, that was gonna be my like. Where do you?
Yeah, I think definitely to start, you probably not like start just directly from scratch. You probably want to like take some existing model, like fine tune on some data and see how that goes.
Yeah.
And actually, we were thinking about having the service that allows people to fine tune model in a confidential way as well on their own data or like their own company's data and so on. So I think that's also going to be interesting thing.
But these foundational models are so far ahead. Like, how do you build something that is somewhat relevant in amongst the context of everything that they already have?
Yeah, I mean that's definitely hard. So that's why I said like we should start like small, right?
Okay.
Start like with fine tuning certain models for a specific use case and things like this.
Yeah. I mean, is there a certain model right now that you're using the most for your coding, and like what is your coding process like now versus
Right now,
a year ago or something?
Oh yeah, it's very different, right? With like cloud code and codex, it's definitely become like I think it's software engineering becomes like a very different job, different paradigm. Yeah.
In your opinion, which one's better, Claude Code or Codex?
I think I feel like they're good at different things. I definitely feel like for general, like, code writing and just like having it to like execute this like task, like end to end, Cloud Code is better. But then I feel like Codex is better at like reviewing the code, finding out like problems and things like this. So like kind of like use both.
Yeah. And do you go to bed every night with agents that are working for you overnight?
I mean, sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, what would they be doing for you?
Yeah, could be like implementing some like complex thing that takes a while, or like like run like basically doing this thing in a loop where like it implements something, like run some tests. The test may require you actually deploy something on like a remote machine and then like it check whether it works and then like fix things.
We've heard multiple people talk to us about what the strategy is to orchestrate agents and implement complex things. Most of the time, people recommend a Ralph Wiggum strategy. Do you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure what that is.
No, I was going to ask you actually what that is.
Okay.
I think it's the ability to like have an agent recursively try again, without having a human in the loop, which would be helpful if you're asleep.
Yeah.
So we'll ask our next guest about that.
Sure.
What are you most excited about in the general like AI world for the next 6 months, for the next year? Like, your friends that work in the space. What seems to be captivating the most amount of attention is it seems like it's this agentic kind of like shift from like prescriptive to prescriptive to descriptive or something, or it's more just like here, like let me tell you to do something versus like I'm gonna tell you what you should do and then or ask you if I should run it for you and do it. It seems like that's been like the step function change. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I would say yes. I think there's like almost like a change of interface, right? Because so far, like people mostly interacting with AI through like chat interface, or like some kind of IDE. But I think things are changing right now. We're seeing agents actually becoming like very useful and actually can do a lot of different things that are like useful for your life. Like for example, replying to like email, setting like reminder for you, like messaging you on like Telegram or like WhatsApp about different things, and asking it to do like connect like different like email or calendar, all of that together. So I think this like I think the AI has actually gotten to a place where it's like good enough to actually be able to do this in like very nicely.
Yeah.
So I think this shift of how people use AI is definitely like playing out.
Yeah. Bowen, man, thanks for joining us. Congrats on the conference, first time in SF. It seems to be going great.
Yeah.
And would love to have you back on the show. A couple of months, talk about the latest progress and just kind of how things have played out from NEAR, but the entire space in general.
Sounds great. Yeah, very happy to be here.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bowen.
Yeah, thank you.
AI super cycle. Thanks, man.
Yeah. Man, it keeps happening. Just keeps happening.
It's not ever going to stop happening.
I mean,
it's really happening.
Jeez, is it ever? Put the glasses on, man.
Oh.
Look up your
Ralph Wiggum.
Look up your Ralph Wiggum recursive AI learning super cycle hat because it's on.
Ralph Wiggum Claude code. My Ralph Wiggum breakdown just got endorsed as the official explainer. I made a video breaking down Ralph from its first principles.
Autonomous coding loop that lets your Claude work through an implementation plan in your code base while you sleep. So that's exactly what it is.
Here are the key takeaways. Skip the plugin. Do not use Anthropic's Ralph plugin. It degrades performance by keeping each loop in the same context window. You want expansive context. Exploration mode, my favorite way to use Ralph. When I have remaining tokens in my max plan, I brain dump and converse for about 10 minutes with Claude and set up Ralph the night before usage resets. Lets him test, explore, and or build an idea I've had to put on the back burner. Don't let your tokens go to waste. True simplicity. Ralph is literally just a bash while loop that calls Claude in headless mode until a stopping criteria is met. The simplicity gives us power, uses a broad ability to tailor autonomous loops to our own systems and ideas. Let it keep looping and looping and looping. Fresh context. Instead of letting context accumulate and degrade, Ralph treats each iteration as a fresh context window. The spec and implementation plan become the source of truth, not previous conversation history. This sidesteps context rot entirely. Context for everyone. We're in a context abundance era.
We got Austin right here. He's ready to come up. We're going to talk DoubleZero. We're going to talk AI. We're here live at NEARCON. And
spec sizing, your spec and implementation plan.
You own the spec. Make sure you own the spec.
Own the spec. If your spec is too bloated, you risk hitting the dumb zones during every single iteration.
Dude,
bi-directional planning. Have you and Claude both ask each other questions. You're good at this. You say you have Claude interview you.
I do. Ultra think it interview me thoroughly or briefly. Depending on the state or the scope of the task at hand, sometimes you just need a couple questions. Sometimes you need 15 questions to really get it done properly.
You and Claude both ask each other questions until your specs and implementation plan are fully aligned. This surfaces implicit assumptions, which are typically the source of most bugs. Finally, you own the spec. Since we are treating the specs as the source of truth, it is our job to read every line and edit it ourselves.
Austin, you ready to go?
Don't let Ralph
go brother.
Off the rails.
Don't let Ralph go off the rails. Come on, Austin. Good to see you, buddy.
Joining the rails.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah.
I've seen
see you guys.
the DoubleZero logo across the lanyards today.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it must be a bear market when we can afford lanyard sponsorship.
Lanyards are the premium conferences.
I think they are. I mean, you really get like that. They're absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, everyone's taking pictures, taking selfies. They're around.
No,
Everyone.
I've seen it endlessly today, sitting here. So
Love it.
Oh yeah.
Well, you also made the trek from Denver. We saw you
did.
in Denver.
Yep.
My voice is far better than what it was 3 days ago.
I swear there's more people here than in Denver.
It was crazy. The whole venue, everything.
The
was
venue
just-
rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It doesn't smell like a barn, which is a nice improvement.
Yes.
That's always a nice improvement over Denver.
yeah, man. So Austin, man.
One thing I wanted to ask Austin actually was about this like energy crisis.
Yeah. Okay.
Because like building underwater internet cables takes a lot of work and energy, and you got to move a lot of water. You got to get down there. You got to put the cables there. Like,
You know, we don't do it like Moses, you know. It's not like they're parting the seas to get the cable down.
Are you vertically integrated to this? Is there DoubleZero submarines?
Well, no. The answer is no, but they're not laid by submarines. It's actually even weirder.
Really?
So they basically drop a giant plow off the back of a ship, and it just like
Is there someone in the
bores-
plow?
No, that would be incredible. But no, it's just like a giant ram, and it just buries the cable like a few meters down in the mud.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the energy kind of
I like the
conversation.
idea that we just like have to part the ocean.
Yeah.
And lay the pipe.
Just lay the pipe and then let it come back together. And the pipes are obviously already laid. They're renting these cables out effectively. And so we had Greg from Akash on. He's talking about how he has heartbeat sensors in his house. Every room has a microphone and a speaker. His agents know that before he's going to wake up, and they start the coffee machine and they adjust the thermostat. He's got like 12 GPUs in his house. He's got solar going on, and he's just talking about this energy, this RAM crisis. We need more memory. We need more energy. And so that's kind of like the context of where we were headed. So I guess did you have an energy question? Because that's the context.
Well, I'm curious how Austin's thinking about this energy crisis that we're facing, and we're going to need a lot more of it. Everyone's going to have these GPUs running locally.
Yeah. So there's like an interesting thing going on now where a bunch of the Bitcoin data centers are shutting down. All the Bitcoin, this is pre-Bitcoin crash, even when it was at 120. They're all pivoting because most data centers. You get nerdy on power for a second?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah,
okay,
that's exactly what we were looking for.
Great. So most data centers that have existed throughout, let's call it human history, the last 20 years, they're not particularly power dense. So when you're talking about how much cooling or how much power goes into a rack, it's like the top of the line highest end you could get now is not even worth installing nowadays. And what we mean by power in a rack, we don't mean like there's something special about the rack. It's like the data center can deliver this much power to this vertical rack of servers. And so there's two things you're seeing now in data center construction. The first is the power density is 4 to 5 to sometimes 10 times what the power density was just 10 years ago. Wow. So this is why when we say, oh, we need more power to build data centers, that's true, but per square foot of a data center, it's using way more electricity than it was before. The second is you need liquid cooling now in all these data centers. And so not only do you have to bring in like coolant piping into these data centers and into the actual like GPU clusters, the thing is, Bitcoin miners have been doing both of these things for years. They have much higher power density than a normal data center, and they usually have liquid cooling because the ASICs generate so much heat. What they don't have is any fiber connectivity, because you can mine Bitcoin on a DSL connection. You don't need any bandwidth to do that. You need a ton of connectivity to both synchronize GPU clusters between different power grids, which is honestly where we're building them now, and to move the training data and inference data in and out. So there's a huge build out. If you look at like Corning is this like 100-year-old company in upstate New York that specializes in glass, and their stock is up like crazy because there's this huge demand for fiber now, because all the AI, the same way that like RAM spiked because GPUs need RAM, and like fiber is now increasing in cost, in part because there's all this demand to wire up these different locations that there wasn't before, because now you're building a data center way out in the middle of Texas where you never had any fiber infrastructure beforehand. So it's very interesting. But we like the limiting factor on the AI growth industry is electricity. It's not anything else.
And is that a limiting factor on the internet, the kind of fundamental layer that you guys are building with the connectivity that, with DoubleZero?
So not really. I mean, one of the cool things about fiber is because it is not electrical, it's photonic, right? Or fiber optics, or it's actually like light that's traveling through the cables. They're very low electrical usage compared to what most typical systems are. Like now there's repeaters and boosters, and obviously like it takes a ship to go install this stuff, but it's not drawing like insane amounts of power the way that an AI data center is. The thing about fiber though is that its speed of increase is lower than Moore's law. So if you go back like 10 years, like the top tier fiber you could get was maybe 200 gigs per second per wavelength. And now it's like 800 gigs per second per wavelength.
Okay, so it's only 4x.
So that's 4x in 10 years, right? In terms of speed and capacity. Compare that to like what was a GPU 10 years ago versus today, or even like an x86 Intel processor.
Right.
They're different economies of speed increase. And so we, like the public internet's actually kind of getting worse every year. We don't think about it as getting worse every year.
Right, 'cause
But
it's getting better, just not as much better as it should be.
right, the proportional betterness is less than every other part of the technology industry. And there's two reasons for this. One is like the fiber technology. There's just like, it's different. It's a different like growth pattern and cycle. And the second is it is the margins on this telecom stuff is nowhere near what the margins are for like a SaaS company, or they used to be for a SaaS company, or for a cloud provider. And so you're seeing like 12, 13% IRR on like private equity firms investing in private fiber, which is different than sort of a data center build out or something like that. And so one of the cool things about DoubleZero is our model is not like a traditional telecom model in any means. The whole piece is to try and get the activity on it to be a portion of the payment of the activity goes to the DoubleZero network. And so that means if there's more activity on Solana because Trump drops a token and everything goes crazy, like in a normal telecom, they would get paid the same amount as in the depths of the bear market.
Yeah.
Right? It's a flat USD fee per month. But by having the model for DoubleZero work much more on a demand-based model and a percentage of earnings-based model, we get to capture more of that basically value that's created. And it also incentivizes the contributors in the protocol to always be trying to deploy the most performant infrastructure wherever it's needed. And that'll mean some high performance infrastructure gets decommissioned because maybe, this one thing that they thought was going to be really big ends up not being that big.
Yeah.
So is the limiting factor for DoubleZero's activity and earnings is the demand of it, and it's not limited by electricity because these are fiber optic and photonic.
Yeah.
Is it primarily the applications that you have running, or maybe you could catch us up on like what kind of the adoption has looked like over the last few months, and generally what the limiting factor is going forward?
Yeah. So maybe let me take a step back and say like the whole principle of this is that the public internet is an incredible, good, powerful resource. It's not as fast as we need it for blockchain today because blockchain has gotten so much adoption that we've reached a point where we're kind of competing with traditional finance. Not much, just a little bit on the edges, but we want that to be much more holistic than it is now. And so if we want to make that possible, we got to start from first principles, and the base layer is a major limiting factor today. So when you think about like what are the limiting factors on DoubleZero's growth? Well, just in the blockchain sector, it's basically if the blockchain thesis is wrong. If it turns out that the future of blockchain looks much more like Swift or Visa, where like you need some more transaction capacity, but fundamentally not that much, that would break the DoubleZero thesis on the crypto side of it. But if we think that trading is going to get more competitive, that we're going to have more arbitrage opportunities between centralized exchanges and decentralized exchanges, if we think price discovery is going to come back from centralized exchanges and come on chain, all of these things are going to mean that the same dynamics that govern Wall Street and high frequency trading are going to govern crypto as well. On the non-crypto side of it, though, there's lots of uses for DoubleZero in non-blockchain related systems entirely, whether that's in AI training data moving around, AI inference, all these sorts of things, anywhere where you need fiber that's faster than what the public internet can provide. And so it's very similar to like the cloud in that perspective. You can think of one version of what we're doing is what the cloud did for compute, we're doing for connectivity. So the beauty of AWS is you can show up with a credit card and 45 seconds later have 45 servers ready to go.
Yeah.
That does not exist in the connectivity space.
Could you just help us connect the dots real quick between DoubleZero and Corning, this, the company in upstate New York, like to fit those two together for us?
Yeah, so what we're seeing is like a very increased demand for fiber, like everything from the base layer infrastructure of can we literally manufacture more glass to put in the ground to people realizing they really need to go faster than what the public internet can provide. And that gap is getting wider. It's sort of like if you look at like all sorts of systems where there's like a compression on the low end, the high end ends up getting more expensive and the gap between the low end and the high end increases, right? It's sort of like the gap between Ryanair and like a private jet has never been larger, right? And so like in the airline industry, obviously there's a lot that fills in the gap in the middle there, but there's whole areas where that's not the case, right? Like the the bus system in like a mid-tier American cities, like the gap between that and owning a private car is just widening. And so when you can't have investment in that middle area, which really the economics of fiber and this infrastructure don't really support, that's kind of where you're either stuck spending $30 to $100 million a year building your own team, building your own global network, wiring all this stuff up yourself. And so on the really high end, that's what Jump and Citadel and DRW and Google and Amazon and all those companies do. But if you're like, a small AI company, you've only raised a few $1 billion. You are probably not building your own data centers still because it's so CapEx intensive and so OpEx intensive. And that's where there's a lot of demand now for connectivity sort of in that middle space.
Got it. And so you've started to like open up the customer set from just kind of like blockchain based companies to also now AI companies.
Yeah, exactly. So I would say probably maybe 3 months ago, just you could feel a little shakiness in the market.
Of course,
and it's like, I'm still a huge believer in the mission and vision of crypto. I think it remains like the most directionally correct endeavor around like how do we expand freedom and access and all of these types of components. But protocols have to make revenue. And so one of the main things there is now custom network build outs, custom network implementations for both blockchain systems, trading systems, AI systems, really anything that needs like customizable, programmable networking faster than the public internet.
Yeah. And so how's that been outside of like what have you gotten any deals done? How does that look?
Sure. I mean, the first users of this are like professional traders of crypto.
Okay, great.
Right. That's sort of like, you can think about like the most crypto thing are like blockchain validators and consensus. You move one circle out from that, it's RPC systems. You move one more circle out, it's market makers, it's traders, it's exchanges, it's all of those people who need to interface with blockchain systems, but themselves are not running a blockchain system.
Yeah.
Like, an on-chain trading team at Galaxy is not like doing crypto things besides trading crypto and asset. And then, you start to move out further from there and you start to get into, storage systems, data movement, oracles, all these other types of things that sort of support the blockchain ecosystem. And then, you go further out from there and it's exactly what we're talking about. It's AI companies, it's Web2 companies, it's stuff that doesn't really even know it's crypto under the hood necessarily. They just have a data transport problem.
What's coming next, Austin, for the next 6 to 12 months? I assume you're gonna be focused on more of the non-crypto use cases, but maybe there's kind of like a wide spectrum here where you're kind of at. Yeah,
it's a real mix. So I wouldn't say we're not reducing focus on crypto by any means. It really is adding a secondary area of focus. And the reason for that is like all of the things that are going to really matter in the next cycle, you've got to get right if we are going into, I'm not sure we're even in the bear yet. I think the bear is like 35K Bitcoin. But wherever we're in now, like this is the time to make sure that infrastructure is robust and hardened and able to perform when cycles pick up again. And that's kind of one of the main things is you see that like there's this cycle where the market gets ahead of the infrastructure falls down, the market falls down, the infrastructure gets better, the market says, oh, there's a bunch of great infrastructure here, right? And so that's kind of that cycle that we look at in the crypto space. Outside of crypto, there's just a huge amount of demand and need for faster connectivity. And so, we're still in the early stages of that expansion. And so it's not like we've got, a Rolodex of 50 users that are all outside of crypto at the moment. But like we're having a lot of interesting inbound from folks who have all sorts of, from small problems to large problems that they're looking to solve with this type of technology. The multicast has been one of the most interesting ones. So everything on the public internet is what's called unicast. And unicast, like everyone watching this stream, they're getting their own feed from the stream server. So if there's 1,000 people watching versus 1 million people watching, there's a massive difference in the amount of bandwidth needed to actually deliver that data. It's very different than if you're watching like over-the-air television or satellite television. You can have 1 million people watching the Super Bowl or one person watching it, and it's like the same satellite broadcasting the same signal. So multicast is this really cool technology that means it's basically hardware acceleration for packet replication. So if there's one validator in New York and 1,000 validators in London, what would normally happen is that one validator in New York sends 1,000 copies of the data over the Atlantic. With multicast, they send one copy. and then it's replicated by the network switches and the physical hardware of the network as close to the recipients as possible.
And why is it enabled by DoubleZero but not in the public internet?
So the public internet just can't support multicast. There's too many just business reasons and coordination reasons that the public internet has never been able to make multicast work. In some very limited geographies, it's used for some very limited permissioned use cases, but it really does not exist on the public internet, let alone you can't do it with like a permissionless blockchain set or something like that. And so this is like, and this technology has been industry standard in TradFi for 15 years. Every exchange in the world uses multicast to distribute data internally to their data centers.
They had to build it themselves.
Yeah. So I mean, well, so this technology has existed, for a long time. Actually, it exists in most people's houses. If you've used Sonos to send one copy of the song to 10 speakers, that's multicast.
Okay.
Right? It's just when you deal with multicast on an institutional level, it's a very different type of setup.
Got it.
Yeah, but this was a whole learning experience. If you go back to the early days of NYSE and NASDAQ, you can find stories of investment firms buying like studio apartments that were really close to the exchange and drilling holes in the floor and running cable to plug it in because every foot mattered.
Yeah. Awesome, man. Thanks for joining us. Hope you have a great rest of your conference here. It's been a great one. This day one, but we're on we're on a marathon here. We've got 1 hour left. So
Love it.
Thanks for
Good
joining
luck.
us, man. Cheers.
See you next time.
Thank you.
See you in New York, man.
See you back in New York.
Yeah. Cheers. Alrighty, guys. Up next, we've got Ryne Saxe from Echo.
Oh, there we go.
Talking agentic payments and that flow. We've had the CEO and co-founder of Brave,
You got to mention that
the Decasonic CEO, Illia, the Edge Node folks,
the CEO of Brave was also the inventor of JavaScript.
Haseeb, Greg, George, Jordan, coming up on Ryne Saxe. Ryne, my man, the man who bailed on us in Denver,
No
the
way.
man who got sick and had one too many. Good to see you, man. Welcome.
Good to see you. Welcome to the show.
Have you heard of AI agents?
Yeah.
do you work in AI?
Everything these days.
We've been
product used for this plus.
Yeah.
agents.
AI. Yeah. Well, I mean, those AIs are going to want some programmable stablecoin. I think so.
That's what we hope. That's
You're,
what we expect.
you're moving units.
Moving units.
What kind of units are you moving?
Just stables.
Just
Nice.
stable units.
Humblest way to put it.
Guys,
All
a
this
unit.
fancy tech. At the end of the day, I'm just trying to ship $1 from one point to the next.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. How do you do that?
However someone requires, to be honest. Faster, cheaper, never-ending game.
Yeah.
Smarter is the edge, right? Like smarter this year is, I think, the theme, right? Like
Mm.
everyone in sort of the interop space has been chasing faster and cheaper, and you all got your, everyone has kind of their strategy for making that better.
Yeah.
Smarter, I think, is where things get a little higher margin and a little richer in the tech this year, just in terms of, okay, you need to move money from point A to point B, but like, can I give you an endpoint and let you tell me how and why and when you want to move money, not just where, right?
Yeah.
That's where things are going.
Yeah. So last time we had you on the show back in New York, we were talking about kind of this, like the interop stack, stable coins, and kind of how it comes together. And we kind of spoke about how there's different types, like there's different parts of the stack. I was trying to draw some kind of like competitive kind of dynamic for you, but you seem very like, we kind of work with everyone. We have a very like kind of product for anybody who wants to work with us for a chain, stablecoin, issuer, et cetera. How has that dynamic shifted now, kind of working smarter, sending smarter? Clearly the institutional flows are here. Like what's changed in the last year for you guys?
The scale. It's the institutional flows, right? So what's interesting about us is, we've had this like full stack focus on stablecoins for a really long time, longer than most people are aware of, frankly, too soon in a lot of respects. And it's kind of now come around. And so, our system gets more performant as we move more size, basically. And that's the way it's been designed for the last year or so. Most of the flows were kind of retail oriented a year and a half ago. Now, a lot of the institutional sort of flows are coming online. I think, although a lot of them are frankly still held up by regulatory clarity, there's enough to dabble in, enough to optimize for. And so what's interesting about us is, it's like, show me a really strong demand curve for where stablecoins need to flow for reasons. And we'll usually be able to figure out like a highly optimized liquidity, orchestration, routing solution to serve that flow. And so We only serve a short list of chains, I think 13 today, because they do 99% of the volume. We see most of our volume in 4 or 5 assets, again, because they're still the majors. And we really optimize for depth along those routes and for higher levels of automation and capital efficiency along those routes, which puts us in an interesting position because you're sort of wondering, well, who cares about those things? And it's like, it's those chains themselves that want their ecosystems to be accessible and want their stablecoin capital pool to get deeper. It's the issuers that care about serving particular kind of subset of those chains. It's the DeFi protocols on those chains that need the same thing, depth, accessibility. And it's the money movers, increasingly sophisticated money movers between them, vault curators, professional liquidity managers, maybe increasingly treasury managers and kind of payment companies batching and settling with higher levels of intelligence that are moving money accordingly. And so Eco for the last year or so, we had a really good intent protocol for moving stablecoins. That's how our stablecoins move. It's mostly intents. And we've been building kind of tooling on top of that, privately in a lot of cases with some heavy hitting partners to optimize for those types of flows as they're trying to scale them up on chain. And maybe it starts with an ask, we want to move 10K to 100K with certain performance requirements. Let's sort of satisfy those performance requirements, whether it may be uptime, speed, whatever it might be, automation. And then they want to move a million. And then they sort of want to move 10. And that's a lot of where things are going and a lot of the types of flows that we're solving for in the background.
And what are the primary use cases? You said, show me a place where there's demand for stable coins for reasons, but what are some of those reasons? Like we've heard $2.7 trillion in stable coins by 2027. Where do you, because you have an eye on where these flows are coming from and where they're going, like where do you see most of the stable coin demand pooling?
Yeah, so this is interesting because this is changing, I think, pretty quickly over the course of this year. So it has been retail DeFi focused primarily. Now, we don't really dabble in the retail bridge game very aggressively. If you need to move some size, then we're pretty performant there, but we're not really bidding on retail flow for average payment amounts. I don't know, $0 to $2,000, whatever it is. But the vault curators, the like sophisticated liquidity loopers, the on-chain kind of market makers, they're the ones tending to move size and flow size a few times a week or day between major protocols and major chains. And that's what we've optimized for over the last 12 months. So you're still talking about a pretty DeFi oriented crowd. What's interesting is like a real-time transition for kind of payment company settlement and on-chain treasury management solutions. It's still pretty nascent though. So it's like institutions are still in like phase 1 of stablecoin adoption, which is like get my effing dollar on chain. Right. Like help me figure that out.
Right.
But then your dollar goes on chain long enough and you run into the cross chain show. And so I think a lot of what we're building for in the second half of the year anticipates new use cases that just haven't quite ripened yet in those categories. So it is the more intelligent automated treasury management for the sort of Web 2.5 kind of back offices that want to take advantage of DeFi. Institutions clearly coming on with Morpho, et cetera, that are going to want to take advantage of cross-chain DeFi in a Morpho V2 type context. Payment companies want to batch, net, settle, et cetera, maybe more often, not necessarily every second or every minute, but certainly better than once every business day, are some of the cases that we see coming. And there's just not infra that serves those well today. And there's not an interface really that serves those well today as well.
And how does that emerging use case, how does it differ from what you call the sophisticated liquidity loopers? That's a very intriguing term and concept, and I can picture kind of and imagine what that entails. But maybe you could just unpack more what that category is, and then how it may differ from the fintechs and institutions that are currently trying to manage reserves more efficiently.
Well, what's interesting about this is there's some overlap. The sophisticated liquidity looper is just like a DeFi actor moving size 100K plus at a time. Some botting strategy across market conditions moves their money, and you can tell by the patterns.
And it's like centralized, decentralized, like on-chain, off-chain kind of arbitrage basis trades.
We don't have much visibility into what they might be doing off-chain, but I can tell they're probably taking advantage of certain opportunities between the same 3 or 4 chains periodically on-chain. And maybe it's as simple as capturing positive slippage between stables at times. It could be. I don't know. Wouldn't necessarily know who they are. They hit our contracts, they hit our protocol, they can move money today. And that's been, I think, a fruitful area over the last couple of years because DeFi has been pretty hot until the last 3 months or so. And
exactly.
But I think, that's automation.
Yeah.
Is really what it is. They're running a bot
Mhm.
and they're moving money relative to market conditions.
Yeah.
That's actually the similarity with the much more mature use cases that'll come online, more institutional use cases. That's automation too. Sort of allow us to move money with higher fidelity relative to market conditions.
Yeah.
With some kind of super high degree of reliability, which is where I think things get a lot more demanding.
Yeah. What are the objections from the institutional crowd? Like when you're talking to them, like they ask like about your credibility, about your protocol, about your risk, like compliance, and what are they objecting to? Like, what are you struggling to overcome, or is there anything?
There's a couple things. So, well, the one thing they're objecting to that I don't control is there's still a lot held back by clarity.
Yeah, of course.
A lot. So some have like towed the water on the basis of Genius. A bunch of them see Genius getting retraded in real time right now, and they're just like, okay, just give me a few more months.
Yeah.
So that's the unfortunate one right now.
Yeah.
It has gummed some things up noticeably over the last 3 months. I think Paul from Morpho or anyone else, they've had some success, but he'd probably tell you the same thing.
Yeah.
It's like we had a bunch of sort of like, hot conversations for people that want to bring money on chain, and they're just kind of, I think they still will, but it might take them till the summer and instead of right now. But for us, it's scale and scalability.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we're really performant moving 100K to $1 million. Can I move 10 with the same level of expectation? Can I move 10 with absolute predictability and perfect execution or no execution at all? Can I move that much money with 2 nines of reliable uptime against any delivered quote that I request? And so it's just a demand to grow up as a space with infra that's mature. So I like predictability is paramount.
Yeah.
This is like, just hammer that word, predictability and programmability, the 2 Ps.
Yeah, it makes
If you want to capture those opportunities. And so for us, it's a scale challenge. How quickly can I deliver on that promise? And I think we can deliver on that promise just about as quickly as they're actually ready to accept it in sort of navigating cross-chain in increasingly sort of sophisticated and native ways.
Yeah, and you're in SF or you're in New York?
I'm in SF.
And like, what's the institutional pipeline? Like what's like the BD? Like, what's the sales process? Do you guys do a lot of stuff in New York? Is it here in person? Like cold outreach, like intros? Like how are you getting deals, started?
It's mostly in New York. But we go to the crypto kind of platform providers that are talking about these institutions. So like if it's a chain that's deploying a really aggressive institutional strategy, if it's the interop protocol, deploying an aggressive strategy, or a DeFi protocol.
Yeah.
Say, look, underneath you, we just move money really well.
Yeah.
Better than anybody else along this use case in this vector,
Yeah.
frankly. So let us co-develop with you an endpoint, the tooling, whatever it may be, to sort of serve this customer the right way. And honestly, it's been a lot of hand-to-hand combat over the last 6 months.
Yeah.
Like, let's just build that with you.
Yeah.
And you do it a few times and you start to kind of recognize and pattern match what's repeatable here.
Yeah.
And so I think what's interesting for Eco is a lot of stuff not really market known yet, but there's some of that tooling is live and bespoke.
Mhm.
And in the second half of the year, there'll be a lot of questions answered in terms of how do we expose that for general access, permissionless access, because we have the sample size to know that it's in demand in a highly repeatable fashion.
Yeah. So you're getting like these institutional connects and contacts and like deals being started by the DeFi protocols and the applications
Kind of like
that you're working
B2B to
with.
B.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
And then you meet them, and then you have several meetings in person, online, and just slowly work things.
How can we, you are recruiting a customer that wants to move stablecoins.
Right. Yeah.
Guess what I do? I move stablecoins.
Yeah. I got you.
Really, really well.
Yeah.
But there's different reasons why you want to move stablecoins. And that's a different endpoint and it's a different interface.
Yeah.
Let me give you the tool that you need, whether you need to wrap it or whether it's a first party integration because you think that's the better method.
Yeah.
It's fine. But, we have certain capabilities that we feel pretty strongly about and a lot of emergent tech along the programmability axis.
Yeah.
So if you need an increasingly sort of like scalable, automated strategy to help this client move money around chains for whatever their reason is, then let us help design it. I think one really interesting space that we haven't really figured out yet, and I heard this come up at ETH Denver last week, is like intent expression for institutions, non-existent interface. What do you want to do if you want like to use intents today? You hit a bridge widget.
Yeah.
Right. That's your way to use intents.
100%.
You think a back office at a trading desk is going to go hit it?
Yeah.
One of our degen
Bridge widgets.
bridge widgets?
Yeah, I don't think so.
No. And so this is a super interesting area for us right now. A bunch of active conversations between some that want APIs.
Yeah.
They want to low code it.
Right.
Some that want to no code it. Give me an MCP or literally a natural language interface. Let
Yeah.
me test and benchmark this.
Yeah.
I don't know which of those is going to be better for us to lead with. We probably have to build a
Both and
couple of
A/B
them.
test it.
Yeah, but that's what's totally missing in a really opportunistic area of the market right now.
Yeah, I was on a panel last week at Near Intense Day, and there's a bunch of solvers out there, and I was curious how much of them are thinking about like holding different inventory at different chains. How much are they thinking about verticalization, right? And like, I mean, what you're interacting maybe with more of these. Are you interacting with solvers directly, or are you holding inventory?
Some of them we built one,
Okay.
and when we built it, I thought, excuse me, I thought we'd run it for 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay, we'll warm up the system with this solver.
Yeah.
There's no way we're better than the existing solver market. I thought we were 2 years late to it. We found out we were actually really performant, and because we only care about stable coins, that simplifies our design space quite a bit.
Yeah.
Certainly simplifies our liquidity management a lot.
Of course.
And so we discovered that we were like actually super performant. I also have a killer backend team, and their just technical standards are really high. And so we figured out on latency, quote timing, et cetera. We just naturally had built it really well.
Nice.
And so we still run it. Now, obviously, we want others in the network, and we do interface with some of them, but we've bought some time on growing that part of the network because the solver we run is really good.
Yeah.
And it allows us to dog food a lot of this tech as well.
Of
like
course.
intent expressivity, like how much of that do you serve to the transactor versus the solver?
Yeah.
That's another interesting question.
Yeah, you're like a marketplace at that point. You got to pair the barbell from that is always simplicity versus robustness.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, are you going to give them just the cross-chain bridge widget, let them go from one place to the other? It's very simple, but there's a lot more to be desired.
Right. And then sometimes think about it like the way a trading desk would operate. Like I want to submit a whale order.
Yeah.
I want to break it down into tranches because I don't want to necessarily be identified. I don't want to front run it. I don't want to move the market.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're a whale desk and you're trying to move $10 million into a trading position, you're probably going to break it down to at least 10 tranches.
Okay.
Relative to, I don't know, I'm just theoretically talking.
Right.
Relative to market conditions, you're going to want those tranches to move into position without moving the market and sort of experiencing undue slippage. By the way, we're talking about stables, so we're hyper sensitive to any unexpected slippage. To reaggregate my position and trigger it. What are you going to use? There's nothing in the market today.
OTC or block trading is what comes to mind.
Yeah. Nothing nothing like super low latency.
Right,
It's going to give you that first party interface.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ryne, what are you guys most what are you paying attention to the most from the brand, from the strategy? What's your core activations that are upcoming?
These two trends are probably the most important. Like the agentic trend, which is inevitable. It's like when, not if.
Yeah.
Reading the tea leaves and the signal and noise on that. I don't know. What do you guys talk to? What do you want to tell me? How should I be parsing that right now? I've been paying such close attention to it for 6+ months.
Trust me, man. It's a head scratcher.
It is like, when is the moment that it's going to spike with some new use case? What we're talking about right now is really cool because we're talking about literally new use cases. These institutional ones that are just no interface for them today, but they're inevitable.
Yeah, of course.
And the agentic ones are also inevitable. And we're all trying to figure out the interface and allow them to do more than just send each other USDC.
Yeah.
Right. And so the two real market trends that I think, we have our existing traction, but the two areas that I think are incredibly opportunistic, if you're talking about smarter money movement and programmable money movement, are those two. And that's where there's just infra that doesn't scale to the size of the opportunity yet, right? Like you bring those online, velocity of money goes insane.
Right.
Insane.
Yeah.
And like a standard stablecoin order is going to need to look like high frequency trading.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's not, there's nothing in the market to serve that yet.
Ryan, thanks for coming on, man.
Good stuff, guys.
Pleasure to see you.
Good to catch up.
Yeah,
man.
Enjoy the
Do
rest
it again
of
soon.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of the event.
Would love to. One more?
Yeah.
You guys all right?
All right, guys. We'll be right back. We got just a couple more left, and see you guys in just a sec.
All right, guys, we are back with Kendall from Proximity here at NEARCON. Kendall, man, how's it going out there? We've been cooped up in this room doing interviews back to back. What's the energy like?
A little
out
more
there?
air out there for sure, you know. Yeah, no, it's really good. It's been fun. This is our first time doing this in San Francisco, which, you know, especially given all the stuff we're building in AI, I think has been the exact right place. So yeah, it's been really good.
We've had a bunch of people from the NEAR team come on. We've had George, we had Bowen, we had Illia. Give us a sense of when you started with NEAR, and then just kind of like how Proximity and NEAR tend to work together.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I started, it's like almost been, I think 7 or 8 years. Yeah. It was 2019. I mean, losing track of time, almost 7 years. Yeah. Yeah. I started 7 years ago. Yeah, I was just building all kinds of different stuff. Like at those days, explorers, wallets, dev tooling, you name it. And then, yeah, I mean, we set up Proximity, I guess almost 5 years ago, just because there's a lot of scope, right, for these type of organizations. So we work very closely with everybody at NEAR Foundation, Diffuse, NEAR AI. These days we're very focused on, you know, basically improving the liquidity of NEAR Intents. That's been like a huge effort for us, a lot of different ways. And yeah, I mean, we're very excited about the potential for stablecoins. We think NEAR Intents can play a really important role in basically just stablecoin liquidity and how different users and institutions move between different stablecoins. So we've been kind of heads down, just, you know, making that happen and bringing that aspect to market.
Yep. And so NEAR is canonically the AI blockchain. Illia came on and said, you know, we're an AI company first, and then we built this blockchain as a side quest, which is the fundamental layer for AI to essentially conduct commerce with one another. Stablecoins feel like a natural fit for AI. There was this whole article that kind of went mega viral as of recently. You saw that one?
I did, yeah.
You know, part of it was like, okay, American Express and MasterCard like are getting cut because, you know, why AI agents should pay 2.5%, 3% credit card fees, use stablecoins. Is that the right way to think about it?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. So look, long term, yes, I think it is. I mean, part of the reason we've all been super excited about blockchains for so long is we think they are just a more efficient way for value to move across the world, right? That's playing out. It's happening. I don't think credit cards are dead as of like next year. I don't actually think that that's true. In fact, I think some of the most interesting payments innovations have been marrying stablecoins with cards, right? I mean, like what Ryne has done, what PaperX has done. I think that's really interesting. I think like if you want to issue a card that's very agent friendly, that's also globally accessible, which everything anyone builds now should be, then stablecoins need to be a part of the funding of it. But that doesn't mean that the actual payment today has to be stablecoins. Look, I do think that's the right way to do it. I think it makes sense. And you see Stripe and Visa and all these guys investing very heavily in it. Totally makes sense. But the merchant adoption is still going to take some time. So I think that actually the most exciting kind of in between is like, you fund your balance with stablecoins, but you might pay with card, you might pay with stablecoins in X402, whichever one works, right? And then long term, we end up with just stablecoins, but you know that's still probably some number of years away.
Yeah. And how does Proximity build stablecoin solutions that fit into the vertical NEAR stack? Like NEAR's got NEAR Intents, NEAR AI, Ironclaw, like all the way down the stack to NEAR blockchain. Proximity's building out the stablecoin portion of that stack.
Yes.
How do you see these fitting together?
Yeah, great question. So I think that the simplest way to think of it is NEAR Intents is ultimately kind of the value exchange layer for everything, for agents, for people, increasingly for agents as agents start to do all the activity for people, right? So what we mainly do is we basically mainly are working on like, how do we make NEAR Intents the most liquid layer, right? For anything, but right now stablecoins being a big focus. So one of the things we identified is that a problem that solvers for NEAR Intents had is they were like, we just don't, it's really painful and difficult for us to get to have access to all of these different stable coins at once.
Because they have to hold the inventory.
Exactly. Like, and they hate doing that for non-volatile assets. They hate doing it for volatile assets. Like they like to have everything in one asset and then just be able to like kind of rebalance as they need to, as the order flow comes in. Because they also don't know exactly, like it's difficult to know which asset the orders are going to come in at.
Right. And then which inventory to hold.
Yeah.
Like it's somewhat unpredictable as far as what meme is hot that day.
Exactly.
That's the inventory they should hold.
Yeah. And so that's even true for stablecoins. That didn't really used to be true for stablecoins. It's like, cool, everyone wants USDC, USDT, maybe they want DAI or something, or, you know, whatever the flavor of the month other one is. But now that's actually completely changing. We see, even though the sort of issuance of Tether and Circle is increasing, their total market share is declining because there's so many new stablecoins by large issuers and like very powerful players that are coming in. Look, I think there's still going to be the dominant coins for the foreseeable future, but like I think we are living to an increasingly multipolar stablecoin world. And so, yeah, basically what we are doing is we have a couple of products, but like the current one is the stablecoin transfer protocol, which is really just designed for how solvers can immediately basically just get whatever stablecoin users want just in time. And potentially they can even get the liquidity. So another like cool thing about stablecoin transfer protocol is they don't even have to hold inventory at all in order to basically borrow a stablecoin, whichever the most liquid one is, which is usually USDC. They can borrow it from the pool just by proving that they're running a specific set of solver software and that they have a signed quote from a user they can fulfill. And those two pieces end up being like the collateral they can use. They borrow, say, USDC. USDC is like very easy to basically convert it to other stable coins. Something else we're actually kind of working on that we'll talk about at a later date to enable that. And then they're able to basically just in time fill the user's order, and they don't have to worry as much about inventory, but they can clip like, a small fee, but a fee nonetheless.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's something that anyone can run. There's zero capital requirement, zero barrier to entry aside from setting up this solver software.
Yes.
Because Near Intense is routing all the order flow anyway. So that's
exactly
half of the collateral piece.
Yeah.
And is it like a flash loan? You guys give the stable coins, complete the order, the solver gets the fee, and then you can return the capital.
That's exactly right. It looks a lot like a flash loan, except that it's going to take the course of like several minutes.
Oh, okay.
I mean, but functionally, the idea is that it should be as close to atomic as possible. Now, the reality here is a true flash loan is, of course, atomic and will roll back. This will not be, but that's what the hard work of making sure that the solver software is as verified as possible is running using some other tech that we built using Teas, which is big technology that as Near we're betting on for a lot of good reasons. That's how we're basically going to kind of like secure that and lock that down.
You also mentioned that this multipolar world with stablecoins, there's these large stablecoin incumbents, the Circles and the Tethers, increasing the amount of stablecoins that they have issued, but losing market share because there's so many new stablecoins out there. What do you think are some of the knock-on effects of this? As you kind of think about these stablecoins, like, do you like think that we're going to have a more fragmented world? How do we reconcile with this?
Yeah, so I mean, I guess selfishly want a more fragmented world just because we're building solutions for that fragmented world. I think the reason that a fragmented world makes sense is just that the economic value for these different companies to issue their own stablecoins is very large. But it's only really large if the friction of moving in and out of that stablecoin is very, very low, right? Like if the barrier to entry to getting into a new branded stablecoin was high, then that's a world in which Circle and Tether definitely win, because like it's not the economic benefit is not worth the cost of like basically trying to overcome that and to build their own network effects. But I actually just don't think that network effects are going to be as important for stablecoins as they have been to date, because we're going to be able to create these solutions. I'm confident we're going to be able to create these solutions to fragmentation that makes it the cost of moving in and out of stablecoins as close to zero as possible, and the time to do so as close to zero as possible.
So why not launch Near stablecoin?
Actually, I think it mainly comes down to credible neutrality. Like we want to be that neutral middle layer, right? Because like some of the best companies that I think have created similar products are now issuing their own stablecoins, and like that just makes it a little bit more difficult for other issuers to work with them.
Make their own.
Yeah, of course they are, right? As they should.
Yeah. Okay, and generally, what else are you looking at in agentic finance, agentic commerce, like as stablecoins become more ubiquitous? Like anything else catch your eye?
Totally. I mean, look, so I announced here today, right? Like Ironclaw and like some of the work with just making it easier to issue hosted OpenClaw, and we're working on key management for personal agents, all this kind of stuff, right? Like that's all very exciting. There's great people working on that stuff. I think that this is what is going to make agentic payments actually happen. Like not everyone, a lot of people now have agents that actually go and are executing tasks on their behalf. One of the most important tasks is going to be a financial transaction, right? And obviously XO 2 again growing like crazy, but I mean, we announced today, confidential intents, right? I think that actually makes these payments a lot more viable for even businesses and individuals. And I think the next step is thinking about how do we actually just have the perfect agentic payments product that supports any sort of medium that a agent might need to pay with that's available in that way. So that's definitely something we're looking into very, very seriously, is like, how do we actually create the ultimate product there, win the early adopters and the OpenClaw users, but then also like win, retail, which is inevitably going to come into this because like the value is so insane from these personal agents.
Kendall, thanks so much for coming on.
Yeah,
man.
thanks for having me.
Absolute pleasure.
Always
as
a good
always.
time.
Congrats on all the great work.
Yeah,
here.
thank you. Appreciate it.
Cheers, man. All right, let's get our co-host back. This guy was making trouble behind the scenes. I don't know what was going on out there.
No, we're ready to go, man.
We're ready to go. Kendall is a legend, part of the Near team, cranking stablecoins at proximity. Drag that chair. You got chair here, chair there.
All right.
One guest remaining.
Yes.
How's your break?
Final guest. I feel great. I'm fired up for Alan from THORSwap.
There we go.
Because we're going to be having a good time here. I tell you that much, boys.
Let's do it.
We're going to have a good time today.
Alan.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Are you using AI these days?
Not as much as I should be. Being in this conference.
So you don't have an AI girlfriend?
Well, man, I mean, I heard a lot of deployment agents swarms.
Swarms.
Yeah, man. Swarm. So do you live in SF?
No, I live in New Zealand.
Oh, wow, sick.
Is there much of an AI crowd there?
Yeah.
What is do you get a similar feeling like here and there, much different?
I must say it's sometimes it feels a little different between like, the VC and fund, type and the sort of investment side versus like actual retail. Yeah, I mean, and obviously we've got the crypto like actual blockchain aspect as well. So like actual usage versus exploration, experimentation. Yeah, it's the usage and demand. I would say it's a little bit different across each crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't talked about that.
And so like here, we've got Near Intense. Obviously THORSwap is, primarily for, also as like a cross-chain, bridging solution. How do you, like, when you see other intent and Near Intense just, 15 billion, I think, in volume, like, how do you react when you see, fellow Intense projects just intense for the future? Is that the conclusion that you draw when you see Near Intense kind of go parabolic?
Yeah, I think it's definitely right now in the zeitgeist, current zeitgeist. It's has proven to be by far, I think, the current like best method of execution. And just composability. So a bit of context. THORSwap started as basically kind of like OG Bitcoin DEX back in 2021 as a interface for THORChain. So people know this for two things. Like one is like THORChain interface, and the other is like a Bitcoin DEX. So yeah, like that's kind of where we evolved over time to be like a meta aggregator of Bitcoin to anything into Bitcoin. And yeah, we're really pleased to support Near Intense like last year.
And what does that integration look like?
Right. So actually, just a little bit over a year ago, we also spun off like our backend into some independent project called SwapKit. So that is kind of like an API product that a lot of wallets now use to enable cross-chain swaps. And yeah, we've seen like massive growth in volume via Near Intense. I think we did like just over 3 billion last year, and in volume, and the 2 billion was like in the last quarter. So yeah, the growth has been like parabolic, right? And yeah, so that's still basically the back end of THORSwap. And we obviously support a lot of different providers. But Near Intense has, since we integrated on THORSwap late June last year, it's now going to be our #1 swap provider. And that's purely because of the execution, right? And obviously there's the composability part. Like I said, we were able to double the amount of chains we could integrate like last year versus the year before. So
And so Near Intense is using SwapKit on the back end primarily for Bitcoin transactions back and forth?
The other way around. So SwapKit routes like a lot of different providers, but Near Intense being one of them. And because most of the volume that we're kind of known for and drive is Bitcoin swaps, like native Bitcoin swaps. And that's kind of where we see the demand, at least from our users. Obviously the market is huge, right?
Huge.
Yeah. But obviously, but on THORSwap and on a lot of the wallets, of self-custody wallets that we support, Bitcoin flow is still like a pretty huge one because, people want the actual underlying asset, which is native Bitcoin.
Yeah, and Zcash has had similar, people want the underlying asset.
Yeah.
Right, not wrapped.
It's huge. It's money you're hating.
So how does AI like come into play here?
That's a good question. I feel a little bit out of place, I must admit, at this conference.
It's an AI conference.
Yeah. I mean, there's been a couple of interesting debates, I think, today about like where is the where is it going in terms of like letting agents have access, not only just access, but also be able to use your funds, right? So
That does not sound healthy.
yeah, so earlier today, like Haseeb from Dragonfly and Arjun from Kraken, they literally had a bet on stage where Arjun said, by the end of the year, he will let like his agent manage 100% of his assets.
No,
like,
100%.
Haseeb said no.
Yeah,
that's not
Haseeb's like, I'm gonna
happening.
like take that bet and I'll check with you in 6 months.
How much were they betting?
Well, I don't. Okay, but maybe not a bet, but he was like, I don't
Okay,
believe
all
you.
right, all right,
I don't
all
believe you. Yeah, which is, I mean, in terms
Do a
of
better job than our portfolio.
I mean, to be honest, like, I think it's
Check Kuiper liquid.
yeah, true. I think for me and what we're building at THORSwap is very like consumer focused actually. So we build stuff since the beginning because of people wanted Ethereum to Bitcoin, right? And we're continuing that now. Actually, we're launching a new brand called Metro, and that's specifically more of a consumer app. Or neo finance app, if you will.
There we go.
There we go. Huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
And
huge.
it's really about like focusing on the consumer, because I think even today you could deploy like a trading bot if your whole goal is just like, let's try to snipe whatever new pool on fund, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it will actually make you money.
Or Polymarket.
or
right?
right.
Like all of these AI
It doesn't mean it's guaranteed to make you money. It's just you could do it, right?
Of course.
But I think responsibly, like it's experimental, but you couldn't really like offer that as a product, you could do like the anti-Kramer like agent or whatever, you just bet against them,
Yeah.
So I think
that's got a pretty good hit rate.
Yeah, exactly. So I think for us, we would design like actual use cases and say like, hey, do you want to use the agent for this specific purpose, and then give permission for your assets to do that, rather than just being like, go, like look at the market and do whatever you want with my portfolio.
That's dangerous.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm really bullish on it, but I think it requires like some guardrails and some.
As soon as you said the thing about the 100% of my net worth on
Yeah.
agents, I haven't been able to stop laughing, man.
Yeah. I mean,
And that was the CEO of Kraken who said he's going to put 100% of his assets in control of an agent. Arjun,
yeah,
right?
I mean, check back the.
Yeah, we'll
panel.
fact check that. What percentage of assets are you putting in? Because it feels like right now, like you had TradFi, Kramer talking about, put 1%, 2% into Bitcoin. This was maybe 5 years ago. Now maybe they're at 5-10%.
Yeah.
What percentage of your assets are you putting in AI agents these days? 100%?
I don't know. I think Haseeb said to just do like $20 and feel it out like a teenage
$20,
son.
feel it out. So about 5% of your portfolio. What about you? How much are you?
I mean, none so far. Just because I think like I'm more of a self-custody maxi,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
So the thing is about having obviously self-custody is like it's a big responsibility,
Sure.
And I mean in some aspects like what we're building at THORSwap and with our new app Metro is kind of like the boring app, which is basically because our users, most of the swaps are Bitcoin ETH and Bitcoin stablecoins, so yeah, it comes down to the fundamentals, right? Like I think that's why we did so well this cycle, because Bitcoin basically never dipped below 60%, dominance.
Yeah, I don't know, man. My Thor position is not looking too hot right now.
Yeah, but the yield has been great.
Yeah.
So
the yield.
yeah, so at the end of the day, like, and that's another thing. Like, we're trying to focus on being a good business, which is, just deliver what the users want, meet where they are, and hopefully actually generate, we'll actually generate revenue, and then reward our token holders.
How is that looking? Like,
really good.
Yields high, so revenues high.
Yeah. We were one of the first to do like fee sharing, so
Nice.
real yield like narrative from DeFi Summer, right? And we distributed over 10 million in rewards over the years.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a if you know type of situation where as long as Bitcoin doesn't die, there's demand for Bitcoin, then we continue to serve users.
Austin from DoubleZero came in and he said that the bear market won't start until Bitcoin hits 35K.
Wow.
Like
Well, I
how
hope it
does
doesn't.
yeah? So like how do we react to that as
Sounds about right.
a like a community THORSwap?
Sounds
like
like
how
we're getting a nice bounce here.
generally like what do you how do we navigate such market conditions?
Well,
Not-
I would say
not financial advice.
Right. I would say if you're still bullish, or if you still believe in crypto and bullish on Bitcoin in general, then in some assets, because we're running an exchange, like that's actually kind of exciting to me, because basically what we don't want is this like extreme awkward like low right now where everyone's like, are we in a bear market? Well, not a bear market.
Ooh, like
so there's no
the
trading, right?
apathy.
Because everyone's just like sidelined. Whereas like, you know, when Bitcoin crashed a lot, actually that's like great volume days for us, right? Because it goes both ways. So I would say what I'm really looking at is just like how much liquidity is actually on chain. You know, so the danger is like it moves off chain, then it's kind of just like, will it ever come back, right? So regardless of Bitcoin price, I would say as long as, you know, the say stablecoin liquidity, right? If it's going to stablecoins and still staying on chain, then we have a chance to come back, because that liquidity is always
You just
there.
don't want to see it come off the chain, but there's going to just be so much flows coming on chain the next couple of years. Tokenized assets. I don't know how much you guys are paying attention to that realm, but I think there's going to be a lot more of that as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty bullish.
Tokenized equities, money markets, all that stuff.
Yeah. I think as long as it's all on chain and through, you know, technology such as inheritance, it can be, you know, connected and can be moved. You know, because that was a big problem. You know, before cross-chain, you know, became more mature, right? It was all siloed. So you basically had like every time there was a new ETH killer that spun off, you had to have like a huge amount of TVL go from what, you know, like whatever's existing into the other chain, and they don't talk to each other. They don't flow. You know, now that it's all way more incorruptible, you know, the whatever amount of new stablecoins that gets issued or tokenized stocks or whatever it may be, as long as those liquidity can be connected and tradable, then, you know, I think we're ultimately all going to win.
Yeah. Alan, thanks for coming on. Last guest of the day, man. And keep up the great work.
Good.
Thank you for being with us. We got the Union of California ready to strike us down.
They're ready to kick us out of here.
They're done with us. So, guys, that about wraps us for the final guest of the first day.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alan.
At NEARCON. Guys, we're doing this tomorrow as well, starting at 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern. We'll be doing the same schedule. Another 12 to 15 guests tomorrow. We'll be going live. So
I might sleep here tonight. I might sleep here with the Union.
Look at Alan, dude.
Is that my cue to leave?
You're free to go. The Union is going to keep us here overnight.
Thank you for joining us. If you're watching on Twitter or YouTube, guys, throw us a follow, throw us a like. Appreciate you being here. Shout out to NEARCON Day 1. Shout out to the NEAR team, NEAR AI, all the awesome teams we spoke to.
That's a wrap.
AI,
NEARCON Day
crypto,
1.
Day 1. That's a wrap. Thanks, y'all. Peace.